NWA Mid-America was a territory under the umbrella of the National Wrestling Alliance that promoted shows in Tennessee, Kentucky, and Alabama. John Kazana promoted the Knoxville area, and Joe Gunther promoted the Birmingham area from around 1940 until some point in the 1970s. In 1977, promoter Jerry Jarrett and wrestler Jerry Lawler broke away from NWA Mid-America, breaking the Memphis area off to start under the name Continental Wrestling Association. Mid-America stopped promoting in 1981, and then the CWA took over most of their territory as well as some of the championships promoted by NWA Mid-America. This is the untold story of NWA Mid-America. It was 1940. Cartoon character Elmer Fudd makes his debut in the animated short Elmer's Candid Camera. Actor and film director Al Pacino is born. Booker T. Washington becomes the first African American to be depicted on a United States postage stamp. The New York Rangers beat the Toronto Maple Leafs 4-2 to win the Stanley Cup. And promoter Roy Welsh started promoting shows on a regular basis in and around Memphis, Tennessee, and would later be joined by Nick Gulas, who had been promoting shows in Florida between 1945 and 1947, before joining with Welsh to create the Gulas Welsh Enterprise Inc. Incorporated Company. In the mid-1940s, as they began promoting shows primarily in Memphis and Nashville, with occasional shows in Chattanooga, Jackson, Louisville, Lexington, and even Bowling Green, Kentucky. They also worked with Joe Gunther, a promoter working out of Birmingham, to expand their promotion into Alabama, as well as occasional shows in Mississippi, Ohio, West Virginia, Missouri, Georgia, and North Carolina. In 1949, the group joined the National Wrestling Alliance, a national sanctioning body that divided the U.S. into territories. The promotion became known as NWA Mid-America. By 1953, they added Knoxville, Tennessee to their territory as promoter John Kazana joined the group. The group recognized a number of NWA World Championships that were shared across the territories, as well as promoting their own NWA-branded championships that were mainly defended in the Mid-America territory. Stars of the 1950s who worked with Gulas included Tex Riley, Rowdy Red Roberts, Don McIntyre, Farmer Jones, Al Spider Gelanto, Freddie Blassie, Irish Mike Clancy, Corsica Joe and Corsica Jean, Chris Tolos, Joe Scarpa, Dick Bayer, Johnny Walker, who would later gain fame as Mr. Wrestling 2, Ray Stevens, Don Lucan Lee Fields, Don Kent, and Billy Wicks, among others, as well as female stars such as Mildred Burke, Lillian Ellison, Mae Young, Cora Combs, Penny Banner, and June Byers were also frequent visitors to Tennessee in the 1950s. Professional wrestling had long been home to individuals who were nothing short of colorful. One of the sport's most flamboyant talents made a name for himself in the territory in the 1950s. His nicknames included the Sweet Man, the Diamond Ring, and Cadillac Man. He was Sputnik Monroe. Not only did Monroe sport a colorful personality, but also a colorful appearance. It was hard not to notice Monroe's cocky swagger and the menacing look on his face, but more often than not, what many fans recall was his hair. Monroe had black hair with a blonde streak right down the middle. Especially popular at being unpopular, Monroe long held the attendance record for pro wrestling in Memphis for his 1959 feud with Billy Wicks. Monroe would frequent the area on and off until the early 1980s. His success spawned off a series of relatives, some who would appear for Gulas, all with catchy names such as Rocket Monroe, Jet Monroe, Flash Monroe, and Mars Monroe. None of those could ever match the success of the flamboyant sweet man Sputnik Monroe.
I may as well tell you that there are three different and distinct styles of wrestling. The Greco-Roman, the Oriental, and you guessed it, the streamlined modern version, which is now being demonstrated.
The 1950s also brought the debut of Len Rossi. Len was a superb junior heavyweight originally from New York. Fans took an instant liking to Len, and Tennessee quickly became his home. He worked for Gulas until a car accident in 1972 cut his career short. After that, he often appeared as a TV commentator for Gulas in Nashville.
World Tag Team Champions, Lanny and Angelo, the Papu. They are accompanied by
Saul Weingroff also debuted for Gulas in the 1950s. Many longtime fans consider Saul to be one of the best ringside managers they have ever seen. Saul had a knack for annoying the fans to the point where they wanted to clobber him with their own hands. Saul debuted as a wrestler for Gulas, but received greater fame as a manager, managing such heel teams as Kurt and Carl von Bronner, the Spoilers, and Tojo Yamamoto and Professor Ito, among others. Saul's most successful run in the territory was with the German team of Kurt and Carl von Bronner. The two bald-headed grapplers worked the territory for many years. Their rough tactics and anti-American rhetoric, coupled with Weingroff's constant complaining and interference with his trusty cane, made them arguably the most disliked trio ever to appear for Gulas. Saul is also well remembered for his many verbal battles with TV announcers, most especially Chattanooga's Harry Thornton. Saul and the Von Bronners worked for Gulas into the 1970s and also enjoyed success in other territories.
By the way, Sal, what's in the bag?
I don't think it's your business. I don't think it's anybody's business, because that's what's going to win us the title. That's what's in that bag.
Don and Al Green, the original Heavenly Bodies, became one of the longest-running tag team combinations anywhere when they began working for Gulas. Together, they were a rough heel team who worked on and off for Gulas until the 1970s, holding at one time or another all three major area tag team championships. In the early 1970s, they added Englishman Sir Stephen Clements and his ever-present Umbrella as their manager. Later, they were briefly managed by Rock Riddle. Since the territory was so full of good tag teams, the Greens ended up facing most of them as they all passed through from the late 1950s until the early 1970s. Over time, Don turned into a fan favorite, while Al formed a team with Phil Hickerson and became a ringside manager for Gulas. Don and Al weren't really brothers, although the resemblance is striking. Don's real name is Don Green, while Al's real name is Al Denny.
Millis, old boy, it'll take more than fast talk to save you now. Under any rules, Greco-Roman, catch-as-catch-can, or what have you, you're out. It's a fall, and you're the fall guy.
Jackie, Don, and Sonny Fargo all made debuts for Gulas in the 1950s. In various combinations, the fabulous Fargos also held the area's major tag team titles. Don became the traveler of the three and appeared all over the world, often under different ring names. Sonny stuck closer to home and eventually became a referee for Jim Crockett's Mid-Atlantic promotion in the late 1970s and early 1980s. He would return in the 1970s as Jackie and Don's crazy brother from Roughhouse Fargo, nicknamed Nuthouse. Jackie also mainly stuck to Tennessee, although he did have a stint for Jack Pfeiffer and held Pfeiffer's version of the world title. Jackie eventually settled into working for Gulas and became Nick's biggest attraction until both he and Nick retired. Jackie's Fargo strut, whether originated by him or someone else, remained a crowd pleaser to fans even today. In 1963, a fourth Fargo brother appeared, Joey. He worked the territory for a while before reverting to a more familiar name, Louis Tillett. Initially despised by the fans, the Fargos eventually became the territory's lead babyfaces whenever they appeared together. The fifth, and possibly the most well-known Fargo brother, was Johnny Fargo, who would later go on to become Greg the Hammer Valentine. It should also be noted that the Fargos are also not brothers in real life. Television was an integral part of the success Gulas enjoyed throughout the region. From the 1950s forward, the area had various forms of local televised wrestling. Many fans are well aware of the long-running TV show out of Memphis hosted for many years by arguably the greatest wrestling announcer ever, Lance Russell. Russell's ability to sell angles to fans, to lead young stars through interviews, and to communicate his disgust at the heinous acts of the bad guys, among his other talents, made him one of the area's most valuable performers over the years. He will be long remembered for his verbal jousting with Jerry Lawler. Russell eventually was paired with popular Memphis TV weatherman Dave Brown to form a long-running announcing duo. Russell, who worked in the Memphis TV industry for several years, eventually left that line of work and worked full-time as an announcer and behind the scenes in the wrestling promotion. Much of the eastern half of the territory was treated to the announcing of Harry Thornton. Thornton was a pioneer broadcaster in Chattanooga. He became involved with Gulas in the late 1950s and became a co-promoter in the Chattanooga area with Gulas. With Thornton's popularity from Chattanooga radio, he added credibility and had a local feel to Gulas' efforts to succeed in the local area. However, Thornton understood his role in the business was to make the TV show exciting and to make the TV viewers care enough about what they saw to be willing to spend their money to see the live house shows that week. Thornton did not like wrestling heels and made no bones about it in his commentary and often in interviews with them. He often verbally sparred with the likes of Tojo Yamamoto and gentleman Saul Weingroff. Thornton also worked the TV show taped in Nashville over the years, adding his colorful personality to the show. Gulas also, at various times, had local TV shows produced in Birmingham and Huntsville, as well as in Jacksonville and Nashville, Tennessee. Gulas' Birmingham announcer was Sterling Brewer. After the Atlanta office underwent some turmoil in late 1972, Brewer was hired as an interim announcer for the NWA Georgia office. He worked there a few weeks before a permanent replacement was chosen. Brewer was replaced by Gordon Soley, who became the voice of Georgia Championship Wrestling for the next decade. From time to time, a group would form and try and promote wrestling somewhere in the territory against the established Gulas. In the fall of 1972, Phil Golden opened up a promotion based out of Kentucky and ran several cities in opposition to Gulas, using stars such as Mike Pappas, Joe Ball and Bill Helm, Mario Gelanto, Paul Christie, Angelo Poffo, Pez Watley, Chico Cortez, and others. The promotion was based around longtime Gulas villains Kurt and Carl von Bronner and their manager, gentleman Saul Weingroff, who left the Gulas promotion at the end of the summer of 1972. The promotion folded in the spring of 1973. It should be noted that Golden was the brother of Bill Golden, who opened up the Montgomery, Alabama territory in 1971. Bill Golden, the father of Jimmy Golden, had married into the famous Welsh family that had strong ties to the Gulas promotion. Also notable among those who tried to run opposition was Lee Fields. In 1974, Fields tried to promote opposite Gulas in Nashville. Lee had run the Gulf Coast promotion since 1958. Among the stars Fields used in his effort against Gulas was Jack Dalton, known to most Gulas fans as Don Fargo. What is interesting about this endeavor is that Fields had worked previously for Gulas, along with his brothers Don and Bobby. Bobby, as Luke Fields, had teamed with Don to become one of Gulas' most successful teams of the late 1950s and early 1960s. In reality, Lee, Don, and Bobby Fields were Lee, Don, and Bobby Hatfield, sons of Gulf Coast wrestling referee legend Virgil Speedy Hatfield. Most interesting of all, perhaps, in regards to this attempt to run opposite Gulas, is that Speedy Hatfield was married to Bonnie Welsh, the sister of Gulas' promoting partner Roy Welsh. There were other attempts to run opposition against Gulas, but Nick would survive them through the years. The future, though, would hold more opposition for Gulas from time to time. The Gulas territory, as most every territory, had a fairly wide array of recognized titles. Gulas was a member of the National Wrestling Alliance and over the years was able to secure dates with various NWA World Heavyweight and World Junior Heavyweight champions. Gulas had a number of titles regularly defended throughout the circuit. Among these were the World Tag Team titles, the Southern Junior Heavyweight title, the Southern Tag Team titles, the Mid-America Heavyweight title, the Mid-America Tag titles, and the US Junior Heavyweight title. Before even discussing the various titles Gulas recognized, it is important to note that the territory became known over the years as a haven for great tag teams. For years, many Gulas cards were headlined with a tag team match, often for one of the area's top tag team titles. Over the years, Gulas also used many mass tag teams including Mephisto and Dante, the Mighty Yankees, the Blue Infernos, the Spoilers, the Interns, the Medics, and others. Some say because mass teams grew great crowd response in the area, Gulas could book a mass team in 2 cities on the same night and have 4 different men wrestle under the masks. This would make it possible, for example, to have the Yankees appear in Memphis on Monday night, while a few hundred miles away in Birmingham, the Yankees were also headlining a card there. It goes without saying that Nick Gulas was a very shrewd promoter. It is ironic that Gulas rarely dropped the ball, but in the late 1960s and early 1970s, by failing to fully utilize one of the greatest mass tag teams ever, the Infernos, with manager J.C. Dykes. Dykes had refereed for Gulas for a number of years before becoming a manager, but had to leave the area to hit it big. The World Tag Team titles were held by such teams as Corsica Joe and Corsica Gene, Jackie and Don Fargo, Don and Al Green, Tex Riley and Len Rossi, Kurt and Carl von Bronner, Lester and Herb Welsh, Eddie Graham and Sam Steamboat, Tojo Yamamoto and Alex Perez, the Blue Infernos, Billy and Jimmy Hines, Ken Lucas and Dennis Hall, Len Rossi and Bearcat Brown, Jackie Fargo and Jerry Jarrett, and the Fabulous Kangaroos. Research indicates Gula stopped using the World Tag Team titles around 1974, although through the 1970s, a few teams have passed through the area from time to time claiming to be the World Tag Team Champions. The Southern Tag titles date back to the late 1940s. Champions over the years include Herb Welsh and Tex Riley, Roy Welsh and Eddie Gossett, Herb Welsh and Roy Welsh, Don and Luke Fields, Don Carson and the Red Shadow, Sputnik Monroe and Norval Austin, and Terry and Ronnie Garvin. This title will continue to be defended consistently in the area through 1987. The Mid-America tag titles began to be defended in early 1972 by Len Rossi and Tony Charles. Other champions included Kurt and Carl Von Bronner, Don and Al Green, Len Rossi and Bearcat Brown, and the Interns, among others. This title was defended in the area through 1980. The Mid-America title was originally defended in the territory by the legendary Nature Boy Buddy Rogers in 1957. The title was defended until it fell inactive until around 1971 when Len Rossi was billed as champion. The title would become more prominent in the region in the mid and late 1970s and will continue to be defended until 1987. The United States Junior Heavyweight title was defended in Gula's territory over the years, most notably in the early 1970s. It is listed here primarily because the list of men who held the title is short but prestigious and includes Johnny Walker, Don Green, Lorenzo Parente, and the legendary Danny Hodge in the mid-1960s. The singles title that came to become the area's major title was the Southern Junior Heavyweight title. A list of champions included Herb Welsh, Ray Stevens, Freddie Blassie, Jackie Fargo, Jesse James, Len Rossi, Don Green, Sputnik Monroe, Tommy Gilbert, Ronnie Garvin, and Lou Thez, among others. Due to the area usually headlining shows with tag teams, this title wasn't as prominent during the 50s and 60s as it would become in the 1970s and 80s. The Southern Junior Heavyweight title would be renamed the Southern Heavyweight title in the summer of 1974. Major attractions such as Danny Hodge, Pat O'Connor, Eddie Graham, Buddy Fuller, Gene Kiniski, Haystack Calhoun, Johnny Valentine, Harley Race, and even Dory Funk Jr. also worked shows for Gulas during the decade. Gulas even used boxing legend Joe Louis on cards as a special referee in various cities. Late in the 1960s, Gulas used Dr. Sam Shepard on cards, teamed with longtime Gulas regular George Strickland. Shepard had been imprisoned after a murder trial heavily covered by the media. Errors were discovered in Shepard's first murder trial, so a retrial was ordered. In the second trial, Shepard was acquitted and released. The events of his life influenced a TV show, The Fugitive, and later a movie of the same name. Notable among those who made great impacts on the business later on who worked for Gulas in the 1960s include a man known in the territory as Ron Carson. Early in his career, the man left Texas and came to Tennessee to work for Nick Gulas. Not long after his arrival, he teamed with Tennessee native Don Carson as Don's brother, and his team won the World Tag title. In reality, Ron Carson was future international superstar Dick Murdoch. Murdoch was the son of wrestler Frankie Murdoch, famous in the Amarillo, Texas territory. Sam Bass also debuted in the 1960s. Initially, he didn't make much of a splash for Gulas, appearing mainly as an undercard performer. He would, though, become a major star for Gulas in the 1970s as the manager of the team of Jim White and Jerry Lawler. Also appearing for Gulas were the True Life brother team of Ron and Don Wright, natives of Kingsport, Tennessee. Low-Key Don and Motormouth Ron riled fans like few teams could. Ron, who often referred to himself as the number one hillbilly, had a run on the eastern half of the territory in 1969 that even featured him receiving a shot at the NWA World Champion Dory Funk Jr. in Chattanooga when he and Don were billed as Ron and Don Hayes. Ron's ability to incite the fans during interviews was matched only by his ability to do the same through illegal tactics in the ring. Although the Wrights and fellow East Tennessee wrestling legend Whitey Caldwell mostly appeared in the Knoxville territory, Gulas would use them from time to time for several years, mainly on the eastern end of the territory. The 1960s were turbulent times for race relations in most southern cities. Several of the cities Gulas ran cars were no exception, especially Memphis and Birmingham. Gulas had used African American stars for many years, including a young man named Matt Jewell. In 1969, he changed his name to Bearcat Brown and debuted for Gulas and was given a major push. While Gulas had used African Americans in the past, he had never had an African American become a regular headliner throughout the territory. As Brown headlined cards in Gulas cities for years, he was often paired with such popular headliners as Don Carson, Johnny Walker, and Len Rossi. Conversely, in 1971, Gulas turned to the legendary Sputnik Monroe to introduce the territory's first regular African American heel. Monroe, controversial and cocky, teamed with Norvell Austin to form the area's first successful integrated heel team. Monroe, who was known for his black hair with a blonde streak down the middle, saw to it that his new partner followed suit. Soon Monroe and Austin were one of the area's hottest heel teams. They were so successful they toured other territories as well. Debuting in the early 1960s in the territory was a Japanese heel named Tojo Yamamoto. Yamamoto quickly became known as Sly and Evil, a stereotype from the World War II time period. In real life, Yamamoto was Harold Watanabe, a native Hawaiian. A short man, Yamamoto was a great ring psychologist and quickly became one of Gulas' lead heels and would remain so for a long time. Even after a stint in the Carolinas for Jim Crockett where he appeared as P.Y. Chung and in Texas as T.Y. Chung, Yamamoto was likely the most disliked man in the Gulas territory for a good part of the 60s. And for those who follow the logic of wrestling, realize when a wrestler is utterly despised by the fans, it likely means he would someday make a great babyface. All that matters is timing. In late 1969, the time was right. Nick Gulas promoted a specific match area fans loved. The match was a Battle of the Brutes tag match. The fans loved this match because it pitted two teams they disliked against each other. The two teams were the Masked Spoilers and Tojo Yamamoto and Johnny Long. The match led to the fans sliding with Yamamoto and Long, so the crafty Yamamoto became a fan favorite. Yamamoto would then solidify his status as a true fan favorite when it was revealed in an angle that he was training with the popular babyface Jerry Jarrett. Jarrett was then destroyed by a group of heels which led Yamamoto rescuing Jarrett. Yamamoto even carried Jarrett out of the ring in his own arms to safety. This led Jarrett and Yamamoto teaming to face the heels who had tried to eliminate Jarrett. The fans, longtime vocal opponents of Yamamoto, then proudly cheered their new hero and his protege. The Yamamoto-Jarrett tie was never forgotten by the promotion and was used in various ways through most of the 1980s. The early 1970s saw a business boom for Gulas. As mentioned earlier, Christine Jarrett became more involved in the business end of the company by helping open up and run shows in Kentucky and Indiana. Jerry Jarrett became more involved in the behind-the-scenes end of things by basically becoming co-promoter Roy Welsh's assistant. Jerry ended up booking the shows in Memphis, which became the city that drew the largest attendance week in and week out on the circuit. Major stars for Gulas during the early 1970s included Dr. Ken Ramey and the Interns, Buddy Wayne, Big Bad John, Pepe Lopez, Sir Stephen Clements, Eddie Marlin, Tommy Gilbert, the Alaskans, the Samoans, Norvell Austin, Cowboy Frankie Lane, David and Jerry Novak, Bill Dromo, Ronnie Garvin, Terry Garvin, and the Fabulous Kangaroos. A young Kevin Sullivan also worked the territory for Gulas in the early 1970s. Around the same time another young man made his debut, he was known as Dennis McCord. He gained some further fame as Iron Mike McCord, but even greater fame several years later as Austin Idol. Many fans saw Idol feud with Sullivan in the early days of Atlanta's TV superstation WTBS. Sullivan would have a long successful career both in-ring and behind the scenes. McCord would return to the area as Idol years later and become a major attraction for the promotion. Gulas' son George debuted in ring in 1973 as a special referee on cards throughout the territory, but by 1974, George, a tall, thin man, made his debut as a wrestler and immediately was placed in prominent places on cards, teaming with such stars as Jerry Jarrett, Tojo Yamamoto, and Jackie Fargo, the three biggest baby faces of the time for Gulas.
One of these guys is not like the others. One of these guys just doesn't belong. Can you tell which guy is not like the others by the time I finish my song?
Also making their presence known in the early 1970s were the younger members of the Welsh family. Buddy Fuller's two sons, Ron and Robert, debuted. Buddy was the son of Gulas promoting partner Roy Welsh. Ron and Robert's cousin Jimmy Golden also worked the area, as did Lester Welsh's two sons, Jackie and Roy Lee Welsh. Also appearing from time to time were Johnny and Ricky Fields, nephews to Roy Welsh. The Welsh family played a vital part of pro wrestling throughout the South for many decades. Not only was Roy Welsh part of a successful promotion with Nick Gulas, but other members of the Welsh family became part of the business of wrestling promotion. Lester Welsh had bought into the Florida wrestling office based in Tampa and operated by Cowboy Luttrell and Eddie Graham. Meantime, Edward Welsh, aka Buddy Fuller, bought into the Georgia wrestling office based in Atlanta along with Paul Jones, Fred Ward, and Ray Gunkel. Gunkel and Fuller became one of the area's top tag teams of the 1960s. Away from the fans, Gunkel and Fuller often clashed how business should be conducted. In 1972, Buddy Fuller, wanting out of the consistent bickering with Gunkel, which no doubt included how his sons Robert and Ron would be used in the promotion, arranged a deal with his brother Lester. Lester would trade his Florida shares with Buddy's Georgia shares. Lester came to work in the Atlanta office, while Buddy moved to work in the Florida office. Later in the year, one of the remaining owners of the Atlanta office, Ray Gunkel, sadly passed away. His part of the company fell to his wife, Ann. The Georgia office split when Ann Gunkel formed All South Wrestling and acquired much of the Atlanta-based talent. The one thing she did not take was the sanction of the National Wrestling Alliance, who had long, well-established ties to the Welsh family. The NWA sent in stars from around the country to assist Welsh in Atlanta. By January 1973, the NWA put into place a new team to help run the Atlanta office, complete with new booker Cowboy Bill Watts. Until late 1974, the NWA and All South Wrestling ran weekly wrestling cards against each other in many Georgia cities. Some of Gula's stars made appearances for both the NWA and Georgia, including Don Green, Jackie Fargo, Tojo Yamamoto, Jerry Jarrett, Ron and Robert Fuller, Jimmy Golden, and even a young Jerry Lawler. The NWA eventually won the war, and along the way, Welsh sold his part of the Atlanta promotion to Jim Barnett. Looking for a booker for Atlanta, Barnett approached Jerry Jarrett, who agreed to book Atlanta, but only if he could continue working for Gulas. Not long after this development, Jerry was approached by Gulas and Buddy Fuller about buying Roy Welsh as part of the promotion in Tennessee, since Roy's health was in decline. Jarrett bought into the Gulas promotion, and for a while all was well, as Gulas, Jarrett, and Buddy Fuller, serving largely as a silent partner, continued to give the fans what they wanted to see. Jerry Lawler made a name for himself in the Tennessee territory in the 1970s. Lawler is truly a versatile performer. He ranks very high on the list of the business's best talkers. As he grew older, he became somewhat more cautious in ring of what he would do, but early in his career, Lawler was one of the best bump takers in the business. Discovered by Jackie Fargo at a Memphis radio station, Lawler worked for Gulas as an undercard performer. Lawler was advised to gain some more experience by working a territory that had just opened. The territory was based in Montgomery, Alabama, and was opened by Bill Golden, father of Jimmy Golden. Jimmy was a grandson of Gula's partner Roy Welsh, while in Alabama, Lawler teamed with Steve Lawler, who was no relation. While there, Jerry came into contact with veterans Jim White and Sam Bass. Jim White and Roy Klein were working the area as the Green Shadows. When they were unmasked, they were billed as Woodrow and Roy Bass. Sam Bass was then brought in as their manager. Roy soon left and was replaced by Jimmy Hides, working as Percy Bass. White eventually went to work for Gulas, and Lawler soon followed. Eventually, White and Lawler teamed and added Jim Kent as their manager before Bass took over the honors. This team would become trouble for Nick Gulas' babyfaces beginning in 1972. Lawler's talents reached beyond the wrestling ring as he drew a cartoon strip called The Patriot for the Wrestling Monthly magazine in the early 1970s. As the history of this territory unfolds, Jerry Lawler played an increasingly bigger role, but by 1974, just 3 years after his debut, he was already poised to become the territory's top star. The partnership between Nick Gulas and Jerry Jarrett was on shaky ground as the year started. Cards always sold out, but Gulas was insisting that his son George be used more prominently. The uneasy truce between both sides wouldn't last much longer. During the early part of the year, it seemed to be business as usual in the territory, though there were some ongoing power struggles. Booker Jerry Jarrett still refused to use George Gulas on the more profitable western end of the territory. The last Memphis card promoted by Nick Gulas and Jerry Jarrett together under the Gulas Welsh promotional banner was the card that was headlined by a Southern Tag Team Tournament. The following week, WMC-TV, the station which had first shown TV wrestling in Memphis dating back to 1949, began airing a Jarrett-promoted show with local TV personalities Clay Conrad and Bob Young as hosts. WMAQ-TV had been the home of studio wrestling in Memphis since 1958. Until the split, the TV show was hosted by Lance Russell and Dave Brown. Despite the changes, Jarrett didn't miss a beat in 1977 as he promoted a card at the Cook Convention Center on Sunday, March 20th, headlined with Jerry Lawler battling Bob Armstrong. On the undercard were such favorites as Bill Dundee, Phil Hickerson, and Dennis Condrey, and others. Also making the show were Knoxville area regulars Ron and Robert Fuller and Kurt and Carl Von Bronner. Goulas did not want to give up the profitable Western end without a fight, even if it meant promoting without a talented booker such as Jarrett. He booked the Mid-Southern Coliseum for the regular Monday night show and headlined the card with one of the greatest feuds of the 1970s, The Sheik versus Bobo Brazil. It was still early in the game, but indications after the first Memphis battle proved to be a barometer of things to come. The Jarrett card drew well, while the Goulas card drew 3 times less than what Goulas and Jarrett drew together. Goulas tried a few other cards in Memphis over the next few weeks, as he seemingly would have the edge by using long-term stars Jackie Fargo and Tojo Yamamoto. Ironically, both Fargo and Yamamoto were Jarrett's most frequent tag partners, and away from the ring, the trio were real-life friends. But business was business. Fargo and Yamamoto stuck with Goulas, leaving Jarrett to build his promotion without the area's legends. Jarrett kept pushing on, and over time, the western half of the territory fell to him, including Memphis, Louisville, Evansville, and Lexington, as Goulas hung on to the eastern end, Nashville, Chattanooga, Birmingham, and Huntsville. The fight was a little tougher in Kentucky, as Goulas took Jarrett to court over promoting there. The court threw out Goulas' claims to keeping Jarrett out of Kentucky, saying that whoever wanted to promote wrestling there could, as long as they obeyed the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. No one really knows why Jarrett won the Western end so quickly. TV certainly played a role, as Jarrett eventually orchestrated the addition of longtime announcing team Lance Russell and Dave Brown from WHBQ, where Russell and Brown had both worked and where the TV show had aired for years. Russell was in programming at the time, while Brown was a meteorologist. The moves, made a few weeks after the split, helped the audience to tune into familiar faces week after week and absorb the shock of the TV show jumping from one station to another. Jarrett's product was simply more exciting at this point. He hung on to Lawler, who had turned into the area's top stars, while Goulas main star Jackie Fargo worked a limited schedule, and another main star, Tojo Yamamoto, worked tag matches with George Goulas. Lawler, in turn, was in the midst of a feud with Rocky Johnson, who had captured the fans' imaginations with his charisma and dynamic ring ability. The feud served as something more attractive than Goulas offering the Sheik versus Bobo Brazil, a feud featuring 2 wrestlers area fans had seen very little through the years, which meant their match did not mean as much to the fans at this point. Jarrett also had the blessing and financial support of Buddy Fuller, and by extension Fuller's father and area legend Roy Welsh. It's quite possible that many wrestlers who didn't like to deal with Goulas didn't mind working for someone representing the Welsh family. Jarrett won the battle. A truce was apparently assumed as the 2 promotions mostly stayed on their newly cut turf for the rest of the year and tried to establish their own distinctive styles. Things would never be the same. Ron Fuller had bought the Knoxville office in 1974 and had weaned it off Goulas-supplied cards by creating a new, unique territory called Southeast Championship Wrestling. Now that Jarrett had branched out on his own, he had acquired a huge hunk of territory, including the very profitable city of Memphis. Nick Goulas had stuck with his guns and insisted his son George be pushed as a main eventer. With the split between the 2 ends of the territory came to the re-emergence of the area's top star Jackie Fargo. Fargo had cut back on his in-ring appearances in the previous few years. In a very real sense, he had passed the torch off to Jerry Lawler. It is also interesting to note that Andre the Giant made appearances for both Jarrett and Goulas during the time frame, often one night for Jarrett and the following night for Goulas. Andre, booked by Vince McMahon of the WWF, had apparently been booked for weeks or months prior to the fallout between Goulas and Jarrett. In 1977, Nick Goulas turned to Detroit for help, and several Detroit mat stars came to work for Goulas. For many years, the Detroit territory was a major stopover by professional wrestling. By 1977, there was a talent pipeline as the territory was in serious decline. The fans there had been treated to various no-shows and rip-off finishes. While they still drew some decent crowds on occasion, their glory days seemed to be behind them. The shows were usually headlined by one of the business's great villains, the Sheik, perennial U.S. champion, who began defending the title fairly frequently in the area for Gulas. Soon to follow was a team of Angelo and Lanny Poffo. This combination had laid claim to the Detroit World Tag Team titles for a while. In some locations, this team was billed as the Poffo brothers. In reality, Angelo was Lanny's father. By the year's end, the two territories were coexisting fairly peacefully, but that wouldn't last. 1978 had been a year when both Nick Gulas and Jerry Jarrett tried to invade the other's territory. Both failed. As 1979 started, things hadn't changed. Jarrett relied on tested talent from other territories, while Gulas used longtime star Tojo Yamamoto as a heel and headlined with young talent such as George Gulas, among others. The heels of that year saw Nick Gulas and Jerry Jarrett patch up the differences enough to work together in 1980. 1980 seemed to be a year where the sky was the limit. Good intentions and well thought out scenarios, though, often go sour when something unexpected occurs. Such a monkey wrench would be thrown into the mix in 1980 when an important part of the territory, Jerry Lawler, suffered a serious injury. Promoter Jerry Jarrett would work to fill this gap all year long. With Gulas insistent on pushing his son and CWA becoming very popular, led to a drop with ticket sales, and by 1981, Gulas closed his promotion and sold the territory and its championships to the CWA. That was the untold story of NWA Mid-America.
This is a Brooklyn Brawler, and you're watching another original wrestling documentary.
World Class Championship Wrestling, also known as World Class Wrestling Association, was an American professional wrestling promotion which was located in Dallas and Fort Worth, Texas. Originally owned by promoter Ed McLemore, by 1966 it was run by Southwest Sports Incorporated, whose president Jack Atkinson was better known as wrestler Fritz Von Erich. Beginning as a territory of the National Wrestling Alliance, it went independent in 1986 in a bid to become a major national promotion, but was unsuccessful in its attempts and eventually went out of business in 1990. Rights to the pre-1989 WCCW tape library belong to WWE. The post-1998 rights are owned by International World Class Championship Wrestling, and select episodes from 1982 to 1988 are available on the WWE Network. World Class Championship Wrestling experienced tremendous success from 1981 to 1985, shattering attendance records and achieving global exposure through their syndicated television program. Bookers Ken Mantell, David Von Erich, Gary Hart, Bruiser Brody, and Kevin Von Erich provided fans with hard-hitting action centered on the popular Von Erich brothers and a cast of devious villains. Storylines during this time followed a consistent theme of friendship and betrayal, with the top villains being first presented as friends to the Von Erich family, only to betray them months or even years later. Talent deals and exchanges helped WCCW bring in future stars such as Chris Adams, the Fabulous Freebirds, Jake Roberts, Mick Foley, Shawn Michaels, Gino Hernandez, and Iceman King Parsons, among others. World Class Championship Wrestling was a member of the NWA and was originally known as Big Time Wrestling until 1982, when Atkinson decided that the name of his federation needed to be changed. Mickey Grant, who headed the production of its telecasts, suggested the name World Class. WCCW operated its enterprise in Dallas, Texas, and held wrestling events at the Reunion Arena and mostly at the famed Sportatorium, located just south of downtown Dallas, which was also a well-known boxing arena, as well as the one-time home to the famous Big D Jamboree. This is the untold story of World Class Championship Wrestling.
The old W, the D.
It was 1882. Old West outlaw Jesse James is shot in the back of the head and killed by Robert Ford in St. Joseph, Missouri. Thomas Edison flips a switch to the first commercial electrical power plant in the United States, lighting 1 square mile of Lower Manhattan, which is considered by many as the day that began the electrical age. The first United States Labor Day parade is held in New York City and in Dallas, Texas. In April of 1882, a collar and elbow best 2 out of 3 falls match, John O'Brien, champion of the South and West, faced John McMahon, champion of the country, which would mark the first professional wrestling match ever held in the area. Through the late 1800s to the early 1900s, professional wrestling could mostly be viewed at carnivals as a sideshow. In the late 1920s, former boxer Dandy Dick Griffin began promoting both boxing and wrestling cards in the Dallas area. In 1922, Dick Griffin lost a match against Frankie Garcia because he simply refused to fight. In January 1940, Ed McLemore applied for a license to promote boxing in Dallas under the name of the Sportatorium Boxing Club. The previous boxing matchmaker Dick Griffin was apparently letting his license expire, and McLemore wanted to take advantage of the possibilities in the fistic field. He wouldn't stage any programs if Griffin did, in fact, apply and obtain a license. In 1966, Fritz Von Erich and Ed McLemore, owner of the Dallas Sportatorium, bought the Dallas Fort Worth Wrestling Office, breaking away from the Houston Wrestling Office, which was managed by Paul Bosch. In 1969, Fritz Von Erich took sole control over the office after McLemore died of a heart attack, and also gained ownership of the Dallas Sportatorium. Initially playing his longtime role of a snarling, goose-stepping Nazi monster heel, and sometimes teaming with brother Waldo, Fritz turned babyface in late 1966 and began feuding with Gary Hart and his stable of wrestlers. The feud between Hart and Fritz, and even his sons, would continue on and off for more than 2 decades. Fritz's other classic rivalries during this early period were with stars such as Johnny Valentine, Stan Stasiak, Professor Tanaka, Lord Alfred Hayes, The Sheik, Bruiser Brody, and the Great Kabuki. Babyface wrestlers playing secondary roles in the promotion at various times included Wahoo McDaniel, Pepper Gomez, Red Bastion, Jose Lothario, and Moondog Mayne. Many of these wrestlers were regular mainstays of the Grand Olympic Auditorium wrestling promotion in Los Angeles, who would compete in Dallas regularly, as did Fritz and several Texas-based wrestlers, doing the same for Gene and Mike LaBelle's promotion in LA. As his sons began to launch wrestling careers of their own in the mid to late 1970s, Fritz gradually cut back in his in-ring appearances and concentrated on promoting, finally retiring from the ring altogether after a 1982 NWA American title win over King Kong Bundy at the Texas Stadium in Irving, Texas. By then, the promotion had switched to the world-class name and was centered on Fritz's sons, Kevin, David, Kerry, and later Mike Von Erich. Developed and booked by manager and behind-the-scenes booker Gary Hart, world-class most storied feud was the legendary and long-running battle between the Von Erichs and the Freebirds, which began on December 25, 1982, during an NWA World Title match between Kerry Von Erich and champion Ric Flair at the Reunion Arena in Dallas, Texas. After several of Flair's title defenses against Kerry ended in controversy with the champion retaining the belt by various illegal means, including an earlier match which involved a corrupt referee, Alfred Neely. The promotion had finally booked a rematch between the two in a steel cage to prevent any interference, and announced a write-in poll in which fans could vote for the wrestler they wanted to see serve as special referee for the match. Freebird Michael Hayes, whose popularity in WCCW at this point was second only to the Von Erichs themselves, was selected to officiate, and his tag team partner Terry Gordy was at ringside to guard the cage door. However, when Kerry refused to pin Flair following unwanted interference, with Flair retaining the title yet again, as Manning stopped the match due to Kerry's inability to continue. Shortly after, Gary Hart left WCCW due to money issues with Fritz. The Freebirds wanted to follow suit, but Hart persuaded them to stay in WCCW. The Freebird-Von Erich rivalry was one of the most violent feuds in modern-day wrestling history and continued off and on for much of the decade. Parsons, Adams, Gorgeous Jimmy Garvin and members of Skandar Akbar's Devastation Inc. stable were also involved in the Freebird-Von Erich feud directly or indirectly during the course of the angle. The official last match between the Freebirds and the Von Erichs took place in April 1993 in Dallas.
So you think you've seen it all? Well, think again. The Triple Dome of Terror.
Danger, 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 danger.
3 steel cages stacked 40 feet in the air. Mission, high risk. Triple Dome of Terror. Ultimate goal, make it to the top. Triple Dome of Terror. So you think you've seen it all? Well, think again. Be a part of wrestling history. The Triple Dome of Terror is alive.
Buddy Roberts was involved in several conflicts in 1983 with Iceman King Parsons, including a match in which Roberts lost his hair in a hair versus hair match despite winning the match. Parsons, who lost the match, managed to grab the infamous Freebird hair cream and rub the contents onto Roberts' head. This prompted Roberts to wear a wig and headgear to cover his bald head, but his hair grew back in a time span of 6 months. A secondary feud was born between Jimmy Garvin against England's Chris Adams. Adams faced Garvin for the first time on August 26, 1983 at the Dallas Sportatorium, both wrestling to a time limit draw. Afterwards, both Garvin and Adams exchanged insults, calling each other a coward, with Adams challenging Garvin to a match on October 7th as Garvin was about to face David Von Erich, which was the last match ever between the two. The angle reached new heights on October 21st when Adams disguised himself as a masked Avenger and faced Garvin. Playing possum, Adams surprised Garvin with some wrestling moves, and then he threw Garvin to the ropes. Chris superkicked him, which stunned the Sportatorium crowd. Afterwards, he was unmasked to reveal himself as Chris Adams, which proved to be a turning point in Adams' tenure in world class, elevating him from mid-card to main event status. Sunshine, who used to be Garvin's valet, joined Adams' side 2 weeks later, and with Sunshine in his corner, Adams defeated Garvin for the American title on November 24th at the Reunion Arena, the first of 5 NWA American/world-class heavyweight title reigns for the British star. Adams and Garvin traded the American title on numerous occasions and engaged in mixed tag team matches involving Sunshine and Precious. It was said to be among the first mixed tag team matches in modern wrestling history and would pave the way for future mixed tag team matches, including one Adams promoted himself 6 years later involving 2 of his ex-wives, Jeannie Clark and Tony Adams, and his protege Steve Austin. On February 10, 1984, at the height of the Von Erichs Freebird Wars, David Von Erich died from an intestinal rupture caused by a stomach ailment just after arriving in Japan for a tour for All Japan Pro Wrestling. Although Ric Flair asserted in his autobiography that most people in wrestling believe David died of a drug overdose, with Bruiser Brody flushing pills down a hotel toilet before the police arrived, David's autopsy report indicated no drugs in his system and that his death was definitely caused by acute enteritis. His death was front-page news in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, triggering an area-wide outpouring of shock and grief among fans, and was the beginning of the Von Erichs' decline and fall. His death prompted a few changes in upcoming events. David's funeral took place 2 days later, and an estimated 5,000 fans paid tribute to the fallen star. One of the largest funeral gatherings to take place in the Metroplex at the time. A February 18, 1984 telecast of World Class Championship Wrestling was dedicated exclusively to the life of David Von Erich, with wrestlers Michael Hayes, Jimmy Garvin, Harley Race, Chris Adams, and Ric Flair paying tribute to the fallen hero. Bill Mercer and Mickey Grant also provided footage of David's earlier time as a high school basketball standout and had an interview with Fritz, Kevin, and Kerry during the broadcast. The Von Erichs, who took David's death extremely hard, did not compete again until February 27th, when they teamed with Adams to defeat Butch Reed, Jimmy Garvin, Michael Hayes, and Terry Gordy. David had been seen by many in the NWA as potential world championship material, According to Ric Flair, David had indeed been chosen by the NWA to become the World Heavyweight Champion, and Flair also stated in his autobiography to be the man that had David lived, he would have had the potential to be a long-term NWA champion. On May 6, 1984, as a tribute to his late brother, Kerry Von Erich finally defeated Ric Flair after a hard-fought 14-minute battle to win the title at the first annual David Von Erich Memorial Parade of Champions Supercard held at the Texas Stadium in Irving. However, because Kerry had already had a reputation within the industry for being unreliable due to substance abuse, the NWA only allowed him a brief title reign. He lost the belt back to Flair in Japan on May 24th in another hard-fought match. The match, which did not air on television initially, allowed World Class to use an angle in which Flair cheated in the match and claimed the referee was a sumo official who did not understand the rules of pro wrestling. Flair won in a clean pinfall over Kerry, in fact was officiated by veteran All Japan Pro Wrestling Joe Higuchi, who found David Von Erich's body the previous February and was also the one who alerted David Manning of his death. Afterwards, the Freebirds left World Class in the summer of 1984 and, except for a few appearances, did not return full-time until December 1985. Jimmy Garvin and Precious also departed WCCW during this time to join the AWA. An unusual three-way feud ensued during the summer of 1984 involving Killer Khan, originally brought in by the Freebirds in their quest to destroy the Von Erichs, fighting the Freebirds and Von Erichs after Khan was bought by General Skandar Akbar. During one match at the Sportatorium, Michael Hayes and Kevin Von Erich took turns attacking Khan, shoving each other away in the process. One of the top angles of the summer of 1984 was a mixed feud between Gino Hernandez and Nicola Roberts, also known as Baby Doll, against Mike Von Erich and Stella Mae French. The angle reached new heights in the fall of 1984 when Sunshine, arriving on a helicopter at the Cotton Bowl, interfered in a match, allowing French to pin Roberts. This angle, which also involved Chris Adams, ended in 1985. With the Freebirds out of the picture and attempting other angles that proved to be not as highly as successful as the Freebirds Von Erich Wars, World Class decided to turn Chris Adams heel and start a long and legendary war which lasted over a year and at the same time drawing revenues that exceeded the Freebirds Von Erich angle. The new angle was developed by Ken Mantell, Gary Hart, Chris Adams, and Fritz Von Erich, which was born out of a conversation between Adams and Hart, where Adams wanted to change his image and try his luck as a heel wrestler. Gary Hart, who left World Class in early 1983 due to a dispute with Fritz Von Erich over the booking of the Freebirds Von Erich feud, returned to World Class in August to scout the babyface talent, including Adams, Iceman King Parsons, Brian Adias, and others. Towards the end of the month, Adams, who had returned from his tenure in Los Angeles during the summer 1984 Olympics, announced his alliance with Hart, which resulted in some friction between Adams and the babyfaces. On September 28, 1984, Adams was pinned with Kevin Von Erich against Jake Roberts and Gino Hernandez, with Gary Hart and Stella Mae French in Adams and Von Erich's corner. As the match wound down, Hernandez had Adams in a high vertical suplex, with French tripping Hernandez, causing Adams to land on Gino. However, he rolled over the top of Chris and pinned him. After the match, an enraged Adams began arguing with French, with Hart and Kevin coming in as peacemakers. Hart later abused Stella Mae, prompting Kevin to shove him in the corner of the heel side of the ring. Out of nowhere, Adams blasted Kevin with a super kick, which prompted Hernandez and Roberts to throw French out of the ring and attack Kevin, while Adams and Hart walked away. The 2-on-1 gang-up continued until Buck Zumoff and David Manning ran in to chase Roberts and Hernandez away. The following Monday in Fort Worth on October 1, 1984, Adams was selected as a mystery partner in a six-man tag match for Hernandez and Roberts in a match against Kerry and Mike Von Erich, with Buck Zumoff subbing for Kevin. As Adams gave Mike a backdrop from the canvas using his legs, Kevin stormed from the ring and attacked Adams, resulting in a brawl between the former friends and tag partners until David Manning, Bronco Lubbock, Rick Hazard, and Gary Hart separated the two. On October 27th, Adams and Von Erich squared off at the Cotton Bowl, with Kevin winning the match, amid controversy when Adams lifted his shoulders at the count of 1, but referee David Manning counted to 3, with Adams lifting his shoulder again, believing that the count was at 2. Afterwards, Kevin made a deal with Chris, leave Gary Hart and go on his own, and all would be forgiven. Adams responded by attacking Kevin with a chair. Unintentionally, Adams hit Kevin in the head hard enough for the chair to break in half, causing Kevin some bleeding from the head and resulting in his hospitalization for a few days. The Adams-Von Erich feud had been set up in this way because Fritz Von Erich felt that too many fans were siding with Adams, and after the Cotton Bowl incident, Adams still heard cheers from some of the fans. A month later, Kevin returned the favor by smashing a chair into Adams' head after losing to him, and that resulted in Chris being helped out of the arena with a minor concussion and nearly losing his left eye when a piece of the wooden chair lodged into his nose after the chair shot, very dangerously close to his eye. The wooden chair angle was quickly scrapped at Kevin and Chris's request due to the legitimate injuries both wrestlers sustained. Adams eventually became world-class biggest heel, yet at the same time, as a feud with the Von Erichs progressed, he began facing other heels such as Ric Flair and members of Skandor Akbar's army. By 1985, Adams began tagging with Hernandez, forming the second and most successful version of the dynamic duo. Towards the end of the year, Adams and Hernandez used scissors to cut hair off opponents after each of their matches, and this resulted in a Cotton Bowl showdown in October 1985, in which Kevin and Kerry Von Erich defeated Adams and Hernandez in a loser-lose hair match. Adams and Hernandez eventually broke up and began feuding and faced each other in a January 1986 match where loser would have his hair removed with the Freebird hair cream, the same gimmick used in June 1993 in the match between Iceman Parsons and Freebird Buddy Roberts. Adams had won the match, but picked Hernandez up twice to dish out more punishment, and while he was arguing with the referee, Hernandez grabbed the hair cream and threw the contents in Adams' face, thus blinding him. Adams won the match by DQ as a result.
Professional wrestler Gino Hernandez. Police discovered Hernandez's body last night. Channel 8's Chris Connor says preliminary medical reports do not indicate signs of foul play.
Dallas police say it's difficult to determine how Hernandez died because his body was badly decomposed when it was discovered in his North Dallas condo.
He had not been seen since the 30th of January, and a good friend of his from Houston had been unable to contact him and flew down here to check and found him in his apartment deceased.
Police have received several telephone calls from concerned fans who say Hernandez might have been murdered. But officers say they have ruled out foul play as a cause of death.
All we know now is there's no trauma and death appears to be of natural causes, but to determine the exact cause of death, it'll take probably 3 to 5 days.
Police say preliminary medical reports show Hernandez had severe liver damage, which may have been caused by acute alcoholism. The flamboyant professional wrestler was cast as a bad guy in the ring, the kind fans love to hate. His real name was Charles Wolfe. He was known as the handsome half-breed from Highland Park.
Well, in all respect to Gino Hernandez, I think the Gino Hernandez you saw in the ring was very much like the Gino Hernandez outside the ring. He could be a very brash, arrogant, sometimes insulting individual. He was a young man who lived life to the absolute fullest. He probably never achieved all he wanted to in that. And he was one who typically did everything his way. At the same time, he was generous and warm with his friendship, and those of us who worked with him admired him for that.
Hernandez, the popular wrestling star's badly decomposed body, was discovered late last night at his home in Highland Park. He had apparently been dead for several days. Officials say there were no signs of forced entry or struggle, and Hernandez, whose real name is Charles Wolfe, was only 29 years old, Jim, and a very popular wrestler, especially among Central Texas wrestling fans.
That's right. I've got a lot of calls about that tonight, people wondering about it. Thank you.
By the time this angle aired on television a few days later, Hernandez was dead. His death, which was revealed by an autopsy to be the result of a cocaine overdose, ended any prospects of a hot feud between the former partners. Scotland Yard questioned Adams regarding Hernandez's death, but no charges were ever filed against him. The original plan for the Adams-Hernandez feud was for Chris to return to face Hernandez at the Texas Stadium card after Hernandez's tour of Japan and visiting relatives in Japan, and stretch out the feud through much of 1986. A brief yet high-profile angle between Chris Adams and Great Kabuki was played out during the summer of 1985 over which wrestler had the most lethal kick, Chris Adams and his super kick, or Kabuki and his thrust kick. The angle was born in the spring of 1985 when manager Sunshine brought Kabuki into battle Adams and Gino Hernandez. Both wrestlers displayed their martial arts talent in their matches, and during one singles match at the Dallas Sportatorium, half the crowd was chanting for Adams, while the other half was chanting for Kabuki. Both Adams and Kabuki would have sporadic matches, both singles and tag team, throughout 1986. In 1985, World Class went on a major tour to the Middle East. The tour, which ran from August 3rd to August 7th, was held mostly in Tel Aviv and proved to be extremely successful, but also the start of another episode for the Atkinson family, as it was during the tour that Mike Von Erich suffered a separated shoulder in a tag team match with Kevin against Gino Hernandez and Chris Adams, which would lead to his near-fatal bout with toxic shock syndrome following surgery.
This is News 8 at 5 with Phyllis Watson, John Criswell, Troy Duncan with weather, and Dale Hampton on sports.
We're going to be fine. Our families had tough times before. We're going to be all right.
Members of the wrestling Von Erich family tonight face another tragedy.
23-year-old Mike Von Erich has been found dead near Louisville Lake. Authorities have not yet ruled on the cause of death, but Channel 8's Nan Goplerud reports it appears Von Erich committed suicide.
It was obviously a painful time for members of the Von Erich family. The search for Mike Von Erich ended at 9:20 this morning in a heavily wooded area in Pilot Knoll Park near Louisville Lake. A Grand Prairie police officer's dog found the wrestler's fully clothed body in a sleeping bag.
We was walking along a cattle trail, and he made a real strong indication toward the west, and I just followed his indication. That's when he located the victim.
Dozens of officers resumed the search this morning after finding Von Erich's abandoned car yesterday in the same park. A family attorney had reported the wrestler missing on Monday, 2 days after Von Erich's arrest on drunk driving and drug charges. Inside the car, investigators found an unsigned handwritten note. It said, "Mom and Dad, I'm in a better place. I'll be watching." Von Erich's mother, Doris Atkinson, was at the park this morning when her 23-year-old son was found. Older brothers Kevin and Kerry arrived a short time later.
It's really tough, and so we're going to be fine. Our families had tough times before, and we're going to be all right.
Authorities described the scene as peaceful, saying they saw no signs of violence nor any drugs or alcohol near the body.
The only thing that we saw that he was in a overnight sleeping bag, and that's how we found him.
Cunningham estimated the body had been there since Sunday. Family attorney Jerry Lofton talked to the wrestler after his weekend arrest, but called the news of his death a surprise.
There was nothing to give me rise to anything of a suicide or of any nature, anything like that. I mean, he was certainly concerned for his parents, and concerned for his brothers. He was embarrassed.
A Denton County official described Von Erich as depressed when he bonded out of jail last Saturday. No ruling on the cause of death is expected for several days, but authorities say it appears to be a suicide. Nan Goplerud, Channel 8 News, near Louisville Lake.
Mike's death is the most recent tragedy for the Von Erich family. Son David died in 1984 of an intestinal ailment while on a wrestling tour of Japan. Another son had died as a child. Mike wrestled with his older brothers Kerry and Kevin. Father Jack Atkinson had wrestled as Fritz Von Erich. Mike.
In an ill-advised desperation move that would later infamously backfire, Fritz brought in Pacific Northwest champion Ricky Vaughn as cousin Lance Von Erich to fill the gap when Mike was recovering. Fritz billed Lance as the son of Waldo Von Erich, with whom Fritz tagged years earlier, but was not related to Fritz in any way. Vaughn made his WCCW debut at the 1985 Cotton Bowl event. To this day, it was considered to be the worst idea that Fritz came up with. On February 4th, 1986, the NWA president at the time, Jim Crockett Jr., had decided that he would no longer book the NWA World Champion Ric Flair to wrestle in the state of Texas. World Class, still reeling over the death of Gino Hernandez, withdrew its membership from the NWA on February 18, 1986, and became known as World Class Wrestling Association. Yet they retained the World Class Wrestling Championship Wrestling name for its broadcast. The NWA American Heavyweight Championship, which had been the promotion's top championship for nearly 20 years, was immediately renamed and declared to be their world title, and Rick Rude, the holder of the American Heavyweight Championship, was recognized as the promotion's first world champion. While there is no official means of granting a championship world title status in professional wrestling, Pro Wrestling Illustrated didn't recognize the champion status as a world title as it had with the American Wrestling Association, NWA, and World Wrestling Federation championships. It was rumored that the NWA didn't want to give Kerry the title back, and the NWA didn't recognize the faster pace of the sport. The new corporation also gained a deal with ESPN to air a weekly show on the network as well. As a result of the NWA withdrawal, WCWA also introduced a title change rule in which a champion could lose the belt on a disqualification or a countout. That rule had been in place during the 1984 NWA World Heavyweight Championship match between Flair and Kerry Von Erich, and had been used sporadically before World Class succeeded from the NWA. The Freebirds Von Erich War reignited in late 1985 with Hayes, Gordy, and Roberts against Kevin, Kerry, and Lance Von Erich, reborn from a surprise gang-up on Kevin and Kerry during a match in Fort Worth, with announcer Mark Lowrance exclaiming the devil has emerged when returning from the commercial break. John Tatum and Missy Hyatt entered the promotion and started a feud with the Fantastics and Sunshine. Chris Adam returned in April to do 2 house shows, and in May received a huge ovation from the crowd at Texas Stadium in his first televised match since the Blinding Angle. Chris did begin an angle with Rick Rude, but not before becoming a full-fledged face. However, when WCWA was formed, Fritz Von Erich refused to book his shows outside Dallas. This move led to a dispute with Fritz Von Erich and the company's head booker Ken Mantell, who soon left the WCWA to become the head booker at the newly formed Universal Wrestling Federation. Referee Dave Manning took Mantell's place. After Mantell departed in May 1986, attendance for WCWA shows began to drop greatly. Along with Mantell, the new UWF was able to lure away more WCWA talent as well. During a May 26, 1986 six-man tag team match at Will Rogers Coliseum in Fort Worth, Adams was paired with Lance and Kevin Von Erich against Rick Rude, Kabuki, and the One Man Gang. It was the first time since September 30, 1984 that Adams was partnered with a Von Erich in any tag team match, and there was still some tension between Kevin and Chris in the early going, but that eventually changed as the match progressed. As the match wound down, the One Man Gang was about to launch a major assault on Kevin with a chain, as Kevin was recovering from a double clothesline by One Man Gang and Rick Rude. As referee Rick Hazard was trying to separate Rude and Lance, Adams entered the ring and super kicked One Man Gang, then rolled Kevin on top of him and alerted Hazard of the winning pinfall. After the match with Chris, Lance, and Kevin standing in the center of the ring, Kevin extended his hand and Chris shook it, and the two embraced in the center of the ring, signaling the end of the World Class Championship Wrestling's most storied feud. Adams also feuded with Tatum and Hyatt, with Sunshine once again managing Chris, and also began wrestling against Matt Bourne and Buzz Sawyer. Chris eventually continued wrestling against Rude on several occasions, and in one match after a Rude Awakening neckbreaker, Chris regained his eyesight. With the patch gone, Chris became the #1 contender to Rude's World Class Heavyweight title, and on July 4th, 1986, he won it after a hard-fought and bloody battle at the Reunion Arena in Dallas. Adams won with a small package when interference from Rude's manager Percy Pringle backfired. Over the course of the next 3 months, Chris defended the title almost every week against challengers like Rude, Kabuki, One Man Gang, Blackjack Mulligan, and others. In a non-title match at the Sportatorium, he lost to the Ultimate Warrior, who was then known as the Dingo Warrior. In a match, Adams used a piledriver on the Warrior, and somehow the force of the piledriver hit Adams' throat, which had been hit earlier due to interference by manager Percy Pringle during the pre-match altercation. Unable to continue, Adams allowed the Warrior to pin him following a flying elbow. Chris gave the Warrior a title shot and narrowly defeated him. Adams also faced Abdullah the Butcher in some matches, all of which either ended at a countout or a DQ against Abdullah. Mulligan and Bruiser Brody were involved in a three-way feud during that time, while South African Steve Simpson joined World Class as an ally of Adams and the Von Erichs. Between July and September of 1986, many of the top stars of World Class, including Adams, Parsons, Hyatt, John Tatum, and the Freebirds, defected to the Universal Wrestling Federation, following longtime WCCW booker Ken Mantell, who'd resign and join the UWF after a falling out with Fritz. World Class Heavyweight Champion Chris Adams was forced to relinquish his championship on September 17, 1986, one day after being convicted of a misdemeanor assault from an incident on June 30, 1986, in flight between San Juan, Puerto Rico and Dallas. According to testimony and accounts from the Dallas Morning News, Adams, who was under the influence, verbally assaulted a stewardess when he became belligerent when it was announced that liquor sales would no longer be available in his flight. He then headbutted an American Airlines co-pilot before Kevin Von Erich restrained Adams. He left World Class shortly thereafter and joined Ken Mantell in the UWF. When it was told that Adams would lose the belt to Black Bart on September 19th at the Dallas Sportatorium on a decision that enraged Adams, then Booker Gary Hart, and several other wrestlers. Adams was sentenced on October 25th to 90 days in jail and fined $500. He began his sentence on November the 1st and was released on January 29, 1987. Kevin Von Erich later defeated Black Bart for the World Class Heavyweight title at the Cotton Bowl and held the belt for nearly a year. The life of Kerry Von Erich changed forever on June 4, 1986, when the motorcycle he was riding hit a parked police car. Kerry, who was riding barefoot, had apparently gotten his right foot caught in the rack of the lights on top of the squad car, nearly ripping off his entire foot. Doctors at the hospital performed hours of delicate surgery in order to try and save the foot, ultimately having to fuse the ankle in order for Kerry to be able to use it properly. At the time of the accident, Kerry was World Class' most popular superstar, and his lengthy absence due to the injury was a factor in attendance dropping throughout the area. Although fans were told Kerry would not be out of action for long, they started to think differently after seeing him struggling on crutches for nearly 18 months. Trying to rush back into the squared circle was the greatest mistake, as he attempted his initial comeback against Brian Adias in February 1987. Although Kerry and Adias wrestled a very cautious match, Kerry re-injured the foot to the extent where the doctors had to amputate it. In what was at the time one of the sport's greatest secrets, Kerry returned to professional wrestling full-time with the help of a prosthetic foot, which Kerry was able to conceal with a larger wrestling boot. It wasn't until 1988 during a match against Colonel De Beers in Las Vegas in which De Beers accidentally pulled Kerry's right boot off. Remarkably, Kerry Von Erich was seemingly better than ever in the eyes of wrestling fans. He was still able to throw an effective dropkick, run around the ring, and perform seemingly death-defying moves. However, this came with a big price. Another secret Kerry had to keep from the fans. Due to the constant pain he was in, Kerry became addicted to painkillers and later hard drugs. This addiction would cause Kerry's life to spiral out of control. Though he did hold the Intercontinental title during his only venture into the WWF, Kerry fell deeper into depression and addiction, which would ultimately cause grave consequences. As a result of this accident, the organization's attendance dropped greatly. WCCW's fortunes declined further in 1986 and 87, with the Texas oil business entering a recession, as well as Mike Von Erich's suicide. As a result of these multiple catastrophes, attendance in both Dallas and Fort Worth plummeted. According to some former WCCW wrestlers, many fans became disillusioned with the Von Erichs as the supposedly clean-living brothers. Drug use became harder to cover up.
For pizza out, it's pizza in. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And they frequently no-showed cards of promotion booked in smaller towns. Sportatorium cards, which at the beginning of the year drew well over 4,000, had dropped to less than 1,000 within a time span of 6 months. The upcoming Parade of Champions card held in May was renamed in honor to both David and Mike Von Erich. This event, which drew over 20,000 fans in the previous 3 years, drew less than 6,000 for the 1987 event, which featured Kevin Von Erich defending the World Class title against Nor the Barbarian, who in actuality was a protege of Bruiser Brody's. To make matters worse, the WWF had also reached the pinnacle of its success at WrestleMania 3 and began to gain more national exposure. By now, attendance for WCCW shows was nearly dead. In mid-1987, after the buyout of the UWF by Jim Crockett Promotions, Ken Mantell launched his own Wild West wrestling promotion from the popular Fort Worth night spot Billy Bob's Texas as its home base. Headlining for Mantell's group were such former class stars such as Wild Bill Irwin, The Missing Link, Buddy Roberts, Brian Adias, Jack Victory, as well as Lance Von Erich, who was now known as Fabulous Lance, who had then walked out on Fritz in a dispute over money. Bill Mercer left World Class to become the ring announcer for Wild West Wrestling. A major pay-per-view card, AWA Superclass 3, was held in Chicago in December 1998, featuring a world title unification match in which Jerry Lawler defeated Kerry Von Erich. However, Superclass 3 was not a hit, and Pro Wrestling USA was dissolved. After Superclass 3, Ken Mantell and Fritz Von Erich sold WCCW to CWA owner Jerry Jarrett. According to Skandar Akbar, Jarrett got sued by Kevin, although his brother Kerry welcomed Jarrett to the promotion. The combined federation became known as the USWA. Jarrett would run the new USWA out of two headquarters, one in Dallas and the other one in Memphis. The deal made Jarrett 60% owner of World Class, with Kevin and Kerry Von Erich being 40% owners. Following the merger of World Class with the CWA and AWA, the promotion originally developed an angle pitting wrestlers from Texas against wrestlers from Tennessee. This would eventually evolve into a new angle that would bring a return to sellout crowds to the Sportatorium for the first time in over 6 months. Several attempts to revive WCCW since then have been modest at best. In 1991, Kevin Von Erich began a working agreement with Boston-based International Championship Wrestling, which renamed itself International World Class Championship Wrestling. During that brief time in IWCCW, Kevin had a legendary interview in which Tony Rumble, aka the Boston Bad Boy, made derogatory remarks about Kevin and his brothers, after which Kevin ran Rumble out of the interview studio. The following year, Kevin began promoting a few scattered cards under the WCCW banner, and finally in 1997, Gary Hart, with no participation by either Kevin nor Fritz, launched a world-class and name-only independent promotion at the Sportatorium. This organization, known as World Class 2, The Next Generation, featured only a few of the surviving wrestlers from the original WCCW group, most notably Chris Adams, Iceman Parsons, and Maniac Mike Davis, as well as Gary's son, Chad Hart. It folded in less than a year. In 2009, the entire Von Erich family was inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. World-class two major venues, Reunion Arena and Texas Stadium, were demolished soon thereafter. Reunion Arena was imploded on November 17, 2009, while Texas Stadium saw the same fate nearly 5 months later on April 1, 2010. In May 2018, Imperial Wrestling Revolution, an Oklahoma-based independent wrestling promotion, announced they had changed their name to World Class Revolution in honor of World Class Championship Wrestling, with the blessing of Kevin Von Erich and the Von Erich family. WCCW television production was way ahead of its time thanks to its syndicated program's original producer Mickey Grant. Under Grant, World Class was the first wrestling promotion to use multiple handheld cameras and to give matches an up-close, more urgent feel. The show was also among the first to air pre-taped vignettes of wrestlers outside the squared circle. WCCW episodes are available for viewing on the WWE Network. That was the untold story of World Class Championship Wrestling. NWA All-Star Wrestling was a professional wrestling promotion based in Vancouver, British Columbia, and was a member of the National Wrestling Alliance from the early 1960s until 1985, when promoter Al Tomko pulled the promotion from the NWA and created his own sanctioning body called the UWA. Although other wrestling promotions existed in Vancouver prior to the early 1960s, All-Star became the longest-lived and perhaps best remembered of all the promotions operating in the Vancouver area before or since. The promotion began gaining popularity around the time CHAN-TV began broadcasting their TV program called All-Star Wrestling in 1962, when Gene Kiniski arrived in Vancouver and became a regular in the territory, and along with Sandor Kovacs and Don Owens, ran the territory until the early 1980s when it was purchased by Al Tomko, who made himself the top star despite having limited wrestling skills and being way past his prime. All-Star Wrestling left the NWA in 1985 when Al Tomko became involved in a promotional feud with Stu Hart, and as mentioned, Tomko then created his own sanctioning body called the Universal Wrestling Alliance, complete with on-air representative, a 16-year-old Mauro Ranallo. The promotion ceased operations in the late 1980s when BCTV Channel 11 stopped airing its weekly shows and was replaced by WWF programming. Other recognizable faces in the area along with Gene Kiniski were John Tenta, Velvet McIntyre, and even the Honky Tonk Man. This is the untold story of All-Star Wrestling. It was 1904, as Ford produced its first Model B and C automobile. The Great Fire of Toronto burns down virtually all of the downtown core. The Ottawa Silver Seven win the Stanley Cup, and regular professional wrestling matches began being held in the Vancouver Opera House, seeing mat stars such as Matty Matsuda and Sinclair Swanson, who had a bitter rivalry the early 1900s. In 1906, Seattle Chief of Police Wappenstein declared to weed out wrestling fakes by inspecting every match. A few years later, Wappy Wappenstein was convicted of accepting bribes and sentenced to 10 years in the Walla Walla Penitentiary. By 1912, Vancouver Athletic Club was also holding regular matches and regularly turning hundreds away. Throughout this time, both boxing and wrestling matches were frequently held on the same cards, and many boxers like Jack Dempsey tried their hand at wrestling, while wrestlers like George Hackenschmidt took their chances in a boxing match. By 1920, Vancouver would see stars such as Frank Gotch, Ted Thigh, George Hackenschmidt, Ernest Rober, and Dune Gillis. In 1934, World War I veteran George Fitch began promoting shows in the area, holding his first show on December 13, 1934 at the Auditorium. Through the 1940s, Cy Williams, Brother Jonathan, Jumpin' Joe Savoldi, and Hal Rumberg would all pass through the territory. In the 1940s, the city of Seattle refused to issue any permits for professional wrestling, which forced fans and wrestlers alike to head further north to Vancouver. Throughout the 1950s, professional wrestling in British Columbia could be viewed on Saturday nights on prime time at 8:30 and again at 11 on KVO West Channel 12. During the early 1950s, Cliff Parker and Ron Fenton were the main promoters in the territory before selling it to the trio of Sandor Kovacs, Gene Kiniski, and Don Owen in 1968. At that time, All-Star began the NWA British Empire Heavyweight title, which was the top title in the Vancouver territory. However, after the British Empire title was abandoned sometime after 1963, with Gene Kiniski being the final champion. All-Star Wrestling had no singles titles of its own until 1970, when the Pacific Coast Heavyweight title was reactivated. Billed as Canada's greatest athlete, Gene Kiniski started out playing football for the Edmonton Eskimos until he was recruited into the world of professional wrestling in 1952 and trained by Dory Funk, and later would become multiple-time world champion. Kiniski would wrestle the likes of Bruno Sammartino, Vern Gagne, and Lou Thez, and would become NWA champion. In 1968, Kiniski was reported exhausted and agreed to drop the title to Dory Funk Jr., but behind the scenes was co-owner of All-Star Wrestling. All-Star Wrestling became a serious force in the Pacific Northwest wrestling scene during Kiniski's reign as NWA World Heavyweight Champion, when he and Sandor Kovacs, along with Portland promoter Don Owen, joined forces to promote the territory in the beginning of 1968, forming Northwest Wrestling Promotions as a parent company to run All-Star. During this time, the promotion shared talent, including many of sports' big names at the time, with Owen's nearby NWA affiliate, Pacific Northwest Wrestling, while also developing local talent. At the same time, the All-Star Wrestling program began to be seen across Canada via syndication. Ron Morier was the original host of the TV show and served in the capacity until his death on August 6, 1981. After that, former C-Fun disc jockey Ed Carl took over as the host for the remainder of the show's run on CHAN-TV. Sandor Kovacs promoted his final All-Star show on January 17, 1977, before selling his share in the promotion to Al Tomko, a veteran wrestler and former Winnipeg promoter for the AWA. While the promotion managed to hold steady through the late 1970s following the sale, All-Star began going into decline by the early 1980s, due partly to the aging Al Tomko, who was physically past his prime and had poor wrestling skills, pushing himself as the company's top star, and partly the rise of the WWF around the middle of the decade, a situation which actually affected many other North American promotions besides All-Star. Late in the promotion's NWA affiliation, during episodes of All-Star Wrestling, Tomko and Ed Carl would also present and commentate on highlight clips of matches from fellow NWA affiliates, Central States Wrestling, and Jim Crockett Promotions, as well as matches taped at All-Star's main house shows in Vancouver and Cloverdale. After a solid 18-month run in Japan for All Japan Pro Wrestling, Surrey native John Tenta returned home and made his North America Pro Wrestling debut in All-Star Wrestling. A gold medal amateur wrestler and former sumo wrestler, and undefeated in both sports, has been described by Bret Hart as being one of the toughest guys in the locker room. Standing 6'6" and weighing well over 400 pounds, John would dominate anyone he stepped into the ring with. John feuded with King Kong J.R. Bundy before making his way to the World Wrestling Federation in 1989, being billed as a Canadian Earthquake, and later just Earthquake and managed by Jimmy Hart. Noticing the decline of the promotion, Gene Kiniski sold his ownership stake and got out sometime around 1983, promoting shows in Vancouver in association with Stampede Wrestling and the AWA. Rumor has it he was disgusted with the way Al Tomko made himself the main event. After finishing high school and moving to Oregon in 1980, Velvet McIntyre began training under Sandy Barr. Velvet soon joined All-Star Wrestling and began feuding against Princess Victoria. This feud would not last long, however. Velvet McIntyre and Princess Victoria would form a tag team and eventually capture the NWA Women's Tag Team Championship, and upon joining the World Wrestling Federation in 1982, recognized as the first ever WWF Women's Tag Team Champions. Velvet McIntyre would later compete in AWA and Stampede Wrestling before returning to British Columbia and wrestling throughout the 1990s, where she won several titles before retiring in 1998. Other stars in the area at the time were Michelle Starr, Diamond Timothy Flowers, Ole Olsen, Rocky Della Sera, Billy Two Eagles, Mike Edwards, Moondog Moretti, Buddy Wayne, and King Kong J.R. Bundy, who, according to Al Tomko, looked more like the real King Kong Bundy than Bundy himself. Along with managers Jonathan Sayers and Neil Drummond, referees Gary Allen and Susie Tanner, and play-by-play announcer Ed Carl and Mauro Ranallo. In late 1985, Tomko withdrew All-Star from the NWA and created a new sanctioning body for the company called the Universal Wrestling Alliance, and introduced a 16-year-old Mauro Ranallo as its representative, who for several months claimed he was working on a report which never surfaced. Like most wrestling programs in this era, shows were recorded over every week to save money, so most footage that exists is VHS tapes owned by fans and some of the talent. The promotion also changed hands several times, owned by Fred Roselli and later Neil Drummond. Those changes did nothing to reverse All-Star's fortunes, however, and the promotion would eventually cease operations, holding its final event in Elk Grove, British Columbia on July 2, 1989. All-Star Wrestling was later resurrected and is currently run by Michelle Starr. Shows are still being held at the Cloverdale Fairgrounds and all over British Columbia. That was the untold story of NWA All-Star Wrestling.
Stand by for the baddest, meanest, toughest wrestling you'll ever see.
The Global Wrestling Federation was a promotion located in Dallas, Texas that ran from 1991 to 1994. It was founded by Max Andrews and Joe Pedicino, who left the promotion in 1992 and was also owned by North Star Promotions. It was initially intended to fill the huge void left in Dallas, Texas when the USWA stopped running shows in the area. In the 2011 Beecher Report, GWF ranked number 24 on the list of 25 worst professional wrestling promotions in history. Its shows ran on the ESPN network 5 days a week with new matches every day, and usually filmed at the legendary Sportatorium in Dallas. It was the last promotion to be aired on the ESPN network. In August of 2013, ESPN Classic announced it would begin airing reruns. The last show of its original run aired on September 25, 1994. This is the untold story of the Global Wrestling Federation. It was 1991. The Pittsburgh Penguins entered their first Stanley Cup Finals against the Minnesota North Stars, winning the series 4-2. Ice-T releases his fourth album entitled Original Gangster, completely changing the hip-hop landscape, introducing his heavy metal band Body Count. Base model Mustang prices exceeded $10,000 for the first time, and with financial backing from the Overstreet family, married broadcasters Joe Pedicino and Bonnie Blackstone, along with their partner TV syndicator Max Andrews, with ring veteran Bill Eadie as booker, the Global Wrestling Federation was born. The GWF helped launch careers for people like Buff Bagwell, Harlem Heat, Jerry Lynn, The Lightning Kid, Axel and Ian Rotten, John Hawk Bradshaw, and the late Bobby Duncombe Jr. As mentioned earlier, the Global Wrestling Federation filled a void for fans in the Dallas area, which had a rich history of professional wrestling, therefore expectations from fans were high. With WWF ratings at an all-time low, and a combination of some of the worst storylines in wrestling history, fans were looking for an alternative or stopped watching completely. But unfortunately, the whole wrestling business was facing a decline in the early 1990s, and the GWF flushed more money than they ever made. Even with a stacked roster seeing stars such as Chris Adams, Scott Levy, Cactus Jack, the Von Erichs, Bad News Allen, Sid Justice, One Man Gang, and even Booker T, the GWF began airing weekly shows in the local Dallas and Fort Worth Metroplex television market from the Dallas Sportatorium, which was billed for a short time as the Global Dome. The promotion's announcers were Craig Johnson, Scott Hudson, Stephen D. Truth, and Joe Pedicino, with Bonnie Blackstone as ringside interviewer. Scott Hudson left the announcer's table, and in his place was the expert Bruce Pritchard. The Cartel was the first stable formed in GWF in 1991. It consisted of Cactus Jack, Scotty Anthony, Rip Rogers, and Muppet Singh. They feuded with the top babyfaces at the time, like Steve Simpson, Chris Walker, and The Patriot. Rogers was the spokesperson for the group and did most of their interviews. They talked about having a boss, but would not name him. After a few months of this, they named the boss as GWF Commissioner Max Andrews, and then the stable disbanded. The original GWF was notable for many of its wrestling broadcast innovations. Most importantly, the acknowledgement of other promotions within its broadcast, including past promotions such as World Class Championship Wrestling. Competitors' former championships were mentioned, as were departures of wrestlers to other promotions. The promotion also aired behind-the-scenes footage and news segments with features from around the sport. Following a massive cutback of budget, Pedicino and Johnson left the promotion. Due to a pay dispute, Booker Eddie Gilbert and his brother Doug, working under a mask as a Dark Patriot, left the GWF in 1992. Eddie Gilbert took with him the GWF North American Heavyweight Championship belt. He defended the title a few times in the United States Wrestling Association as the GWF World Heavyweight Champion, despite being stripped of the belt and not being recognized as champion by the GWF. In the wake of this temporary fold, the promotional rights to the GWF were purchased by North Star Promotions, which was formed by Gray Pearson, Robert Keeler, and Wayne Whitworth. Soon after, many former World Class Championship Wrestling stars began appearing, including Chris Adams, Kerry Von Erich, and Iceman Parsons. Doyle King, David Webb, and other guest announcers, including former world-class announcers Bill Mercer and Mark Lowrance, were brought in as the show became more of a theatrical presentation. Mercer, a veteran of sportatorium wrestling since the 1950s, hosted a weekly segment on many memorable events that took place in the Dallas area. The local television show boasted that it was also being aired over a fictitious global television network, as North Star introduced many interesting and bizarre characters. In one of its most interesting angles, GWF hired a psychiatrist for the wrestlers who was actually Dr. Alan Sachs, a political science professor at the nearby University of Texas at Arlington. One angle at the time included the world's first bungee match, in which Stephen Dane wrestled against Chaz Taylor 150 feet in the air in a cage. The winner was Chaz Taylor, who knocked Steve Dane out of the cage. After the match, Maniac Mike Davis attached himself to the bungee cord and was launched into the night sky. When he landed back onto the ground, he claimed he had launched himself to the moon and returned to Earth with a moon rock. Another storyline involved Cecil Fielder, who was billed as the first two-sport athlete in baseball and professional wrestling, even though he didn't even wrestle. The GWF was shown weekdays on ESPN, as well as a 1-hour weekly syndicated show presented in 130 markets. One of the main reasons North Star was successful was the separately edited and broadcast weekly syndicated shows for the Dallas market, which eliminated the 2-week lag time between taping and airing. This allowed the Dallas audience to see the matches live on Friday night and to view them 24 hours later on the local Dallas station. The local attendance rose from a low 94 people to a packed house of over 5,000 within 6 weeks. In 1992, the Global Wrestling Federation was sued by the World Wrestling Federation because they felt the use of the word global was in the same definition as the word world. In 1993, a memorial wrestling card was held in memory of Kerry Von Erich, who tragically took his own life on February 18th. Von Erich was supposed to have faced the Angel of Death. Instead, a memorial service was held at the Sportatorium prior to the matches, with former world-class announcer Mark Lowrance making a special appearance to pay tributes to Kerry. The following April, a memorial tribute card was held at the Dallas Sportatorium, featuring many former world-class wrestlers, referees, and other officials. The main event was between the Freebirds and Kevin Von Erich and Chris Adams, with Skandor Akbar in Hayes and Roberts' corner. And his last appearance in a professional wrestling match, Fritz Von Erich was in Chris and Kevin's corner. The match ended with Kevin applying the claw on Roberts for the win, while Fritz applied the Iron Claw on Skandor Akbar. Adams, meanwhile, was ganged up by Hayes, and Rod Price with David Sheldon came in to save Adams. Sid Vicious and Booker T also competed on the memorial card. The Ultimate Warrior, who competed in Dallas as a Dingo Warrior, was scheduled to wrestle but no-showed. Bill Mercer, Mark Lowrance, Dave Manning, and Bronco Lubitch were among the many world-class officials and personalities who appeared on the memorial card. Manning officiated Kerry's 1984 NWA World Title match against Ric Flair at Texas Stadium nearly 9 years earlier. Proceeds of the card went to a trust fund established for Kerry's daughters Holly and Lacey. In 1994, the GWF paid tribute to Kerry again in a month-long series of past matches Kerry was involved in, including some from World Class. Afterwards, the Federation centered mostly on Chris Adams, who ran his wrestling school and was working a feud with both Rod Price and Iceman Parsons, and also assisted in booking various matches. During one 1993 match, Adams accidentally tore the hair weave off of Price, resulting in stitches on his head. A renewed feud between Adams and Jimmy Garvin took place, but the closing of the GWF on September 21, 1994 ended any prospects of a long angle between the two former rivals, and Garvin retired shortly thereafter. Despite all these angles, Adams won the GWF North American title twice, defeating King Parsons on December 25, 1993, then beating Rod Price on July 1, 1994. To regain the title, he lost 3 months earlier to Price. It would be Adams' last championship glory, as he would never win another major title again. In 1994, however, the company would fold. Their last show aired on September 25th. After the GWF folded, promoter Jim Crockett Jr. brought the NWA back to the Sportatorium for a tenure lasting less than a year. After several other attempts to keep wrestling going, the Sportatorium was demolished in 2003. ESPN still holds the rights to the GWF library and airs episodes on the ESPN Classic. The WWE video library also gained access to the GWF content in 2013. That was the untold story of the Global Wrestling Federation.
Hey, this is WWE Hall of Famer from the Legion of Doom, Road War Animal, and you're watching another original wrestling documentary. Oh, what a rush.
The American Wrestling Association was a wrestling promotion based in Minneapolis, Minnesota that ran from the late 1950s to the early 1990s. For most of its existence, it was owned by Vern Gagne and Wally Carbo, who purchased a 1/3 share of the territory in 1952 from its original owner, Tony Stetcher, who had been promoting bouts in the area since the early 1930s and was also a co-founding member of the National Wrestling Alliance. It was part of the 5 original National Wrestling Alliance territories in 1948, but broke away, becoming independent in 1960. As a result, the AWA became one of the most successful territories in the world, promoting shows in cities such as Minneapolis, Milwaukee, Chicago, Omaha, Winnipeg, Denver, Salt Lake City, Las Vegas, San Francisco, Phoenix, and throughout the Midwest region, until its main talent was plucked by the World Wrestling Federation in its national expansion and eventual demise in the early 1990s. This is the untold story of the American Wrestling Association. It was 1933, as the Great Depression was facing its worst year ever, with the unemployment rate reaching 25%. The New York Rangers beat the Toronto Maple Leafs to win their second Stanley Cup. Bank robber Clyde Barrow kills Deputy Sheriff Malcolm Davis after walking into a trap set for another criminal. The game of Monopoly is invented. And Tony Stetcher, brother and trainer of world heavyweight champion Joe Stetcher, established headquarters in downtown Minneapolis for his newly formed athletic club, which would focus on promoting both boxing and professional wrestling cards in the area for the next 20 years. Tony Stetcher was a founding member of the NWA. In 1952, he sold a 1/3 interest in the promotion to his son Dennis and Wally Carbo. Stetcher died on October 9, 1954, and Carbo and Dennis took over control of the promotion. Vern Comer wrestlers from his farm in Minnesota. Soon-to-be stars like the Iron Sheik, Jumpin' Jim Brunzell, Ken Patera, Greg Gagne, and arguably the greatest wrestler of the 1980s and 1990s, Ric Flair. Relationships were also developed with existing promotions in Houston, Memphis, and San Antonio. Gagne's westward expansion into traditional NWA territories was made possible due to his relationships and business partnerships he had forged for decades. More often than not, the result of other promoters struggling to survive rather than purchase or hostile takeover by Gagne. After Gagne's retirement in 1981, he focused the promotion on Nick Bockwinkel, a loyal employee of several years who was a mat wrestling technician like Gagne had been. Bockwinkel faced numerous challengers for the title in the early 1980s, including Rick Martel, Otto Wands, Mad Dog Vachon, and even Wahoo McDaniel. Arguably his most famous opponent would be Hulk Hogan. Starting in 1982, and accelerated by a role in the hit film Rocky III, Hogan rapidly caught on as a babyface with AWA fans, and became the AWA's top draw. But even as his popularity grew to unprecedented levels, Gagne refused to make him the AWA World Heavyweight Champion. He recognized Hogan's showmanship and charisma and was well aware of his potential drawing power, but still believed a wrestling company should be built around one of its best technical wrestlers and looked at Hogan as a powerhouse wrestler. On the spectacular legacy of the AWA DVD, Gagne denied bias against Hogan and defended his actions by reasoning that he believed that Hogan's pursuit of the title was enough to draw an audience and that he didn't need a belt. On 2 occasions, Gagne went so far as to tease AWA title wins for Hogan, only to return the title to Bockwinkel via technicalities. The first was on April 18, 1982. Hogan defeated Bockwinkel with the help of a foreign object that Bockwinkel's manager, Bobby the Brain Heenan, had interjected into the match. After the 3 count, the belt was awarded to Hogan and he was announced as the new champion. Heenan and NWA Television, AWA President Stanley Blackburn stripped Hogan of the title and returned it to Bockwinkel. The second such occasion was on a Super Sunday card in St. Paul, Minnesota in 1983. Hogan again pinned Bockwinkel, was awarded the belt, and announced as the new champion. This time Blackburn came into the ring moments after the match and tried to have Hogan retroactively disqualified for throwing the champion over the top rope a few minutes before the pinfall occurred. However, this match had been booked as a no disqualification match, which prevented this, so Blackburn simply stripped Hogan of the title and once again handed it back to Bockwinkel. The crowd almost rioted when learning that Hogan was once again cheated out of the belt, and Bockwinkel later had to do damage control with the rabid crowd, telling the audience to calm down afterwards as well. Hogan responded by attacking Bockwinkel and his manager Bobby Heenan. On the DVD, The Spectacular Legacy of the AWA, it was revealed that Vern Gagne planned to have Hogan win the belt that night, but only if he would give Gagne the bulk of the revenues that Hogan was earning from his merchandise and his periodic main event performances in New Japan Pro Wrestling. Outraged at being strong-armed, Hogan refused, but nonetheless offered a 50-50 split instead. Gagne refused and kept the belt from him. However, Hogan did admit in his autobiography, My Life Outside the Ring, that he still intended to stay with the AWA and that Vern Gagne had planned to book him in steel cage matches with Bockwinkel in an effort to expand the AWA to the New York market, but he decided to leave when Vince McMahon offered him the World Wrestling Federation Championship. As McMahon and his Connecticut-based WWF attempted to end pro wrestling's regional era in the mid-1980s, Gagne made several decisions that caused his AWA to lose momentum in the emerging wrestling promotion war, including overemphasizing his son Greg Gagne in AWA storylines, and also failing to make Hulk Hogan the top star of his company when he had the chance. Frustrated by Vern Gagne's business decisions, Hogan accepted an offer from rival promoter Vince McMahon to wrestle for the WWF in December 1983. 1 month later, Hogan became the WWF World Heavyweight Champion. He and the WWF soon became a mainstream and medium phenomenon. Hogan wasn't alone in leaving the AWA. Some of the AWA's other top talent, including announcers Ken Resnick and Mean Gene Okerlund, manager Bobby Heenan, and wrestlers Adrian Adonis, Ken Patera, Jim Brunzell, David Schultz, Wendy Richter, and Jesse Ventura also jumped to the WWF. As the AWA required talent to place a 6-week notice upon leaving the company for booking and syndication-based reasons, most of the talent reportedly told Gagne that McMahon offered them more money to not work out their notices and previously scheduled appearance dates, which has been disputed by McMahon today. Of the talent to leave the AWA for the WWF in this time, only Bobby Heenan worked out his notice in good faith to the Gagne family. The sting of the WWF expansion was not shouldered by the AWA alone. The Mid-Atlantic, Georgia, and Florida territories of the NWA also lost top stars such as Rowdy Roddy Piper, Greg the Hammer Valentine, Jack and Jerry Briscoe, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, Cowboy Bob Orton, Barry Windham, and Mike Rotundo to the WWF during the same time. Despite this talent raid, the AWA went on to have another successful year in 1984, mainly because of the arrival of the Road Warriors and an angle uniting longtime heel Jerry Blackwell with Greg Gagne and feuding with former manager Sheik Adan Al-Casey. Although aging, most of the AWA's longtime core talent still remained. Stars like Nick Bockwinkel, Ray the Crippler Stevens, The Crusher, Dick the Bruiser, Baron Von Raschke, Mad Dog Vachon, and Larry Hennig were all still active at this time despite all being in their 40s and 50s. In response to McMahon's expansion, the AWA forged an alliance with several NWA promoters, including Jim Crockett Promotions in Charlotte, North Carolina, Mid-South Wrestling in Oklahoma, Pacific Northwest Wrestling in Portland, World Class Championship Wrestling in Dallas, Texas, and the Continental Wrestling Association in Memphis, Tennessee. This new promotion was known as Pro Wrestling USA and came out in an attempt to establish a national presence to compete against the WWF. The AWA was also able to sign top wrestlers like Sergeant Slaughter and Bob Backlund. By 1985, however, the AWA began to lose audiences, as the WWF was gaining wrestling superiority due to the success of WrestleMania 1. Later in the year, as the struggle against the WWF progressed, Wally Carbo also sold his stock to Gagne as well. In September 1985, Pro Wrestling USA would respond to McMahon's rising success by promoting the first Super Clash. Despite the success, the Pro Wrestling USA collaboration did not last. Gagne accused David Crockett of trying to sign away AWA talent over to the NWA backstage at numerous Pro Wrestling USA shows. The AWA released an AWA Remco action figure line with the toy company Remco and a series of 30-minute videos entitled Wrestling Classics, primarily featuring wrestlers such as the Road Warriors, Jimmy Garvin, and world champion Rick Martel. Despite falling behind the WWF and NWA as a major promotion throughout 1986 and 1987, Gagne still managed to find and develop legitimate young talent like Scott Hall, the Midnight Rockers, Bull Power Leon White, the Nasty Boys, and Medusa Michelli. With the retirement of Nick Bockwinkel, Gagne tapped Curt Hennig as his next champion and future with the company. Hennig, a talented and popular second-generation wrestler, defeated Bockwinkel at Super Clash 2. The overall card was relatively weak. The title match was a critical success, although the title change was not without controversy, involving Larry Zbyszko and a roll of dimes. After further review by on-air AWA President Stanley Blackburn, and following weeks of speculation by AWA fans, the decision was upheld and Hennig was the new champion. Gagne pushed Hennig and the Midnight Rockers throughout 1987 into 1988, but the WWF came calling and all three of his top stars would soon be gone. During 1987, in an attempt to remain relevant and survive, Gagne renewed a relationship with Memphis-based promoter Jerry Jarrett and the CWA, and even allowed Mid-Southern Territory legend Jerry the King Lawler to win the AWA World title from Curt Hennig in May of 1988. This was after the AWA flirted for months with the idea of giving Greg Gagne the belt, even awarding the belt to Gagne at a couple house shows only to return it to Hennig on a technicality. It was widely speculated that the idea of the younger Gagne as the heavyweight champion did not play well with AWA fans, who seemed more interested in the involvement of Vern Gagne and Larry Hennig in the feud than they did with Greg Gagne actually winning the title. So Vern decided to go with Lawler instead. Michaels and Jannetty would drop the belts to Bad Company around the same time. Facing financial troubles of their own, World Class Championship Wrestling then allied themselves with the AWA and CWA, and Jerry Lawler would challenge World Class Heavyweight Champion Kerry Von Erich to a title unification match at Super Clash 3 in December. Super Clash 3 was the AWA's first venture into the pay-per-view market and wrestling's first collaborative pay-per-view between several promotions. However, after months of hype, the end results were somewhat contentious and relatively unsuccessful. Following the event, the collaborative effort was over and Lawler was stripped of the title in January 1989. Lawler kept the AWA title belt and continued promoting himself in Tennessee, Texas, and on the independent circuit as a unified world heavyweight champion. Lawler did this in an attempt to leverage pay-per-view revenue from Gagne that was owed to him, but Gagne never paid him and eventually commissioned a new title belt of similar design. In February 1989, Larry Zbyszko, a one-time employee and Vern's son-in-law, returned to the AWA and won the vacated world title in an 18-man battle royal, eliminating Tom Zink to end the match. It was also during this time that Joe Blanchard replaced Stanley Blackburn as AWA president. Zbyszko's first title reign would last a little over a year. During this time, he would defend the title against Zink, Greg Gagne, Wahoo McDaniel, Ken Patera, Nikita Koloff, Brad Rangans, and the Trooper Del Wilkes. Zbyszko would eventually lose the title to Saito in February 1990 in front of 65,000 fans at the Tokyo Dome at the New Japan All Japan Pro Wrestling Super Show. Zbyszko would regain the title in May 1990 at Super Clash 4. During 1989 and 1990, the AWA also pushed Mike Enos and Wayne Bloom as the top tag team. In early 1989, Eric Bischoff, who was performing office work for the AWA at the time and sales and syndication, was placed in front of the camera to replace Larry Nelson as the interviewer and occasional commentator. The AWA was Bischoff's first exposure to the world of pro wrestling. The AWA would become inactive in the fall of 1990. The last television taping occurred on August 11th. As a result, Zbyszko signed with the WCW. As his last official act, Vern Gagne stripped the already departed Zbyszko of the AWA World title in December 1990. In 1991, Gagne and his inactive promotion officially filed for bankruptcy. Gagne promoted 2 cards in Minnesota in May 1991, featuring the return of Greg Gagne and Wahoo McDaniel and other stars such as Baron von Raschke and the Destruction Crew, but was unable to revive the promotion. Despite this, the AWA continued rerunning matches in their weekly ESPN time slot and their syndicated All-Star Wrestling show. The company also managed to release a commercial tape called Hulk Hogan's Highlights during 1991. On the Spectacular Legacy of the AWA DVD, Eric Bischoff revealed that one of the main reasons the AWA shut down was that Vern Gagne was leveraging money against a valuable property he owned along Lake Minnetonka. Local officials wanted to turn the property into a park, but Gagne fought the decision for several years and eventually lost the eminent domain case, leading to the creation of Lake Minnetonka Regional Park. As a result, he lost the financial resource he was using to keep the AWA up and running and had no choice but to shut down the promotion. In an interview during the late 1990s with Minneapolis television station KARE, Gagne spoke of the devoted fan base in Minneapolis and joked about how he may promote again someday, but nothing ever materialized. Abroad, the AWA had working agreements with Japanese promotions. International Pro Wrestling from 1969 to 1980, then All Japan Pro Wrestling from 1980 to 1988, although the relationship was strained by 1986 by the AWA title debacle surrounding Stan Hansen and, near the end, New Japan Pro Wrestling. On June 29, 1986 in Denver, Colorado, Hansen refused to lose the AWA World title to Nick Bockwinkel prior to a tour of Japan and left with the championship belt. Hansen argued that he was booked as AWA champion in Japan and was therefore fulfilling his commitment. Gagne disagreed and awarded the AWA championship to Nick Bockwinkel, using one of the tag team title belts on a temporary basis. Gagne threatened legal action if Hansen continued to keep the belt, and it was returned to the AWA as a result, although according to Nick Bockwinkel, Hansen had run over the belt with his truck before returning it. The AWA also had a brief relationship with the European promotion Catch Wrestling Association, through which its promoter, wrestler Otto Wands, was given a brief AWA World title reign in 1982. Vince McMahon eventually obtained the AWA tape library, and it's available for viewing on the WWE Network. That was the untold story of the American Wrestling Association.
This is Bret the Hitman Hart, and you're watching another original wrestling documentary.
Stampede Wrestling was a Canadian professional wrestling promotion based in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. For nearly 50 years, it was one of the main promotions in Western Canada and the Canadian prairies. Established by Larry Tillman in 1948 and later sold to Stu Hart, the promotion competed with other promotions such as NWA All-Star Wrestling in Vancouver and Pacific Northwest Wrestling in Portland. Stampede Wrestling regularly ran events in Calgary's Victoria Pavilion and the Stampede Corral between 1948 and 1984. Bought out by promoter Vince McMahon, the company was briefly owned by the World Wrestling Federation before being relaunched by the Hart family the following year. Run by Bruce Hart until 1990, he and Ross Hart reopened the promotion in 1999 and began running events in the Alberta area. Also with its wrestling school known as The Dungeon, many of the promotion's former alumni became some of the greatest stars in the history of professional wrestling. The promotion produced one of the earliest televised professional wrestling programs that remained one of Calgary's most popular sports programs, eventually airing in over 50 countries worldwide. This is the untold story of Calgary Stampede Wrestling. It was 1905. As Alberta is finally declared a province, Ottawa Silver 7 beats Dawson City Nuggets 23-2 for the Stanley Cup in the most lopsided playoff game in NHL history. The New York Giants beat the Philadelphia A's 4-1 in the Second World Series. A physics journal publishes a paper by Albert Einstein introducing the equation E = mc². And Regular catch wrestling exhibitions began being held on a weekly basis at the Sherman Lyric Theatre in the Theatre District of downtown Calgary. The area was frequented by such stars as Yankee Rogers, Jack Curran, Tony Harris, and Frank McDonald. Catch as catch can is a style of wrestling in which all holds are permitted, unlike Greco-Roman in which only holds below the waist were allowed. Around the turn of the century, it was common to have both Greco-Roman and catch-as-can styles of wrestling and even boxing all on the same card. On Tuesday, November 29, 1910, at the Starland in Calgary, moving pictures were shown of Frank Gotch battling Stanislaus Zbyszko. Some would describe this very first event in which wrestling from another location was shown in a public theater, a precursor to closed-circuit TV. Even Charles Cutler and Yusuf Hussein took their feud all over North America, stopping in Calgary. The Majestic Theatre in Lethbridge, Alberta, was also a popular stop for stars such as Nick Bozinis, Oscar Scarberry, Paul Paulson, the Red Devil, Tony Catalina, and Clem Cusack. Both boxing and wrestling cars were promoted by boxer Danny Lynch at the time, who was also accused of fixing boxing fights. Wrestling in this era didn't come without scrutiny and its share of non-believers. A terrible headlock used by Ed Strangler Lewis in 1921 put the whole wrestling game under a microscope. Stu Hart wore many hats throughout his life. Along with being a professional wrestler, he was also a booker, promoter, coach, trainer, football player, amateur wrestler, and even a sailor, but he is best known for founding and handling Stampede Wrestling. His amateur career peaked in May 1940 when he won the Dominion Amateur Wrestling Championship in the light heavyweight category. Stu qualified and would have competed at the Summer Olympics in Helsinki in 1940, but could not due to it being cancelled because of the outbreak of World War II, which was a terrible blow to Stu Hart personally, as it had been his dream to compete at the Olympics from a very young age. But what might have seemed like a tragedy at the time turned out to be one of the greatest windfalls for the world of professional wrestling. Stu began wrestling professionally in 1943 with the Royal Canadian Navy while serving in World War II. After leaving the service in 1946 and receiving training from Toots Mondt, he made his way to America and debuted professionally in New York for the Capital Wrestling Corporation. Stu was very popular with the female audience and a good in-ring performer. The roughing up of young performers by veteran workers was common at the time in the industry, but Stu adapted to it rather quickly and would retaliate with the same treatment, utilizing his catch wrestling experience to his advantage. He also developed a reputation as a legitimate athlete and a tough guy in the business. Stu was a frequent tag team wrestler. Together with Lord James Blears, they lived together for 6 months with another wrestler named Sandor Kovacs, whom Stu already knew from the Navy, who in later years would run the Vancouver territory with Gene Kiniski called All-Star Wrestling. After marrying Helen Smith, whom he met in New York City, Stu moved back to Canada in 1947. Stu had quickly become a rising star in the area, but chose to leave together with his newly engaged fiancée to start a family only about a year and a half after debuting. In September 1948, Stu Hart established Klondike Wrestling in Edmonton. In 1950, he wrestled for the NWA Associated Alex Turk Promotions in Winnipeg. The first match was against Vern Gagne on June 29th at the Civic Auditorium. The match resulted in a draw. In 1951, Stu then purchased a mansion in the Patterson Heights area of Calgary for $25,000. The Hart House, which is now considered a heritage site, its basement later known as the Dungeon, provided training grounds for his wrestling pupils. Later that year, Stu headlined an event in Wisconsin, again together with Vern Gagne. He was still favored by women at this time, even against a bigger star like Gagne. Larry Tillman was one of the first prominent wrestlers within the National Wrestling Alliance, competing from at least 1934 until 1950. During his in-ring career, he had memorable feuds with wrestlers including Freddie Blassie, Sonny Myers, Stu Hart, Ken Fenelon, and Dan O'Connor, from whom he captured the NWA World Junior Heavyweight Championship on January 1st, 1946. At the 4th NWA Members Convention in September 1951, Larry was approved as a promoter within the National Wrestling Alliance for a territory spanning the U.S. Pacific Northwest to Western Canada, including Calgary. Stu Hart was one of the mainstays of Tillman's territory and would eventually work as a booker. In 1951, Tillman sold Stu the territory for $50,000, allowing him to take over the NWA membership for Calgary. Stu would rename the territory Big Time Wrestling, then Wildcat Wrestling, before eventually calling it Stampede Wrestling. Through its duration, it operated under the parent company, Foothills Athletic Club. In the beginning, like many other territories, Stampede Wrestling received little or no help from the National Wrestling Alliance. Through the 1950s, Stu Hart still pulled triple duty as booker, wrestler, and promoter, along with other stars such as Pat McGill, Jerry Meeker, Al Mills, Lou Newman, Chief Thunderbird, and Dave Rule. While at his CHCT news job, Stu Hart asked Ed Whalen to work for him on the Stampede Wrestling Show. Whalen gained worldwide fame for being the ringside announcer from 1958 to 1989. The show popularized several Whalen catchphrases, including his trademark sign-off, "In the meantime and in between time." According to Ross Hart, Whalen along with Helen Hart were the only classy elements of the wrestling business, stating that Whalen and she added dignity to Stampede Wrestling. In October 1969, Stu Hart was chosen Personality of the Week in the Calgary Herald, which featured him and Helen on a full-page write-up which documented Stu's life from a young man and humble roots living a nomadic existence on farms and ranches in Saskatchewan and Alberta throughout the 1920s. The TV show was filmed at the Victoria Pavilion on Friday nights, and highlights were shown Saturday on TV in an hour-long episode, which attracted more than 100,000 viewers. The show was syndicated and replayed on Channel 2 late Monday night. During the 1970s, the area was frequented by stars such as Dory Funk Jr., Harley Race, Angelo Mosca, Billy Robinson, Abdullah the Butcher, and women's champion Betty Nicoli. In September 1972, Stampede Wrestling held its first ever ladder match between Dan Crawford and Tor Kamada, where the object to be grabbed was a wad of money. Dan Crawford, the Canadian hero, and Tor Kamada had been drawing great houses for the promotion. When attendance started to fade as the months went by, Crawford began to brainstorm ideas to bring fans back. He came up with the idea of an object being suspended above the ring and the competitors using a ladder to reach it in order to get the victory. Stu Hart loved the idea and the ladder match was officially born. Hans-Jochen Hermann helped to bring the soccer-style penalty card system to Stampede Wrestling, putting a unique spin on otherwise typical matches. A total of 2 yellow cards would be displayed by officials for less serious infractions. A third offense or any major offense would result in a red card or an automatic disqualification. Black cards would be displayed for the most serious offenses, resulting in suspensions. This arrangement was designed to give the referees more authority and control in the often wild Stampede matches. In the early to mid-1980s, Stampede Wrestling produced some of the top talent which would go on to Vince McMahon's WWF and dominate the wrestling scene. Stars such as Davey Boy Smith, the Dynamite Kid, Bad News Allen, Jim the Anvil Neidhart, the Honky Tonk Man, Bret Hart, and later Brian Pillman, Maka Singh, and Owen Hart. In 1981, teenage English wrestling phenomenon Davey Boy Smith challenged mid-heavyweight champion the Dynamite Kid for the title, in which Dynamite Kid came out on top 2 falls to 1. By 1984, Davey Boy and Dynamite settled their on-air feud and quickly became Stampede International Tag Team Champions and dominated the tag team scene, which they would do for most of the 1980s in the WWF, New Japan Pro Wrestling, All Japan Pro Wrestling, then later would return to Stampede Wrestling. The British Bulldogs are still to this day considered one of the best tag teams of all times, and the Dynamite Kid is credited for single-handedly creating a high-impact style of wrestling that's arguably influenced every facet of professional wrestling. Stampede Wrestling was operated by Stu Hart until 1984 and was a member of the NWA the whole time. Harley Race and other NWA champions would routinely travel to Calgary and defend their title during the Calgary Stampede. During the early 1980s, when the NWA Championship was held by Dusty Rhodes, Rhodes was unavailable because the plan was to drop the belt to Ric Flair in September of that year, and didn't have time to hit every territory. Stu Hart then contacted the AWA and had Nick Bockwinkel fly in to face challenger Bret Hart. Also on the card for the World Mid-Heavyweight title, challenger Davey Boy Smith faced the Dynamite Kid. Duke Myers faced Dr. D. David Schultz, and Bad News Allen faced Jerry Morrow. Even Bruno Sammartino wrestled at the Calgary Stampede during the 1960s. During the 70s and 80s, Stampede Wrestling could be seen on Channel 2 and 7, CFRN Channel 3 in Edmonton, CKVR in Ontario, and later CKVU in Vancouver. The televised version of Stu Hart's wrestling shows were one of Canada's longest-running television programs, lasting over 30 years and remained one of Calgary's most popular sports programs, eventually airing in over 50 countries worldwide. When Stu Hart reportedly caught kids trying to sneak into the shows, he would let them in free of charge and try and help them out instead. In 1983, a riot broke out during a match at the Ogden Auditorium in Calgary during a match between Bret Hart, Davey Boy Smith, and Sonny Two Rivers against Bad News Allen, the Stomper, and Stomper's on-air son, Jeff Gouldy. Longtime Stampede announcer Ed Whalen reportedly became distraught during the riot, in which a woman was trampled, which caused him to quit from Stampede on air. Speaking on the events, he remarked, "We're starting to scare the patrons with this violence outside the ring, and I will not be associated with it anymore." The event led to Stampede Wrestling being banned from Calgary for 6 months by the city's Wrestling and Boxing Commission, and within a year the operation was sold to the World Wrestling Federation. Simply known as the Dungeon, the gym and wrestling school located in the basement of the Hart Mansion, the school was created by Stu Hart and is known for having produced some of the greatest and most successful professional wrestlers of all time. The school trained a number of WCW, ECW, WWF, and Japanese stars. When Stu Hart purchased the Patterson Heights Mansion in 1951, he transformed its basement into his personal training center shortly thereafter. Although the nickname itself developed over time when Stampede Wrestling became world famous. Aside from professional wrestlers, the Dungeon provided training grounds for various athletes from strongmen to football players. The majority of Hart's sons trained in the Dungeon and went on to become involved in the wrestling world. Other Dungeon graduates included Billy Graham, Greg Valentine, Bad News Allen, Davey Boy Smith, Brian Pillman, Ricky Fuji, Chris Jericho, Lance Storm, Justin Credible, Edge, Christian, and Mark Henry. Natalia, daughter of Jim Neidhart and granddaughter of Stu, was the first ever woman to graduate from the Dungeon. The final graduate of the Hart Dungeon was TJ Wilson. One of the first televised acknowledgments of the nickname The Dungeon was by then WWF color commentator Jesse Ventura. Its first significant exposure was in the documentary Wrestling with Shadows. In it, the Dungeon was moderately filmed for the first time, and Stu Hart is shown demonstrating wrestling holds on a pupil. Bret also discusses being trained by his father and having submission holds applied to himself. A bonus feature on Bret's DVD set also shows him discussing the Dungeon. Various activities took place in the Dungeon, ranging from weightlifting to catch wrestling. Bret Hart has described the Dungeon in interviews as having holes in the walls and ceiling from bodies being driven into them. He also noted that practices could, at times, be as intense as MMA-style fighting. In July 1998, the WWF filmed a match between Owen Hart and Ken Shamrock in the Dungeon for the Fully Loaded pay-per-view. During the period when Stu Hart was regularly training individuals at the school, it held a reputation for being one of the harshest wrestling schools in the world. Graduating from it was considered very impressive and something in which would be brought up on air on televised wrestling shows. Stu himself also garnered a reputation for being borderline sadistic in his training techniques, and was known to torture his pupils with legitimate submission wrestling holds he had learned as a wrestling amateur. Buddy Roberts described the place as like a torture chamber. In contrast to his descendants, Stu never took money for his training services and did it mostly for the love of the art form of professional wrestling. Stampede wrestlers would all cram into broken down vans with bald tires and drive hundreds of miles across the tundra-like conditions of the Canadian prairies in the freezing cold to get to shows. Matches on TV were normally joined in progress. The reason for this is only 1 hour of wrestling and interviews would be filmed per show. Therefore, the beginning of the matches usually weren't even filmed. Big names of the 1980s included the Cuban Assassin, Maka Singh, Gama Singh, the Viet Cong Express, Archie Goldie, Beef Wellington, Dynamite Kid, Davey Boy Smith, Bad News Allen, the Honky Tonk Man, Johnny Smith, J.R. Foley, Ben Bassarab, Brian Pillman, Jim Neidhart, and Keith, Brett, Owen, and Bruce Hart. During the 1980s, strongman Bill Kazmaier was trained by Vern Gagne and made his way to Stampede Wrestling, where he feuded with fellow strongman Ted Arcidi. Still a member of the National Wrestling Alliance until 1984, Stampede's main talent was plucked by the World Wrestling Federation to help develop into the major promotion it is today. In 1985, the WWF reneged on their original deal with Stu Hart, and the Harts reopened Stampede Wrestling. By 1989, Stampede had shut down, and in September 1990, Davey Boy Smith abruptly withdrew the Bulldogs from All Japan Pro Wrestling's annual World's Strongest Tag Team Determination League by returning to the WWF and competing as the British Bulldog. Johnny Smith would end up taking Davey Boy Smith's spot in the World's Strongest Tag Team Determination League, and the duo known as the British Bruisers continued to compete in All Japan Pro Wrestling. The duo managed to capture the All Asia Tag Team Championship, but the partnership was short-lived. The years of working a high-impact style had caught up with the Dynamite Kid, and he sadly announced his retirement on December 6, 1991. The promotion was reopened on April 2, 1999 by Bruce and Ross Hart. Stampede's weekly shows were again held mostly at the Victoria Pavilion in Calgary, with special events being held at the Stampede Corral. Stampede Wrestling was the basis for a long-running weekly sports broadcast produced in Calgary, showcasing many of the promotion's most popular wrestlers. At the time Stampede was revived in 1999, a second Stampede Wrestling TV series was attempted, hosted by Bad News Allen and play-by-play commentator Mauro Ranallo, but was short-lived and Ed Whalen was not involved. When Bruce and Ross Hart reopened Stampede Wrestling after a 9-year hiatus, in 1999 it regularly showcased graduates from the Hart Dungeon Training School. However, only weeks after their first event, the promotion once again became inactive following the death of Owen Hart in May. Although considering closing the promotion, the Hart family continued to promote events 5 months later and began touring Western Canada. Bruce and Ross Hart sold Stampede Wrestling to Bill Bell in 2007. The promotion ceased operations in April 2008. In December 2015, the WWE Network began adding Stampede Wrestling shows to its Vault section. However, it was all removed a few days later after Bret Hart proved that he owned the rights to the footage of his matches, but WWE currently controls the bulk of Stampede Wrestling's extensive tape library. That was the untold story of Calgary Stampede Wrestling. Western States Sports, also known as the Amarillo Territory, was a professional wrestling promotion headquartered in Amarillo, Texas. Founded by Dory Denton in 1946, the promotion enjoyed its greatest success in the 1960s and 1970s under the management of Dory Funk Sr., and later his sons Dory Funk Jr. and Terry Funk, along with its top performers being the Funks themselves. Western State Sports promoted professional wrestling events in multiple cities across West Texas, including Amarillo, Abilene, El Paso, Lubbock, Odessa, and San Angelo, along with Albuquerque in New Mexico, Colorado Springs, and Pueblo in Colorado, and the Oklahoma Panhandle. Western State Sports had similar aliases that were used for television, radio, and advertising purposes, such as King of Sports, King of the Action Sports, Southwest States Enterprises, as well as a generic Championship Wrestling. Sold by the Funks in 1980, the promotion closed in 1981. This is the untold story of Western State sports. It was 1912. Construction for Fenway Park in Boston had just completed, and on April 20th, the Boston Red Sox defeated the New York Highlanders 7-6 in 11 innings. Over 1,500 lives were lost in one of the most catastrophic shipwrecks ever when the RMS Titanic hit an iceberg and sank to the bottom of the frigid Atlantic Ocean. A Salt Lake City cop by the name of Lester Wire developed the electric traffic light using red and green lights. And former Navy champion Bob Farrington, also known as the Danish Fox, a middleweight wrestler from Butte, Montana, rolled into town looking for trouble. Farrington, who only weighed 158 pounds soaking wet, wanted a match with any aspiring mat artist and issued a wide-open challenge for anyone in the state who wanted to go. On Monday, March 18th at Vendome Theater, he faced modern Sandow H.H. High. Throughout 1915, he traveled all over, including Texas, Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Kansas. In December of 1920, the El Paso Herald published an article questioning the legitimacy of the sport, calling out bad fakes, comparing wrestlers to third and fourth-rate prize fighters, even going as far as to calling them pork and beaners. By 1920, the El Paso Athletic Commission was staging bi-weekly shows in the Liberty Hall Arena. Some of the competitors included Matty Matsuda, Cyclone Bill Floodin, Wayno Kitonen, and Jack Reynolds. In March 1925, more than 1,000 fans lined up at the Armory to watch Jack Fisher meet Cal Farley. Also on the card, Amarillo's own Chief Wow Wow faced Bill Cannon. In the early 1930s, promoter Al Anderson ran most of the shows in Amarillo and surrounding areas. Towards the late 1930s, promoter Dutch Mantell also ran shows in the area until his death in 1941. On February 3, 1943, Labor Commissioner John D. Reed, who was also the state's boxing and wrestling commissioner, flat-footedly declared professional wrestling matches in Texas were not frame-ups. Despite Fred Tipton also promoting shows in the area throughout the 1940s, Western State Sports was founded by Dory Denton in 1946. Dory was the younger brother of former world heavyweight champion Dean Denton, who as an amateur was the first ever to win 4 letters in wrestling. He wrestled professionally until 1951. The wrestling business was struggling, and even though Dean had legit skills as a shooter, he was well past his prime, so he reluctantly retired. For years, he was the owner and operator of the Turf Club, a bar in Hayward, California. In late 1957, Denton attempted suicide by throwing himself in front of a moving train. He jumped over the tracks and was just grazed by the locomotive. He suffered only minor injuries. 2 months later, in February of 1958, Dean Denton hung himself in the back room of his bar. His body was discovered by his wife and son. No suicide note was left on the scene. Dean Denton was just 49 years old at the time of his death. Regulars in the area around this time included Gentleman Danny McShane, Dory Funk Sr., Wayne Martin, Sailor Dick Trout, Monty Ledoux, and Hustlin' Eddie Gideon. Dory Denton staged his first show at the Tri-State Fairgrounds on March 14, 1946, making the first professional wrestling show to be held in Amarillo in over 5 years. Local wrestler Lobo Brown also promoted shows, but did so with the cooperation from Denton, who even appeared as a guest referee. In later years, Lobo Brown got into selling cooler covers, weaning pigs, ran his own air conditioning service, and even owned a restaurant. Lobo Brown was nicknamed the Wolfman because he wore a goatee, something very few did in those days. He passed away in 1997 and had tons of wrestling memorabilia which still floats around his hometown of Clovis, New Mexico, in antique stores, pawn shops, and even garage sales and swap meets. By 1948, 2.5 hours of wrestling matches aired on KVAI radio. Also in 1948, Dory Funk Sr. became superintendent at the Texas Boys Ranch and created an amateur wrestling program as a sport for all kids on the ranch to participate in. According to Dory Funk Jr., his first experience in wrestling was at the age of 7. In October 1951, Southwest States Enterprises joined the National Wrestling Alliance. The NWA enforced territory ownership, meaning that once an alliance-affiliated promoter laid claim to an area, he was untouchable. If another promoter attempted to run a competing promotion, the entire NWA would be turned against them. The National Wrestling Alliance originally was an outgrowth of the National Boxing Association. The NWA was set up by state athletic commissioners and was designed to keep wrestling on the level. But in reality, those involved were more interested in political power and the mighty green dollar more than anything else. They would watch the business from a distance, intervene when it was convenient, but most of all, they sat back and collected the money for little in return. In 1955, retired wrestler Carl Doc Sarpolis purchased Western State Sports from Denton for $75,000. He offered Dory Funk Sr. the opportunity to buy into the promotion, which he accepted. In addition to booking the promotion, Funk was also its biggest star, and he held the North American title on at least 10 occasions. Because Funk was a grappler himself, ownership stake was kept out of the press, but insiders knew how much power he had. Sarpolis was elected president of the NWA in 1962. The Texas Death Match was created by Dory Funk Sr., who fought in over 200 matches, and even going so far as to defending the tag team titles in a death match. In 1965, Dory Funk Sr. and Iron Mike DiBiase fought for 3 hours and 55 minutes and were finally stopped by the Sheriff's Department, despite Doc Sarpolis having special permission from the NWA to let this match continue for days if necessary to decide a winner. The only stipulation added by the NWA is that if the match go over the 1 hour mark, a doctor be called in to check on the heart and respiration of the contestants every 15 minutes to avoid a fatality in the ring. Funk's sons, Dory Funk Jr. and Terry Funk, began wrestling for the promotion in the mid-1960s. Other stars included Ricky Romero, the Red Raider, Art Nelson, Dan Miller, Don Curtis, Ox Allen, Tokyo Tom, Sputnik Monroe, and Pancho Pico. After Sarpolis died in 1967, Dory Jr. and Terry purchased his shares from his widow, giving the Funks full ownership of Western State Sports. In the early 1970s, the Funks developed a working relationship with Giant Baba, owner of All Japan Pro Wrestling. A talent exchange between the two promotions saw Japanese wrestlers such as Genichiro Chenryu and Jumbo Tsuruta wrestle for Western State Sports. This resulted in talent exchanges that greatly enriched the talent rosters for both promotions. All Japan frequently gained the services of performers like Dick Murdoch and Cyclone Negro. In later years, the Funks also brokered a deal to give All Japan one of its greatest stars, Stan Hansen. As both bookers and opponents, the Funks would be instrumental in the popularity of the team of Stan Hansen and Bruiser Brody. Dory Funk Jr. also became the American booker for All Japan Pro Wrestling, a position he held for over 20 years. While demonstrating a wrestling hold at his home to a visitor in 1973, Dory Funk Sr. had a heart attack and passed away in the ambulance on the way to the hospital with both his sons by his side, leaving the brothers as owners of the territory. In 1974, Terry Funk even challenged Muhammad Ali to a fight and offered him $250,000. Although the boxer never agreed to fight Terry Funk, he did agree to a match with Antonio Inoki 2 years later. On August 4, 1977, Abdullah the Butcher and the Super Destroyer resumed their feud at the Amarillo Sports Arena in a German blood match. German blood matches were occasionally booked in Amarillo and were usually used to resolve the most intense feuds. The rules were simple. Whoever could soak some of his opponent's blood on a handkerchief first would be declared the winner. The match was a forerunner to the first blood match. Additionally, each man would have a second at ringside. Abdullah the Butcher was seconded by J.J. Dillon. The Super Destroyer chose Ted DiBiase. The two battled for about 20 minutes when the Butcher began pounding on the Super Destroyer's shoulder and arm with his foreign object. The Super Destroyer recovered and pounded the Butcher's forehead with his fist. Both men were bleeding. The Super Destroyer, however, was able to soak his handkerchief first. The Super Destroyer was awarded the match and became the first wrestler in Amarillo to defeat the Butcher. Regular competitors of the 1970s were Dennis Stamp, Dick Murdoch, Big Bob Duncombe, Ricky Starr, Lord Al Hayes, Nick Kozak, Cyclone Negro, and even Moose Morowski. Amarillo Wrestling aired in color on KOSA Channel 7 Sundays from 1 to 2 p.m. By 1980, ticket sales were beginning to decline. The Funk brothers sold the territory to wrestlers Blackjack Mulligan and Dick Murdoch for $20,000. With business continuing to slump, the promotion closed in 1981. Dory Funk Jr. left Amarillo and became booker and writer for Eddie Graham's Florida Championship Wrestling, along with supplying American talent for All Japan Pro Wrestling. And in 1986, he joined his brother Terry in the WWF, where he was known as Hoss Funk. Western State Sports aired an hour-long television program on KFDA-TV Channel 10 each Saturday afternoon. The program aired in West Texas along with New Mexico and Colorado. That was the untold story of Western State Sports. Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling was a professional wrestling promotion based in the Carolinas and Virginia, and was also one of the most influential NWA territories. It began in the early 30s when Jim Crockett Sr. started promoting shows as Eastern States Championship Wrestling until 1973 when his son Jim Crockett Jr. took over and renamed it Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling. During the 1980s, Mid-Atlantic merged with many other promotions such as Georgia Championship Wrestling, NWA St. Louis, Championship Wrestling from Florida, and the Universal Wrestling Federation, until Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling met a similar fate in 1988 when it became known as World Championship Wrestling, which eventually was bought out by World Wrestling Entertainment in 2001. This is the untold story of Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling.
Hi, wrestling fans. Bob Coleman and David Crockett.
It was 1931. As the United States officially adopted the Star-Spangled Banner for its national anthem, Nevada legalizes gambling, Alka-Seltzer was launched and even had its own radio show called the Alka-Seltzer Comedy Star, the Montreal Canadiens beat the Chicago Blackhawks in Game 5 in the Stanley Cup Finals, Raymond Gunn is tied to the roof of a schoolhouse and burned alive by a mob of 2,000 in Maryville, Missouri after being accused of murdering a teacher with no trial or due process, while the National Guard who was placed there to protect him stood by and did nothing. And Jim Crockett of Charlotte, North Carolina borrowed $50, rented a hall and promoted a match in Bristol, Tennessee, and by 1935 was running 20 cities and even hired 3 publicity men at $100 per week, along with his partner Pete Moore. They also promoted concerts, plays, minor league baseball, and even ice hockey, laying the foundation for what is now called Jim Crockett Promotions. Although the business was always called Jim Crockett Promotions, it used a variety of pseudonyms as brand names for specific TV shows, newspaper and radio ads, and even on tickets themselves. Along with those brand names were generic standbys, Championship Wrestling, and All-Star Wrestling, as well as East Coast Wrestling, and later Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling, Mid-Atlantic Championship Sports, Wide World Wrestling, and Worldwide Wrestling. The promotion at this time was named Eastern States Championship Wrestling, centered in the Carolinas and Virginia. Jack Curley, dean of all wrestling promoters in the early 1900s, thought very highly of a motivated 25-year-old Jim Crockett. In the early 1930s, the territory was initially run by George Kazana, but taken over by Jim Crockett and Pete Moore. At the same time, professional wrestling had outgrown its carnival roots, making a way to a host of colorful independent local and regional wrestling promotions. Newspapers were also reporting results alongside amateur wrestling in the sports section. By 1939, Crockett had bought out Pete Moore for $8,000 and became partners with promoter Bill Lewis, who also wrestled as Bluebeard, and was known to send postcards out to regular fans reminding them of the upcoming shows. A dispute arose over the bookings of new wrestling sensation Jim Londos, so New York City promoter Jack Curley negotiated an alliance between various regional managers that enabled Londos to travel the country as champion while allowing the promoters to share profits evenly across the regions. As a result of this arrangement, new wrestling territories emerged all across the U.S. The name of this new conglomerate was called the National Wrestling Alliance. The NWA upheld the unspoken pact among regional promoters that each would respect territorial boundaries and limit their promotional efforts accordingly. When, on occasion, one federation would challenge another in its own territory, other NWA affiliates would send in top wrestlers to shore up the besieged promoter's card. Crockett officially joined the National Wrestling Alliance in 1952, and his territory covered Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. The name Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling became Jim Crockett Promotions' primary brand name in print, radio, and other advertising. The name was also used for its main television programs. The 1950s was a hotbed for tag teams, as the promotion featured mostly all tag team matches, with several brother tag teams such as George and Bobby Becker, Emil and Ernie Dusek, John and Al Smith, Jack and George Curtis, Jack and Jerry Briscoe, and Sandy and George Scott. Other big names during this era included Rip Hawk, Lord Littlebrook, Bob Orton, Amazing Zuma, Johnny Weaver, Ray Stevens, Pat O'Connor, and Bearcat Wright. By the early 1970s, an ailing Jim Crockett was forced to retire, and his son-in-law John Wrigley had begun to take over many of the territory's responsibilities. Jim Crockett died on April 1, 1973, and control of the company was then ceded to his son, 28-year-old Jim Crockett Jr., who took over the promotion and ultimately renamed it Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling. Led by the younger Crockett and under the guidance of a new creative force, former wrestler turned matchmaker George Scott, the promotion moved away from generally featuring just tag teams to primarily focusing on singles wrestling, although tag team matches continued to play a big part in the company. Jim Crockett Promotions had gradually phased out its multiple weekly television tapings in such cities as Charlotte, Greenville, and High Point, consolidating its production schedule into just one shoot, a Wednesday night videotaping at WRAL, TV, and Raleigh, and then syndicating the broadcast to several local TV stations throughout the Carolinas and Virginia. In 1981, Jim Crockett Promotions moved to the WPCQ TV studios in Charlotte, a station once owned by Ted Turner. Local shows hosted by announcers like Big Bill Ward from WBTV in Charlotte and Charlie Harville from WGHP in High Point gave way to Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling. Mid-Atlantic was hosted by Bob Caudle, a longtime WRAL weatherman. Caudle was joined in rotation by a number of co-hosts, everyone from Les Thatcher to Dr. Tom Miller, before David Crockett became Caudle's permanent color commentary man. For a brief period, a secondary show, East Coast Wrestling, was taped at WRAL, which was a repackaged version of Mid-Atlantic and was announced by Big Bill Ward. In 1975, Jim Crockett Promotions premiered a new syndicated B show, Wide World Wrestling, which was renamed Worldwide Wrestling in 1978. The original host of the show was former Georgia Championship Wrestling announcer Ed Capral. Other announcers included Les Thatcher, George and Sandy Scott, and Dr. Tom Miller. It was also hosted by the team of Rich Landrum and Johnny Weaver. In 1978, Jim Crockett Promotions later added a short-lived show, The Best of NWA Wrestling, which was taped at the WCCB studios in Charlotte and featured Johnny Weaver sitting down with top stars in a coach's show format. In 1976, Ric Flair amazingly returned from being injured in a horrible plane crash and quickly became the top heel. He came back as a second to Angelo Mosca in his matches with Wahoo and interfered to help Mosca win some matches. Then Flair made his ring return in Greensboro, North Carolina on January 31, 1976 against Wahoo, defeating him by countout. Over February and March, Flair tore up Wahoo's headdress on TV, and Flair also nearly blinded Wahoo in a match. which set up a feud that did huge business for many months in the territory. During the feud, Flair and Wahoo traded the Mid-Atlantic belt back and forth several times. Wahoo finished 1976 off winning the most popular wrestler of the year. Wahoo suffered a broken ankle on TV courtesy of a step-over grapevine from Greg Valentine. When Valentine did not release the hold on Wahoo immediately, Wahoo began screaming as the hold was put on. Wahoo was out for 8 weeks and was shown on TV many times recuperating. Valentine then started wearing the infamous "I broke Wahoo's leg" t-shirts on TV to end 1977. Wahoo came back in January 1978 for some revenge, and he got it months later when he defeated Valentine for the Mid-Atlantic Championship belt. Wahoo would only hold the belt for 2 months before Ken Patera defeated him for the title. Other top stars of the 70s were the Super Destroyer, Mr. Fuji, the Avenger, Tiger Conway Jr., Brute Bernard, Abe Jacobs, Kevin Sullivan, and Klondike Bill. Jim Crockett Promotions gradually began to expand, running shows in eastern Tennessee, parts of West Virginia, and even Savannah, Georgia. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, Jim Crockett Promotions ran regular shows in Cincinnati and even Dayton, Ohio. Crockett and Scott also bought the minority shares of Frank Tunney's Toronto-based promotion Maple Leaf Wrestling. Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling also aired on a Buffalo, New York station, enabling the Tunney Crockett Scott enterprise to bring a full slate of shows to Ontario and upstate New York. In the 1980s, Crockett began consolidating the southern franchises of the National Wrestling Alliance and discarding the Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling brand. Jim Crockett began promoting his events simply as the National Wrestling Alliance, although his promotion remained distinct from the larger NWA entity. In August 1980, Jim Crockett was elected president of the NWA. In 1981, former Georgia Championship Wrestling booker Ole Anderson took over as Mid-Atlantic's booker, and in 1981, Anderson booked both Jim Crockett Promotions and Georgia Championship Wrestling simultaneously. Although after Scott left the company, Jim Crockett Promotions went through several bookers including Dory Funk Jr. and Dusty Rhodes. In 1982, Jim Crockett partnered with wrestlers Ric Flair and Blackjack Mulligan to start a secondary company out of Knoxville, Tennessee, Southern Championship Wrestling. The promotion featured such stars as Mulligan, his son Barry Windham, Kevin Sullivan, Wayne Ferris, the Mongolian Stomper, Terry Taylor, and Tim Horner. The enterprise, however, lasted less than 1 year. Greg Valentine returned to Mid-Atlantic in September 1982 and immediately restarted his feud with Wahoo for the U.S. title. Valentine won the title on November 4, 1982 in Norfolk, Virginia, and after a few weeks, Wahoo left the promotion again, but returned in August 1983 to help out former enemy Roddy Piper in his feud with Dick Slater and Greg Valentine. Wahoo then started teaming with Mark Youngblood to go against Dick Slater and Bob Orton Jr. By the 1980s, the U.S. pro wrestling industry was undergoing seismic and rapid change. The old NWA sanctioned system of separate regional territory promotions was collapsing under increasingly competitive pressure from Vince McMahon's World Wrestling Federation, itself a family-owned territory promotion covering the northeastern United States, which was aggressively expanding into a nationwide promotion. Crockett had similar expansion goals, envisioning a united NWA through Jim Crockett Promotions, buying out or merging with all of its member regional territories. Ted Turner had realized the value of professional wrestling for cable television in the early 1970s. This was a smart move for Turner, as pro wrestling provided his then failing channel to a source of cheap and live entertainment, well suited to the TBS target audience at the time. Turner could run per-inquiry ads and take part of the sales profits just by providing the big viewing audience delivered by pro wrestling's loyal fan base. Turner's superstation TBS had asked Georgia Championship Wrestling, whose television show aired on Saturday nights, to change its public brand name to World Championship Wrestling, helping fuel rumors that the Jim Barnett-controlled company would itself go national. Georgia Championship Wrestling changed its name to World Championship Wrestling in 1982. Meanwhile, by 1983, Jim Crockett Promotions went from recording its weekly shows in a television studio to shooting on location, in between matches at live arena events. After purchasing a mobile television production unit for $1 million, Crockett unveiled what became the NWA's dominant end-of-the-year annual supercard, Starcade. Starcade was the first annual professional wrestling event produced under the National Wrestling Alliance banner by Jim Crockett Promotions. The event took place on November 24, 1983 at the Greensboro Coliseum and was broadcast on closed-circuit television around the United States. 8 matches were featured. The main event was a steel cage match where Ric Flair defeated Harley Race to win the NWA World Heavyweight Championship. Their feud began after Race won the title from Flair in June. Race then offered a bounty to have Flair put out of professional wrestling. In August prior to the event, Bob Orton Jr. and Dick Slater attacked Flair, appearing to inflict on him a career-ending injury. Flair announced his retirement, but shortly after, as a result of his victory in the match, Flair was acknowledged as a reputable champion and their feud ended after the event. The event also included a match featuring Ricky Steamboat and Jay Youngblood against Jack and Jerry Briscoe for the NWA World Tag Team Championship and a dog collar match between Roddy Piper and Greg Valentine. Harley Race had been wrestling for over 20 years and was physically and emotionally exhausted. He took time off from professional wrestling, and his loss at Starcade is seen as the torch passing to Ric Flair. Flair's win at Starcade was significant as it made Flair a reputable champion. During an international tour in 1984, without the approval of the NWA Board of Directors, Flair lost the NWA World Heavyweight Championship to Race on March 21st in Wellington, New Zealand, and won it back 2 days later in Kallang, Singapore. This was done to increase attendance of the events, and the title changes were not recognized by the NWA until years later. Race never won the title again. On May 6, Kerry Von Erich won the title from Flair as a tribute to Kerry's brother David, who died in February. Flair won the title back 18 days later. At the end of Starcade, Dusty Rhodes made a challenge to Flair for the title, and this led to their match at the following year's Starcade. The feud between Carlos Colon and Abdullah the Butcher continued for over a decade, while other feuds ended with their match at Starcade. According to Dave Meltzer, Dusty Rhodes came up with the name Starcade and booked the show in later years. Starcade drew a sold-out attendance of over 15,000 fans, $500,000 at the gate at the Greensboro Coliseum. The attendance at closed-circuit television broadcast locations was affected by a winter storm and only drew around 30,000 fans. Its use at the event popularized closed-circuit television broadcasting for professional wrestling events. Starcade continued to be the flagship event of the promotion. Crockett promoted cards in association with Maple Leaf Wrestling out of Canada, which was promoted by Frank Tunney until his death in 1983. The Greensboro Coliseum was a major arena for Jim Crockett Promotions, and it had the largest seating capacity, and it was a Sunday night tradition for years in the area. Greensboro got almost all of the major title changes, the Cadillac Cup cards that Crockett ran once a year, almost all of the major house show angles, and had one of the great ring announcers in Tom Miller. Some of the top stars of the 1980s were the Superstar, Blackjack Mulligan, Roddy Piper, Paul Jones, Rocky Johnson, Greg Valentine, Ron Bass, Ivan and Nikita Koloff, and Jimmy Valiant. An extra sense of urgency was added to Crockett's national expansion ambitions when, after Frank Tunney's death, his Toronto promotion joined forces with the WWF. Crockett would now have to find other willing partner promoters or buy them out if he wanted to run shows outside the Mid-Atlantic territory. This period also marked Crockett's first attempt to create a national promotion. Crockett and other wrestling companies needed this opportunity after the WWF buyout of the Toronto territory occurred. As well, after the WWF program The War to Settle the Score aired on MTV to high ratings. Together with Vern Gagne's American Wrestling Association, Championship Wrestling from Florida, and Memphis-based Jarrett Promotions, Jim Crockett Promotions created Pro Wrestling USA. However, the organization fell apart in January 1986. Jim Crockett bought out Ole Anderson's Championship Wrestling from Georgia on April 6, 1985, and was re-elected the NWA president. This was to help counter the WWF after it became America's dominant wrestling business in the wake of the first WrestleMania. Crockett then purchased both Saturday evening TBS time slots from Vince McMahon, thus making Crockett the outright owner of World Championship Wrestling. Crockett filled the time slot with 2 hours of original programming filmed in Ted Turner's Atlanta studios. The programming aired under the World Championship Wrestling banner, which had been adopted by GCW before its demise. As a result of the success World Championship Wrestling now had from acquiring the Saturday time slots, Crockett was able to establish the annual summer supercard, the Great American Bash. By 1987, Crockett was elected to a third term as NWA president and gained control of the St. Louis Wrestling Club, Heart of America Sports Attractions, Championship Wrestling from Florida, and Bill Watts Mid-South Sports. Despite Crockett having 6 consolidated territories under his banner and leading the NWA, Jim Crockett Promotions and the National Wrestling Alliance were 2 separate entities, and Crockett, like all NWA promoters before him and since, was simply licensing the NWA brand names. This despite the fact that during his reign, Crockett had an ironclad grip on the NWA World Heavyweight Championship. By this point, Jim Crockett Promotions' top contracted performer, Ric Flair, was locked in as champion, even though he was obligated to perform title defense matches in each territory against his own chosen challenger. Any title changes occurred between only other performers also under contract to Jim Crockett. Crockett's rapid expansion had significant financial consequences for the promotion. Jim Crockett Promotions expanded operations and by December had bought out upstart rival the UWF. Crockett even moved many of his administrative employees from the Charlotte base to Watts' former headquarters in Dallas. Jim Crockett Jr. and Dusty Rhodes personally manned the Dallas office, leaving David Crockett in charge of the Charlotte branch. Bob Geigel, former NWA president who bought back his promotion from Crockett in February 1987, had also withdrawn from the NWA. Jim Crockett Promotions began to run shows in new markets from coast to coast, often in less than sold-out arenas, greatly increasing travel costs and other overhead. Jim Crockett Promotions' first pay-per-view endeavor, 1987 Starrcade, was scheduled in its traditional Thanksgiving slot, but ran into unexpected competition from the WWF's inaugural Survivor Series pay-per-view, which was scheduled to air the same night. Not wanting to possibly lose to the WWF in a direct pay-per-view competition, Crockett decided to move Starrcade's starting time to Thanksgiving afternoon, not evening. However, the WWF threatened cable companies that if they chose to air Starrcade at all, the WWF would not offer them any future pay-per-views, including that year's Survivor Series and next year's WrestleMania. At the time, WWF was the uncontested #1 pay-per-view content provider in America, so only a handful of companies committed to Jim Crockett Promotions, devastating Starrcade 87's profitability. A similar incident occurred in January 1988 when the WWF scheduled the first Royal Rumble special on the USA Network to air directly against Jim Crockett Promotions' Bunkhouse Stampede. Once again, the WWF had succeeded in cutting into the buy rates of a Jim Crockett Promotion pay-per-view show. As a result, Crockett aired the first ever Clash of Champions, featuring a pay-per-view quality card on free TV on March 27, 1988, on TBS in an attempt to draw viewers away from WrestleMania 4, which took place the same night. This was one of the few tactics to actually work for Jim Crockett in his war with the World Wrestling Federation, as WrestleMania 4's buy rate was much lower than the prior year's Survivor Series had been. However, Clash of Champions was now the only thing Crockett could use to keep the NWA alive, though it was not even highly watched as WWF's Saturday Night Main Event. On the verge of bankruptcy, Crockett sold Jim Crockett Promotions to Ted Turner in November of 1988. And the promotion was renamed the Universal Wrestling Corporation. Soon after, it was renamed again to World Championship Wrestling. The eventual downfall of Jim Crockett Promotions, leading to its eventual sale to Ted Turner, and thereby the birth of WCW, can be attributed to several key factors. Magnum TA, who was scheduled to become NWA World Heavyweight Champion at Starrcade 86, was severely injured in a car accident 2 months earlier and could never wrestle again. Jim Crockett Promotions turned their major heel Nikita Koloff into a face on October 25th to take Magnum TA's place while still being able to have a profitable build-up to Starrcade's main event. Jim Crockett Promotions alienated loyal fans in the Carolinas by moving Starrcade 87 and the Bunkhouse Stampede to arenas in Chicago and New York respectively. Jim Crockett Promotions had no real history and market presence in either of those non-southern metro areas, and its ability to drawing sellout crowds for arena shows in the southeast eventually suffered, as some local fans vindictively withheld their support. Booking decisions also factored into the promotion's downfall. Jim Crockett Promotions flushed away a potentially profitable angle following the acquisition of Bill Watts' UWF by reportedly burying the UWF's talent. Meanwhile, mid-carder Ronnie Garvin beat Ric Flair for the NWA World title. Although Garvin was booked to be a babyface, fans did not find Garvin a credible enough challenger to be a serious threat to Ric Flair. Jim Crockett Promotions apparently neglected to monitor its own lavish spending as well. Crockett flew himself and his top performers around in an expensive private jet. In addition to the expenses of Crockett's personal jet, there are other extravagant purchases such as limousines provided for various wrestlers and regular business parties held by officials throughout Jim Crockett Promotions' regional offices. In addition, the large amount of capital needed to take a wrestling federation on a national tour and Crockett's aggressive territorial acquisitions had seriously drained Jim Crockett Promotions' cash flow. Compounding the issues that came with the expansion was a lack of investing in the kind of marketing needed to make it successful. As mentioned, major cards such as Starrcade and the Bunkhouse Stampede did not draw as well when moved out of Jim Crockett Promotions' traditional territory. According to Dusty Rhodes, Jim Crockett Promotions failed to gain the national name recognition that McMahon achieved with the World Wrestling Federation. Rhodes also pointed out that with WWF's success, McMahon was financially able to lure top talent away from rival companies. Because of this, Jim Crockett Promotions offered many of its stars lucrative contracts, paying them beyond their actual value, to prevent them from leaving the company. Another factor was the fans' exasperation with the Dusty Finish, which was a type of screwjob finish named after Dusty Rhodes, who did not actually invent the concept, but used it frequently for matches at regular house shows and pay-per-view cards alike. Due to the heavy overuse to this uncreative and predictable end-of-match sequence, Mid-Atlantic fans started to expect a swerve at any moment whenever a popular wrestler appeared to win a match and was about to be awarded the championship belt, only to have the win overturned due to a technicality. As a result, attendance to live shows began to fall, even at venues where Jim Crockett Promotions had traditionally drawn well or extremely well. That was the untold story of Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling.
Aloha!
Polynesian! No wrestling! I, Chief Peter Maivia, present Championship Wrestling! Oh, yeah.
Polynesian Pacific Pro Wrestling, also known as Polynesian Pacific Championship Wrestling, was a promotion located in Hawaii that ran shows from 1979 to 1988 and was a member of the National Wrestling Alliance for its entire existence. It was formed in 1979 when High Chief Peter Maivia purchased what was left of 50th State Big Time Wrestling from Steve Ricard. When the High Chief passed away in 1982, it was taken over by his widow, Leah Maivia, who ran the promotion until 1988, until allegations of extortion erupted between a rival promoter where old-school National Wrestling Alliance rules were tested in criminal court with both Leah Maivia and Lars Anderson on trial. This is the untold story of Polynesian Pacific Pro Wrestling. It was 1979, as Peter Jenkins was completing his walk across America, ending in Florence, Oregon. Sex Pistols frontman Sid Vicious overdoses on heroin, and due to his reputation, no New York funeral home was willing to hold any type of funeral or burial for him. English rock band Pink Floyd releases their 11th studio album entitled The Wall, which became the third highest selling album in the United States. Action thriller movie The Warriors hits the big screen, portraying gang life in New York, and despite being released to mixed reviews, becomes a cult classic. And High Chief Peter Maivia purchases what was left of 50th State Big Time Wrestling and the rights to the Hawaiian NWA territory from Steve Ricard and renamed it Polynesian Pacific Pro Wrestling. In 1979, while his heated feud with Bob Backlund was winding down, the High Chief negotiated the rights to promote wrestling under the NWA banner in the Hawaiian Islands. In that same year, Polynesian Pacific Pro Wrestling ran a syndicated show broadcasted on KGBM at 10 p.m. Friday nights and 2 p.m. Saturday afternoons, which also showed matches from other promotions, plus locker room interviews. Later, it was broadcasted on the Financial News Network, complete with the stock tickers running across the bottom of the screen, until the late 1980s, which was also home to California Championship Wrestling. Hawaii was a stop-off point for many wrestlers going to and from Japan and Australia. Polynesian Pacific Pro Wrestling got the very best from nearly every promotion in the US. It was not unusual to see a card with names like Dusty Rhodes, Kamala Mala, Giant David, Rick Martel, Giant Baba, and even Andre the Giant. On June 12, 1982, tragedy struck the Maivia family that would ripple through the Hawaiian Islands like an endless tropical summer storm. High Chief Peter Maivia lost his fight with cancer at the age of 45. His last wish was that his wife, Leah Maivia, continued on with the promotion and became one of the very few women promoters ever in the NWA. Vince McMahon referred to Peter Maivia as a wonderful, likable guy and a tough SOB you didn't want to mess with outside the ring. Peter Maivia's fast-paced in-ring style, along with being one of the most charismatic athletes of his time, the High Chief was a headliner anywhere he went. Peter Maivia was also the uncredited stunt coordinator for the blockbuster James Bond film, You Only Live Twice. But what High Chief Peter Maivia was credited with was being the first Polynesian professional wrestling promoter in Hawaii. He also established the Peter Maivia Wrestling School, and both his son Junior Maivia and his grandson Dwayne Johnson became second and third generation wrestlers respectively. Leah Maivia took over the promotion, as well as ran annual tribute shows to the late Peter Maivia, with help from Lars Anderson doing the booking, who also owned a piece of the office. And according to Dave Meltzer, he made himself the top single star for much of the period. Current resident stars of the time included Soul Man Rocky Johnson, the People's Choice Ricky Johnson, Samoan Joe, Lars Anderson, Ripper Collins, Lars Anderson, Siva Afi, Junior Maivia, Mark Lewin, Tom Donahoe's Time for Trivia, and also Lars Anderson. The High Chief Peter Maivia was a color commentator, and Lord James Blears as the announcer, joined by Sonny Ross, Ripper Collins, and Dunbar Wakayama, who would constantly talk about the Data Book, a book that supposedly had every piece of vital information about every wrestler, promotion, and arena in the world. Don Morocco, a Hawaii native who was adopted at birth, was an avid surfer and amateur wrestler, and originally introduced to the sport by Lord James Blears. He bounced around throughout several territories throughout the 1970s until he debuted in the World Wrestling Federation in 1981. Don would appear to the area during breaks from the WWF and Japan tours, appear in local shows just to help out the High Chief and the promotion in general. Although he was a heel all over the world, he was considered a fan favorite, even being cheered over Bob Backlund, who at the time of their match was the world champion. After retiring from the ring in 1995, Morocco returned to Hawaii. In 2003, he co-founded Hawaii Championship Wrestling with local TV producer Linda Babe, which ran from 2003 to 2008. He was a storyline commissioner of the promotion until 2006. In Aloha Stadium, Saturday, August 3, 1985, Leah Maivia and Lars Anderson presented the 1985 World Invitational Wrestling Spectacular Hot Summer Night, which featured 7 titles being defended from all 3 major wrestling organizations at the time, NWA, AWA, and the WWF, including NWA champion Ric Flair defending his title against hometown favorite Siva Afi. Polynesian Pacific Heavyweight Champion Bad News Allen faced Lars Anderson. Polynesian Pacific Tag Team Champions the Soul Patrol, Ricky and Rocky Johnson, faced the Dirty White Boys from Tennessee. In another tag team title match, world champions Nikita Koloff and Crusher Khrushchev met the American Dream Dusty Rhodes and Magnum TA. The now defunct WWF Junior World Championship was defended when champion the Cobra faced Superfly Tui. NWA National Heavyweight Champion Black Bart defended his title against Manny Fernandez. AWA Lightweight World Champion Steve Regal faced the Mighty Milo. The card also included a $20,000 Battle Royal and the first ever women's street fight match with Debbie Combs going against the Fallen Angel. The show drew approximately 14,000 fans. Unfortunately, the sequel, Hot Summer Nights 2, the next year wasn't as successful. According to rumors, there were no shows up and down the card, loud booking arguments backstage that were heard by fans in the arena, and to top it off, it rained. The card drew less than 2,000 fans, which didn't even fill 5% of the 50,000-seat stadium. Dave Meltzer responded to a letter to The Observer about Polynesian Pacific Pro Wrestling, recalling PPW touring California in February of 1986, and said the shows were really not very good, with lots of no-shows. He also mentioned that the office was a bit heavy-handed when it came to keeping other promotions off the islands. No-shows during the California tour included The Sheik, Sam Anawai, Kevin Sullivan, Ron Slinker, Lady Maxine, and the People's Choice, Ricky Johnson. Leah Maivia had strong connections with New Japan Pro Wrestling and World Class Wrestling in Dallas, Texas. In the 1980s, she and Lars Anderson promoted shows at the NBC Arena and Aloha Stadium with stars such as Kevin Von Erich, Don Morocco, Jimmy Snuka, and Rocky Soulman Johnson. In the August 7, 1986 edition of the Honolulu Star Bulletin, writer Dave Reardon praised Leah Maivia for keeping wrestling alive in Hawaii. He also described the Maivias as indeed a wrestling family, as their daughter Atta married Rocky Johnson, who then had a son Dwayne, who Leah Maivia was quoted in the same article as saying he looked like he would follow in his father's footsteps. In 1988, Lars Anderson, Leah Maivia, and another partner were arrested and prosecuted for trying to shake down ex-Polynesian pro wrestling announcer turned independent promoter John Dunbar Wakayama, who ran some cards in Hawaii in the latter part of 1988 using primarily mainland fly-in talent. The shakedown allegations included threats of violence, demands that the promoter rent their ring, book some of their talent, cut them in on the gate, and buy ad time on their TV shows, as well as $5,000 in tribute money. On Friday, October 13th of 1989, the trial was in full swing. As the story goes, Lars claimed he wasn't involved and his name was merely thrown into the mix by the third partner in order to intimidate Wakayama into paying the $5,000. Wakayama eventually ended up dropping a dime on everyone and calling the authorities. After a 7-week trial and 3 days of jury deliberation, Lars Anderson, Leah Maivia, and the third co-defendant were cleared on all charges. When Leah Maivia was interviewed by reporters and asked if there were any hard feelings towards Wakayama, she replied, "He's all right." Polynesian Pacific Pro Wrestling quietly faded away, and Leah Maivia faded from the limelight of promoter to running a handful of spot shows over the years under the Polynesian Pacific Pro Wrestling banner, as the WWF eventually started running regular shows in Hawaii. For years, the High Chief dreamed of selling out the saucer-like Honolulu International Center entirely, a feat his grandson Rocky Maivia would have a large part in doing while touring with the World Wrestling Federation and selling out the building in less than 4 hours. The NWA Polynesian Pacific Heavyweight title was the name of the championship defended in Polynesian Pacific Pro Wrestling. The first holder of the belt was Siva Afi, who won the title in a tournament and held it from June 25, 1980 until August of 1980 when he was defeated by Don Morocco. The last champion was Superfly Tui, who held the title until it was retired in 1988. Other notable champions included Jerry Lawler, Bad News Allen, Pat Patterson, and Ripper Collins. That was the untold story of Polynesian Pacific Pro Wrestling. 50th State Big Time Wrestling, sometimes referred to as NWA Hawaii, was a professional wrestling promotion headquartered in Honolulu that promoted professional wrestling matches throughout Hawaii. The promotion was founded by Al Karasik and became a member of the National Wrestling Alliance. In 1961, Karasik sold the promotion to Gentleman Ed Francis. Along with his business partner Lord James Blears, Francis created a golden age of professional wrestling in Hawaii that lasted throughout the 1960s and 1970s, with 50th State Big Time Wrestling becoming one of Hawaii's most watched programs. The promotion came to an end in 1979 when Francis sold his interest to Steve Ricard. This is the untold story of 50th State Big Time Wrestling. It was 1936, as the Detroit Red Wings beat the Toronto Maple Leafs in the Stanley Cup Finals to win their first Stanley Cup. Serial killer Albert Fish is executed in Sing Sing Prison. The San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge opens to traffic. Shirt maker Ellery Chun registers the Aloha shirt term and begins mass production for his King Street store. And Mid-Pacific Promotions was founded by Russian immigrant Al Karasik. Assisted by booker Bobby Bruns, Karasik staged weekly shows in Honolulu's Civic Auditorium, which he also managed. The 1930s saw many stars come and go, such as Ed Strangler Lewis, Vic Christie, Jack Morgan, Wildcat Pete, and Joe Gunther. January of 1936 saw one of the most amazing challenges of physical endurance ever presented in sports entertainment. Jack Morgan set out to pilot a car for 7 days straight, immediately following his match on January 8, 1936, against Dick Craddock. During the 7 days, Jack Morgan was to be handcuffed to the steering wheel of his brand new Willys 77 and also offered rides to fans. After the 7 days, Jack Morgan would step out of the automobile and immediately into his match with Chas Keen. Even local businesses got involved, incorporating Jack's endurance drive into advertising whenever possible, including a tire store giving away a free set of tires to anyone who could guess Jack's mileage at the end of the trip. Thanks to Hawaii's tropical climate, Mid-Pacific Promotions emerged as a popular destination for wrestlers looking for a working vacation, with high-profile wrestlers such as Lou Thez and Ricky Dozen visiting Hawaii. In 1949, Karasik joined the National Wrestling Alliance. In the early 1950s, Karasik began expanding into Japan, lobbying NWA President Sam Muchnick to recognize Japan as his territory. By the 1960s, Hawaii was established as a hub for American wrestlers traveling to and from Japan. Unfortunately, the payoffs weren't as nice as the scenery. In the early 1950s, James Blears developed the villainous character of Lord Blears, a snooty British aristocrat who wore a cape and monocle and carried a cane. He was managed by the tuxedo-wearing Captain Leslie Holmes, a friend of Blears from his school days who had also traveled to the United States. Blears learned to wrestle at the YMCA, debuting in 1940 at the age of 17. He wrestled sporadically around the world during his wartime service in the Merchant Navy. In 1946, he relocated to New York City, where he shared an apartment on Amsterdam Avenue with fellow wrestlers Stu Hart and Sandor Kovacs. Early in his career, he also wrestled as Jan Blears. In the late 1950s, Blears relocated to Hawaii after developing a fondness for the state during a tour, where he built his career in the Honolulu-based promotion 50th State Big Time Wrestling. Blears had a single reign as NWA Hawaii Heavyweight Champion, defeating King Curtis on October 25, 1961. He also lost a championship to the Masked Executioner on December 13, 1961. Blears also held the NWA Hawaii Tag Team Championship numerous times between 1955 and 1964. Blears stopped wrestling full-time in 1965, transitioning to a commentator for the Hawaiian Championship Wrestling broadcast and the booker for the promotion. In the 1980s, Blears provided commentary for the American Wrestling Association's broadcast on ESPN. At the NWA Supercard Super Sunday on April 24, 1983, Blears served as a guest referee for a high-profile title bout between Hulk Hogan and NWA World Heavyweight Champion Nick Bockwinkel that saw Bockwinkel retain via a dusty finish. According to his Wrestling in Hawaii TV interview, Blears claimed he had 500,000 monocles made and sold them everywhere. Lord James Blears died on March 3, 2016 in Honolulu at the age of 92. In 1961, Karasik retired from promoting, selling the territory to gentleman Ed Francis, who rebranded it 50 Estate Big Time Wrestling. Francis continued promoting weekly Wednesday shows at the Civic Auditorium, with the venues regularly sold out. Shortly after Francis took over the promotion, a bout between Hawaiian wrestler King Curtis and Samoan wrestler Nef Meava resulted in a violent riot. Francis appointed Lord James Blears as booker, with Blears quickly gaining a name for his outrageous and goofy characters. The promotion's top stars included Johnny Barrand, Curtis Iakea, Don Morocco, Nef Meava, Peter Maivia, and Sammy Steamboat. The promotion helped introduce several concepts that later became famous in professional wrestling, including the steel cage match and the backstage interview. Johnny Barrand became infamous for his outlandish interviews, which began with him emerging from a coffin while smoking a cigar. In 1967, he married Annie Lum in the ring at the Honolulu International Center, shortly before a title match. In 1949, a young Harry Fujiwara was awarded an $800 scholarship, but the scholarship had nothing to do with wrestling or for sports in that matter, but as a clarinetist. As 17-year-old Mr. Fuji won several music contests and was well known to be very gifted and talented. Harry Fujiwara made his professional wrestling debut on December 15, 1965 in Hawaii under the ring name Mr. Fujiwara. Although he was billed as Japanese, he was a Japanese American born in Hawaii. He won his first championship, the NWA Hawaii Tag Team Championship, with King Curtis on January 7, 1966. He shortened his ring name to Mr. Fuji and toured many territories, including Don Owens' Portland, Oregon-based NWA Pacific Northwest Wrestling, where he won several championships. Mr. Fuji debuted in Vince McMahon Sr.'s Worldwide Wrestling Federation in 1972 as a heel. Fuji retired from wrestling in 1985 and became a heel manager who wrestled occasionally. As a manager, Mr. Fuji would blind his opponents by throwing salt in their eyes, or his wrestlers would hit their opponents with his ever-present cane. He wore a black tuxedo and a bowler hat and would carry a little bag of salt on his person. His first client was George Steele. Mr. Fuji would team up with Steele and would lose to Hulk Hogan and Mean Gene Okerlund, with Okerlund pinning Fuji. However, Steele would go on to become a fan favorite and left Mr. Fuji. Mr. Fuji's next client was Don Morocco. They formed a popular heel duo and appeared in a video package called Fuji Vice, which was a mockery of Miami Vice. After leaving wrestling, Fujiwara retired to the city of Knoxville, Tennessee. In 1997, he sued the makers of the video game WCW vs. NWO World Tour, claiming that the character Master Fuji was based on him. The lawsuit was settled in Fujiwara's favor. Mr. Fuji was inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame on March 31, 2007, by his former charge and Fuji Vice co-star Don Morocco. Mr. Fuji was in a wheelchair at the time of his induction due to a knee operation. Mr. Fuji died of natural causes at age 82 on August 28, 2016 in Clarksville, Tennessee. Francis secured a Saturday afternoon live television slot on KHVH. As the promotion increased in popularity, it moved to KGBM and increased its output to 2 programs a week. A tape show featuring interviews, vignettes, and replays on Friday nights, and a live show on Saturday afternoons. Hosted by Francis and Blears, 50th State Big Time Wrestling was at one point the most watched television program in Hawaii. After the Civic Coliseum closed in the 1970s, the promotion shifted to the Honolulu International Center. Since the building was owned by the city of Honolulu, it didn't recognize the NWA territory model and instead would accept bids and award the promotional rights to the highest bidder. With costs rising and revenues falling, Francis sold the promotion to Steve Ricard in 1979. With Francis no longer promoting, Vern Gagne's American Wrestling Association expanded to Hawaii. That was the untold story of 50th State Big Time Wrestling. Georgia WTBS. Though based in Atlanta, the company also ran live wrestling shows through its geographic territory of Georgia. The territory was affiliated with what had been the world's top sanctioning body of championship titles for decades, the National Wrestling Alliance.
Championship Wrestling, we've got a couple very...
It was 1944. As the Batman and Robin comic strip premiered in newspapers everywhere, Royal Air Force gunner Nicholas Alcemade fell 18,000 feet out of a plane without a parachute over Nazi Germany and lived to tell about it. The Montreal Canadiens swept the Chicago Blackhawks in 4 games straight in the Stanley Cup Finals. The St. Louis Cardinals beat the St. Louis Browns at Sportsman's Park in the 1944 World Series. And Georgia Championship Wrestling was formed in Atlanta by promoter Paul Jones as ABC Booking. ABC held its matches at Atlanta's Municipal Auditorium every Friday night. Jones operated ABC for 30 years until his retirement in 1974. Though from the 1960s until 1972, he was assisted by his booker, Ray Gunkel. In fact, Jones was so infirm by this time that Gunkel effectively ran the promotion. On Christmas Day of 1971, Georgia Championship Wrestling aired its first television show, which was considered a Christmas special, since the actual series didn't begin airing until late January 1972. This would also be the start of a yearly tradition where the wrestlers and on-air talent would gather in the ring and sing Christmas carols. Other promotions would soon follow suit. The promotion underwent some big changes in 1972. It started promoting matches at the then brand new Omni Coliseum. It also switched its television outlet from its original home, WQXI-TV, to an upstart UHF station, then called WTCG, but later renamed WTBS. The TV show, which was hosted by Gordon Soley, was recorded in one of TBS's studio on West Peachtree Street near 10th Street in Midtown Atlanta. Shows were taped before a small yet enthusiastic live in-studio audience, as were most professional wrestling TV shows in that era. The show featured wrestling matches, plus melodramatic monologues and inter-character confrontations, similar to the programming offered by other territories, including the Northeast-based WWE. TV shows which aired on Saturday evenings were complemented with a Sunday evening edition. In the 1960s and early 1970s, there was a 60-minute wrestling program titled Big Time Wrestling, produced Saturday afternoons at the studio of WA Channel 11 in Atlanta. The NWA program was hosted by Ed Capral, ring announcer Charlie Harbin, and referee Leo Garibaldi. The show was broadcast at various times on WJBF6 in Augusta and at 11 p.m. Saturdays on WTOC 11 in Savannah. The program included interviews with wrestlers pertaining to their upcoming matches. The program for Savannah was taped in Atlanta on Saturday afternoons, then delivered by Greyhound bus to Savannah to be broadcast that night. The new television deal would be one of Gunkel's last decisions. Ray Gunkel died of a heart attack later that year after a match versus Ox Baker in Savannah, Georgia. The death set off some internal problems with Ray's widow, Anne. who had worked closely with Ray and expected to get his share of the promotion, being shut out in favor of Cowboy Bill Watts, with the promotion being renamed Mid-South Sports. Ann Gunkel decided to start her own promotion outside the National Wrestling Alliance, which she named the All-South Wrestling Alliance. It didn't look good for Mid-South at that point. Most of their wrestlers had gone with Ann, and Ann's promotion had obtained Mid-South television time slot, though both promotions aired on WTBS. After 2 years of conflict, a mediator was called in, Jim Barnett, who had owned promotions in Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, Colorado, and even Australia. At this point, Ann's promotion went downhill, being locked out of arena dates, with wrestlers defecting to Mid-South, and Gunkel's All-South Wrestling Alliance folded in 1974. During the mid-1970s, Tim Woods and Johnny Walker, Mr. Wrestling and Mr. Wrestling 2, were one of the best teams in the world. They had a legendary feud with Ole and Gene Anderson over the Georgia Tag Team titles, as well as the NWA Tag titles, both of which went back and forth between them. Mr. Wrestling would occasionally wrestle without a mask, which would result in a feud between the two. On June 25, 1976, Georgia Championship Wrestling held one of the first ever closed circuit events, a precursor to today's pay-per-view. The War of the Worlds was held at the Omni, showing Muhammad Ali versus Antonio Inoki direct from Tokyo, Japan on big screen. Andre the Giant faced Chuck Wepner direct from Shea Stadium, and 4 matches held live at the Omni, including Jack Briscoe versus Dory Funk Jr., and Bill Watts even faced Dick Slater. The event was reported as being dull and uneventful. Muhammad Ali and Antonio Inoki split $9 million for avoiding each other, which at the time was considered one of sport's biggest ripoffs. The biggest cut, $6 million, went to Muhammad Ali for flicking a couple of undamaging left jabs towards Inoki and absorbing a lot of weak kicks delivered by the challenger to the boxer's shins and posterior. Fans shouted they want their money back. In the match between Andre the Giant and Chuck Wepner, the 33,000 fans at Shea Stadium were awed by the one-sidedness of the mismatch. The bout ended with 1 minute 15 seconds left in the third round, courtesy of a headbutt, followed by the boxer stumbling around before he was tossed out of the ring by the Giant and counted out. Andre the Giant and Chuck Wepner were both reported to have been paid $25 grand each for the match. And live at the Omni, Mike Graham defeated Tony Charles, Ken Mantell fought Skip Young to a draw, Mark Lewin defeated Pac Song, Bill Watts defeated Dick Slater, and Jack Briscoe fought Dory Funk Jr. to a draw. When WTBS went to satellite in 1976, making the station available to cable systems all across the USA, the renamed Georgia Championship Wrestling became the first NWA promotion to be broadcast nationally. Many of the NWA's regional promoters were unhappy, but Barnett claimed since he was only using Georgia-based wrestlers that there was no harm. Whether or not Barnett was in fact taking the promotion national is a matter of dispute. Some wrestlers such as Roddy Piper say that he was in fact doing so. Throughout the 1970s, Georgia Championship Wrestling was one of the main shows that kept the Superstation alive. On January 1st, 1977, Georgia Championship Wrestling held a New Year's Night spectacular at the Omni, where Sue Green won a women's battle royal, the Anderson brothers defeated Mr. Wrestling 1 and 2, the Mighty Igor defeated Abdullah the Butcher by disqualification, Dick Slater defeated Dusty Rhodes by disqualification, Thunderbolt Patterson defeated the Sheik also by disqualification, and Cowboy Bill Watts defeated the Mongolian Stomper. In 1982, Georgia Championship Wrestling changed its main programming name to World Championship Wrestling. Later that year, a 22-year-old Dayton man maintained he beat the Iron Sheik in a weightlifting contest, but was assaulted by the Sheik and never paid his $5,000 reward. Michael W. Haas filed a civil suit in Montgomery County Common Pleas Court in November of 1982, asking for his prize money and $200 grand in compensation for his injuries. In the suit, he named defendants Georgia Championship Wrestling, Turner Broadcasting, Hara Arena, and the Iron Sheik, whose real name to him was unknown. According to the suit, the incident occurred on October 22, 1982, when Haas and his fellow softball team members attended an exhibition of Georgia Championship Wrestling at Hara Arena featuring the Iron Sheik. Somebody stood up at the mic and said the Sheik was the strongest man in the world, said Haas's attorney Carl Kramer. Then, Kramer said, the announcer offered $5,000 to anyone in the audience who could lift more weights than the Sheik. Everyone tried the weights, but Haas, who weighed about 225 pounds and stood 6'2", was able to outdo the Sheik, Kramer explained. The announcer counted the Sheik lifting the weights 5 times, and then counted Haas lifting the weights 6 times. According to the suit, Haas was declared the winner, and the crowd went wild, Kramer said. But the Sheik came across the stage and attacked Haas from behind, hitting him in the head. The Sheik proceeded to kick Haas, who was on the ground by this time, in the ribs and back, Kramer continued. Everyone just thought it was part of the show, except Haas, who wanted compensation for his injuries, which were not described as serious. Unfortunately for Mr. Haas, he died the following year at the age of 24 before it went to trial. GCW ran shows in Ohio and Michigan, and wrestling returned to Dayton, Ohio on January 1983 after a layoff of no wrestling in Dayton for 5 years. The ring announcer was promoter Les Palmerville Sr., a Dayton native. Barnett was forced out in a major power struggle in late 1983. This set the stage for an important move in wrestling history, involving a regional promoter by the name of Vince McMahon. Georgia Championship Wrestling was primarily owned in 1983 by a conglomerate of Jack and Jerry Briscoe, Jim Barnett, and Paul Jones. The remaining 10% stake belonged to Al Rogowski, a match booker who also wrestled as Ole Anderson. Other stars in the territory included Jake Roberts, Dusty Rhodes, Dick Slater, Ricky Steamboat, Nikolai Volkov, Larry Zbyszko, the Road Warriors, and the Fabulous Freebirds. July 14th, 1984 is known as Black Saturday within the U.S. professional wrestling history. That day, Georgia Championship Wrestling ceased to exist when Vince McMahon unexpectedly bought the promotion and its TV time slot for his then nationally expanding WWE. The Briscoes sold their stock in GCW to Vince McMahon for $900,000 and guaranteed jobs with the WWE for life. After working out a few prior commitments, Georgia Championship Wrestling ceased to exist. Announcer Freddie Miller was the only member of the original Georgia Championship Wrestling on-air cast who did not quit in protest or just get replaced by the new owner. Vince McMahon had underestimated 2 major factors, however. The first was the differences in taste between fan bases of different geographical regions. The WWE style of wrestling sharply differed from that of GCW, with the WWE featuring cartoonish characters, storylines, and squash matches, when GCW featured more athletic competition. Secondly, Southerners resented the symbolism of a New York company coming down from the north and taking over their wrestling. In addition, WWF World Championship Wrestling was mainly used as a recap show, featuring matches which had previously aired on WWE's main programming venues such as WWF Championship Wrestling and WWF All-Star Wrestling. This angered WTBS owner Ted Turner, who was hoping that the WWE would have original matches originating from the WTBS studio at 1050 Techwood Drive. Finally, on March 2, 1985, the WWE changed the name of their program to WWF Georgia Championship Wrestling and began airing in-studio squash matches co-hosted by ring announcer Miller and play-by-play commentator Gorilla Monsoon. Along with the squash matches, Miller did interviews with many of the WWE stars, mainly to promote the first WrestleMania. The WWE version of the show received much lower Nielsen ratings than its NWA-associated forerunner. As a result, on March 30th, 1985, McMahon sold the Saturday night time slot to Jim Crockett Jr., who ran NWA-branded shows in the Mid-Atlantic states. Jim Crockett Promotions took over production of the TV show using the same set. The show was again renamed to WCW Saturday Night, reflecting an overhauled look and a new home studio arena at the CNN Center. In 2001, the WWE gained the rights to Crockett's library of GCW, WCW, NWA matches and shows, augmenting the WWE tape library through its purchases of assets and trademarks belonging to the now defunct WCW. Notable performers during this time included Sterling Golden, Austin Idol, The Junkyard Dog, Rick Martel, Wahoo McDaniel, Thunderbolt Patterson, Ken Patera, Rowdy Roddy Piper, and even Bret Hart. Coincidentally, in February of that same year, State Representative Dick Lane accused promoters in Georgia of selling wrestlers on unattainable hopes, poor working conditions, and low pay. The East Point Democrat was out to change that with a bill to create a joint boxing and professional wrestling commission. Lane claimed he also wanted to prevent consumer fraud in professional wrestling. Large money prizes for championship events were often announced but rarely paid off, the legislator said. The bill would demand that any prizes publicly announced must be paid. Lane said he decided to hold a public hearing after receiving numerous calls from wrestlers complaining about promoters. Dick Lane stopped dead in his tracks when he was simply told by promoters there was no problems in professional wrestling. After Black Saturday, Ole Anderson tried to carry on in the territory promoting championship wrestling from Georgia, which briefly aired out of Atlanta, with partner Fred Ward. In April 1985, shows began being co-promoted with Jim Crockett Promotions. On April 27th's main event, Arn Anderson wrestled Thunderbolt Patterson to a no contest in the Columbus Municipal Auditorium. Then championship wrestling from Georgia disappeared. The national titles, originally created in 1980 in Georgia, were carried on by Jim Crockett until 1986, when they were either abandoned or unified with equivalent titles. Animal had briefly competed as the Road Warrior before Ole Anderson paired him up with Mike Hegstrand to form the Road Warriors in 1983. They were initially brought into Precious Paul Ellering's stable as a replacement for his team of Matt Bourne and Arn Anderson after Bourne was fired by the company. The Road Warriors' high-impact power style and unique attire quickly got them noticed by fans and dreaded by opponents. So much that some wrestlers would grab their bag and leave the arena when they saw they were scheduled to face the Road Warriors. In Georgia, the team quickly rose to the top despite being very young and without the traditional paying dues period, just because they were so believable in their role as power monsters. They gained a reputation for being very stiff and not selling simply because they could, and as a result, most of their matches ended quickly. They won the NWA National Tag Team Championship, a title they would win 3 more times while in Georgia. In 1984, the Road Warriors moved on to Vern Gagne's American Wrestling Association, along with their manager, Paul Ellering. According to Ric Flair, in his autobiography, To Be the Man, the Road Warriors were offered $5,000 to injure the Briscoes during a tag team match by an unnamed disgruntled source. Instead of injuring them, they promptly informed the Briscoes and told them not to worry because they were not those kinds of business people. Dusty Rhodes had already been involved in some of the greatest feuds in wrestling history by 1980, but perhaps none of them set the country on fire like Ole Anderson's heel turn. Longtime heel Ole Anderson had become a fan favorite for close to a year. At this time, his brother and frequent tag team partner Gene had gone into semi-retirement due to health concerns. Over the past several months, Ole would be a tag partner for Tommy Rich, Stan Hansen, and others in the Georgia area fighting various heel tag teams. But chief among them were the Russians, consisting of Ivan Koloff and Alexis Smirnov. No one knew that Ole was just waiting for the opportunity to plunge the knife into Dusty's back. Dusty asked for not only Ole's help with the Russians in a cage match, but also asked that Gene be a special referee in the bout. They knew that the trap had been set, and as soon as the cage door was locked and Dusty had been worn down, the Andersons turned on him, and he was never the same again. This rivalry was as good as it got. a rivalry that spanned decades over several promotions. At first, it was a prime champion against the up-and-coming champion. The basic story being told in the ring as Briscoe is a legit amateur wrestler who wants out to wrestle Dory. However, Dory is able to keep up and seemingly outdo Briscoe, making him frustrated. The then champ got older and Briscoe was clearly the number one contender. Race became the bridge champion and Jack had his reign. Add Terry Funk and Jerry Briscoe and you have the main event for the region for the next 15 years. Tommy Rich and Buzz Sawyer wrestled and brawled with each other on many occasions for almost 2 years. It was a feud that became bigger than GCW itself. Their last match is what makes the feud legendary. Known as the Last Battle of Atlanta, it was one of the bloodiest matches of the 1980s, and it was the first cage match to have a roof, which some say inspired Hell in a Cell. The 1960s saw a team called the Assassins take over the state whenever they were present. A Georgia creation, they began wrestling in Atlanta in 1961 and would be there on and off through 1964. When they returned in 1968, Tom Renesto began assisting with booking. The NWA Georgia Heavyweight Championship was a major title in Georgia Championship Wrestling from 1963 until it was unified in 1981 with the NWA National Heavyweight Championship. The first title holder was Choo Choo Lin, who was crowned the champion on February 5, 1963. The Masked Superstar was the final champion when the title was officially retired and unified with the NWA National Heavyweight Championship. Notable champions during the era included Dick the Bruiser, Sputnik Monroe, Nick Bockwinkel, Fred Blassie, and Rocky Johnson. The title was picked back up in 1998 by NWA Georgia, which became NWA Wildside in September 1999 when it merged with National Championship Wrestling. Along with this change, the championship became known as the NWA Wildside Heavyweight Championship. The title continued until Wildside ceased operations on April 30th, 2005. That was the untold story of Georgia Championship Wrestling. The United States Wrestling Association was a professional wrestling promotion based in Memphis, Tennessee. The company was founded when the Memphis-based Continental Wrestling Association merged with the Dallas-based World Class Wrestling Association. It was 1989. The San Francisco 49ers beat the Cincinnati Bengals 20-16 to win Super Bowl 23. Serial killer Ted Bundy is executed in Florida's electric chair. Nintendo releases its first handheld game console, also known as Game Boy. Ice-T releases his third studio album, Freedom of Speech, Just Watch What You Say, which included the single You Played Yourself. And the USWA was founded as an attempt to create a third national promotion alongside Jim Crockett Promotions and the WWF. The USWA was created through a merger of the WCCW from Texas and the CWA based in Memphis. It originally promoted shows usually headlined by Jerry Lawler in both Tennessee and Texas. The Dallas promotion, formerly WCCW, which was 40% owned by the Von Erich family, withdrew from the USWA in September 1990 due to a revenue dispute. According to Skandar Akbar, there were lawsuits involved, most notably when Jerry Jarrett was sued by Kevin Von Erich. The promotion reverted to the world-class name, but ceased operations 2 months later due to lack of revenue. Jerry Jarrett and Jerry Lawler brought the USWA back to Texas, but only on a limited basis, while promoters Joe Pedicino, Max Andrews, and Boney Blackstone were getting the new Global Wrestling Federation ready for a spring 1991 debut at the Sportatorium. Several of the former World Class and USWA Dallas wrestlers joined the new GWF, while others from the old CWA remained with the USWA. In 1992, the USWA began a talent exchange with the WWF, which saw Lawler sign to Vince McMahon's federation, while several high-profile WWF stars appeared in the USWA. Dallas wrestler Gentleman Chris Adams spent a few months in the USWA in an angle involving Brian Christopher and Tony Adams, splitting his time between Memphis and Dallas GWF during this time frame. In 1993, the WWF started sending talent down to Memphis to feud with the company, including the fake Razor Ramon and fake Diesel. Even Vince McMahon got into the act and began his Mr. McMahon persona. Some of the superstars that also participated in the talent exchange were Sergeant Slaughter, The Undertaker, The Godwins, The Bushwhackers, The Body Donnas, The Smoking Guns, The Orient Express, Adam Bomb, Steve Lombardi, Jimmy Hart, Paul Bearer, Barry Horowitz, The 1-2-3 Kid, Justin Bradshaw, Bam Bam Bigelow, Mark Henry, and even Howard Finkel. The wrestling landscape changed in 1995. The Monday Night Wars began, with WWF and WCW battling for cable television supremacy on Monday nights each and every week. As for the USWA, the biggest crowds came every Monday night at the Mid-South Coliseum in Memphis, Tennessee. With a growing wrestling viewership on Monday nights that could watch pay-per-view quality matches for free on television, the live audience at the marquee events for the USWA began to dwindle. A move to Thursday nights did not help what was becoming inevitable, the demise of the USWA. A combination of a poor lineup, substandard venue, lack of talent, and moving the show to Thursday nights led to a show on October 3, 1996, drawing the smallest crowd in the history of Memphis wrestling. Just 372 fans paying $1,800 to the Big One Flea Market. The future of the promotion was being questioned following the previous week's resignation of general manager Randy Hales. The Louisville and Nashville crowds had stayed consistent, but the Memphis crowds, which in the past had carried the promotion, had fallen over in the past few months. In addition, the Big One Flea Market Pavilion was less than inviting. The zigzag roof from the original owner had major leaking problems. Although Lawler was working for the WWF, he and Larry Burton ended up buying the USWA from Jarrett and immediately selling it to businessman Mark Selker's company, XL Sports Limited, in early 1997, and the USWA went out of business by November of that year, resulting in a nasty lawsuit between Burton, Selker, and Lawler. In a civil RICO trial, a federal district court jury in Cleveland, Ohio, eventually returned a verdict on which judgment was entered. The jury determined that Larry Burton and his son Jason Burton had engaged in racketeering and awarded XL Sports treble damages in the amount of $2.59 million. The jury also determined that Mr. Burton was liable for fraud and conversion and awarded XL Sports $235,000 in compensatory damages and $3.3 million in punitive damages. The United States Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit upheld all these judgments. Some of the major USWA cities included Memphis, Tennessee, Dallas, Texas, Nashville, Tennessee, Louisville, Kentucky, Evansville, Indiana, Jacksonville, Tennessee, Jonesboro and Tuckerman, Arkansas, and Kennett, Missouri. Some of the notable talent included Brian Christopher, The Spellbinder, The Soul Taker, Ricky Morton, Robert Gibson, Todd Champion, Jeff Jarrett, Master of Pain, Tojo Yamamoto, Jimmy Valiant, Butch Reed, Billy Jack Haynes, Cactus Jack Manson, Austin Idol, Dustin Rhodes, Kamala, Eddie Gilbert, Coco Beware, Junkyard Dog, Dr. Death Steve Williams, and Doug Basham. The original Nation of Domination was formed in 1996 in the United States Wrestling Association. The group was led by PG-13, a tag team consisting of JC Ice and Wolfie D. Additional members included Kareem Olajuwon, Sir Mohammed, Elijah, Brackus, Shaquille Ali, Randy X, and Queen Moesha. Nation of Domination was then formed as a heel faction in the WWE when Farouk was joined by manager Clarence Mason as well as JC Ice and Wolfie D, who would lead the group to the ring rapping their theme song. The group was also accompanied by 3 actors, Albert Armstrong, Charles Hines, and Richard Beach, whose names were not acknowledged on screen but were supposed to represent other members of the nation. The group was based loosely on the Nation of Islam, the group's pro-black theme at times including the Nation salute, and Farouk's angry tirades on the microphone garnered them an excessive amount of heat from fans in the arenas. Many wrestlers joined the heel stable over time, including Crush, D'Lo Brown, Kama Mustafa, Savio Vega, Mark Henry, Owen Hart, and The Rock. The Rock would later be assaulted by D'Lo Brown and Mark Henry in October 1998, which would ultimately be the end of the Nation as a faction. The USWA Unified World Heavyweight Championship was a title created in 1988, which consisted of the WCWA World Heavyweight Championship from World Class Championship Wrestling and the AWA World Heavyweight Championship from the American Wrestling Association. The title was unified on December 13, 1988, when AWA World Champion Jerry Lawler defeated WCWA World Champion Kerry Von Erich in a unification match. The title was primarily recognized by and defended in the United States Wrestling Association until 1997, when the company ceased operations. However, the AWA withdrew its recognition of the championship shortly after the unification match when Lawler was stripped of the AWA World title. The title was also contested in a non-televised match prior to the World Wrestling Federation's King of the Ring event in 1993. The NWA Texas Heavyweight Championship is a professional wrestling title that has existed since the 1930s. Though its exact date of creation isn't known, it is among the oldest championships used in professional wrestling today. The title has used a variety of different names over the years, which consists of initial changes to represent the various companies that have controlled the title at different times. Originally, it was simply known as the Texas Heavyweight Championship until its name was changed after the formation of the National Wrestling Alliance in 1948. For most of the title's existence, at least until the early 1990s, it was defended almost exclusively within the Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, San Antonio areas of Texas. From the 1930s to the mid-1960s, these cities and the surrounding towns were within the territory operated by Ed McLemore, which was known simply as Southwest Sports Incorporated at the time. After McLemore's death, the territory came under control of Fritz Von Erich and was renamed as Big Time Wrestling. However, the promotion would be renamed World Class Championship Wrestling in the early 1980s, which is the name the territory is best remembered under today. The championship remained an NWA affiliate until February 1986. In 1986, WCCW withdrew from the NWA and changed their name to the World Class Wrestling Association, while still promoting under the WCCW banner. The title became the WCWA Texas Heavyweight Championship at this time, when the WCCW merged into the USWA. It was renamed the WCWA Texas Heavyweight Championship in July 1990 after the WCWA split from the USWA, then became the USWA Texas Heavyweight Championship again from January 1991 until February 1992, when it became inactive. It then reverted to its original name when it was awarded to NWA Southwest, where it was used until that promotion shut down in September 2011. It then went to NWA Houston, where it subsequently merged with the NWA Lone Star Heavyweight Championship. In a title unification match when Jack Stane defeated Raymond Rao, NWA Lone Star champion Ryan Genesis, and NWA Texas champion Scott Summers to unify the titles on December 12, 2012 in Cypress, Texas. That was the untold story of the United States Wrestling Association. Maple Leaf Wrestling was the unofficial name in the 1970s and 1980s of the professional wrestling promotion run by Frank Tunney in Toronto, Ontario. It was 1930 in Toronto. As the Great Depression began over a decade of financial gloom, the city was experiencing a 30% unemployment rate. The Toronto Maple Leafs finished second in the NHL Canadian Division, but were knocked out in the quarterfinals of the Stanley Cup playoffs against the Chicago Blackhawks. Cadillac introduced its top-of-the-line model, the V16, which was first displayed at New York City's Automobile Show on January 4th, 1930. And the promotion, initially known as the Queensbury Athletic Club, was launched by Jack Corcoran, who had previously promoted boxing in Toronto. Initially, Kokorin was involved in a promotional war with rival promoter Ivan Mikhailov, but after Kokorin allied himself with the new Maple Leaf Gardens in 1931, he took control of professional wrestling in Toronto. The Gardens would remain the main venue for the promotion for more than 60 years. Toots Mondt was a well-known promoter and one of the main figures in the 1937 book Fall Guys by Marcus Griffin, where he was portrayed as a dangerous shooter, genius promoter, and a schemer. Lou Thez called Mondt a thief and a liar, but conceded that he was a powerful and skilled wrestler. Compliments Thez didn't toss around lightly. What isn't so widely known about Mondt is that he was a partner in Jack Kokorin's Toronto office, and was even for a time the majority owner. He also became a resident of Ontario in 1932 and 1933, although not by choice. In the summer of 1932, Mondt and his brother Ralph Mondt, along with a woman described as a local dancer, were driving on Highway 24 just east of Collingwood, a resort town about 70 miles north of Toronto off Georgian Bay. Toots, who was in his late 30s at the time, was behind the wheel of a 16-cylinder Cadillac sports car. Just after midnight on August 21st, after coming around a curve, he collided with a car driven by J. Edward Birney of Toronto. Birney's passenger, 21-year-old Teresa Lucioni, was killed instantly. A coroner's request found that Mondt had been driving too quickly, and on September 2nd, he was committed for trial on a charge of manslaughter. Mondt was represented by prominent Toronto lawyer D. Lally McCarthy. At the trial in November, held in Barrie, Ontario, Collingwood Constable Lorne Davidson testified that, while in the hospital, Mondt had offered him money from his pants pocket. In response, Mondt said that he thought the constable wanted to buy some cigarettes or sandwiches or something, and offered some money he had in a drawer. Mondt testified that he was only driving 35 to 40 miles an hour, and that it was Birney who swerved over the line and into his car. The jury wasn't impressed. While the charge of manslaughter was dismissed, Mondt was found guilty of criminal negligence following a 4-hour deliberation. Mr. Justice Patrick Kerwin sentenced Mondt to 1 year in the Ontario Reformatory in Guelph, and according to the Star, Kerwin had suggested an acquittal in his directions to the jury. The Star boasted that this showed the difference between Canadian and American justice. The Star's boast would turn out to be premature. McCarthy immediately filed an appeal for Mondt. Mondt spent a night in jail in Barrie, but was then released on $20,000 bail, half of which he put up himself, and the rest of which was deposited by Kokorin and stockbroker Percy Gardner. Mondt was not allowed to leave Ontario, during which time he was spotted at least one of the shows at the Gardens. The appeal was heard in late January, and in early February, the courts ruled in Mondt's favor. The conviction was overturned and he was free to leave. That wasn't the end of Mondt's problems, as the mother of the woman he killed in the accident filed a $10,000 lawsuit against him that was heard in December. A second action, heard at the same time, was brought against Ralph Mondt by Birney, claiming $5,000 in damages for loss of earnings and suffering. Supporting Mondt's version of events at the civil trial was his dancer passenger, who, by an amazing coincidence, had since moved from Collingwood to New York. Birney testified that Mondt was driving across the center line. In Fall Guys, Griffin writes that Mondt spent about $300,000 defending himself in the criminal and civil proceedings. Kokorin stepped down in 1939 and was bought out by his assistants, John and Frank Tunney. John died just a few months later, and the promotion was then run by Frank. Through most of the 1940s and 1950s, Frank Tunney's biggest star was local hero whipper Billy Watson, who became two-time world champion. In 1950, Parkhurst was one of the biggest names in hockey cards. Since wrestling was so popular in Toronto and throughout Canada at the time, it was natural that Parkhurst would produce a line of wrestling cards. It made two sets, a 75-card set in 1954 and a 121-card set in 1955. Today, the cards are frequently sold on eBay, and complete sets in good condition are highly sought-after collector's items. Frank Ahurst was working as an assistant to promoter Frank Tunney when Smith's illness propelled him into ring announcing. Ahurst was primarily a PR man who had previously worked as an assistant to Leafs owner Conn Smythe and as a sports reporter for the Toronto Star. He joined Tunney in 1947. Ahurst bowed out as an announcer around 1955, but continued to work in the office with Tunney into the mid-1960s. In the late 1950s, his face was seen every week in an ad for the wrestling shows that was designed to look like a newspaper column. His byline also appeared in the programs sold at the wrestling shows. Ahurst went on to work for the provincial government after leaving wrestling. Norm Kimber began working for Frank Tunney in the early 1950s while still in his early 20s. He eventually took over the PR duties at Ahurst Performed and also became the Maple Leaf Gardens ring announcer after Hiff retired. He was phased out as an announcer in 1986 after Jack Tunney and Eddie Tunney had taken charge of the office and joined the WWF. Later that year, he briefly worked for Angelo Mosca's NWA affiliated shows in opposition to the Tunneys. Well-known stars during the era included Larry Kasabowski, Gil Maines, Dano O'Shaugher, Bill Stack, Doug Hepburn, Lou Potoskia, Waldo Van Sieber, Tommy O'Toole, Pat Flanagan, Nanjo Singh, Joe Killer Christie, Strangler Wagner, Fred Atkins, and Lee Henning. In 1962, on the advice of wrestler Yukon Eric, Bruno Sammartino contacted Toronto promoter Frank Tunney, hoping to take advantage of Toronto's large Italian population. Despite Vince McMahon trying to blackball him there, Tunney decided to take a chance. Sammartino made his Toronto debut in March 1962 and very quickly became an attraction. His ability to speak Italian also integrated himself with the immigrant population. With Canadian legend Whipper Billy Watson, Sammartino won his first professional wrestling championship in September 1962, the local version of the International Tag Team Championship. Soon he was in demand by other promoters in different Canadian territories. During his tenure in Toronto, Sammartino wrestled and beat then National Wrestling Alliance World Heavyweight Champion Buddy Rogers for the title. However, Rogers was unable to continue after being accidentally butted in the groin while attempting a leapfrog, and Sammartino refused to accept the title under the circumstances. Sammartino also wrestled NWA World Heavyweight Champion Lou Thesz twice in Canada. One match ended in a draw, and the other with Thesz scoring a fluke pin after a collision, despite Sammartino controlling the 20-minute match from the beginning. Like Thesz's win over Buddy Rogers, this match was booked by NWA Kingpin Sam Muchnick as a preliminary to the forming of the WWF to ensure the dominance of the senior organization and its championship. Thesz recounted the match as nothing special. Meanwhile, Vince McMahon Sr. was having a tough time drawing fans with the newly created Worldwide Wrestling Federation World Heavyweight Champion Buddy Rogers in New York. Promoter Willie Gilzenberg appeared on Washington, D.C. TV, referred to a non-title match in Canada, and returned the championship belt to Buddy Rogers. It was also mentioned that Rogers lost to Thesz in a one-fall bout, but NWA rules specified that the title could only change hands in a 2 out of 3 falls match. Thus, Rogers had not legitimately lost the title. Eventually, promoters Toots Mondt and Vince McMahon Sr. cleared up Sammartino's suspension by paying his $500 fine. After many weeks of phone calls with McMahon trying to lure Sammartino back, Sammartino demanded a title match with Rogers. Starting in 1969, the shows were headlined by The Sheik, which continued for more than 8 years. Over the decades, they kept the Gardens busy on nights when there was no hockey game. Canadian, British Empire, and World titles were all fought and defended there. Tunney's 30th anniversary show was held on May 18, 1969, and featured a rematch between The Sheik and Whipper Billy Watson, and the Toronto debut of NWA World Champion Dory Funk Jr. The show drew 13,000 fans, making it the highest reported attendance at a Toronto card in years. In 1978, Tunney began working with promoter Jim Crockett Jr., who ran Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling in the Carolinas. The two would become partners in the Toronto promotion, along with George Scott, a key executive with Crockett, who had been a preliminary wrestler for Tunney from 1950 to 1956. Following Frank's death in 1983, the business was run by John's son, Jack Tunney, and Frank's son, Eddie Tunney. The Tunnies hosted National Wrestling Alliance and Mid-Atlantic wrestling matches until 1984, when Jack Tunney abandoned Crockett and signed with Vince McMahon's expanding World Wrestling Federation, with Jack serving as the figurehead on-air president of the WWF from 1984 to 1995, while also serving as the legitimate president of Titan Sports Canada, the local arm of the WWF's parent company. Following the WWF takeover in 1984, the name Maple Leaf Wrestling continued to be used by the Federation's Canadian TV program, which the WWF took over production of after the Tunnies split from the NWA. The show was hosted by Angelo Mosca and Jack Reynolds.
They usually call me Big Nasty or King Kong, but this week we have some most exciting wrestlers in professional wrestling today.
TV tapings for the show were held in Brantford and other cities in southern Ontario for the next 2 years, until WWF seized the tapings in 1986 and decided to simply use the Maple Leaf Wrestling name for the Canadian airings of WWF Superstars of Wrestling. On-air announcer Billy Red Lyons was also added in. These tapings were actually the precursor to the WWF's Wrestling Challenge, which became the B Show to WWF Superstars of Wrestling, the A Show. Gorilla Monsoon and Jesse Ventura were the hosts for the Canadian tapings, with Ventura doing his famous Body Shop segment. And when the tapings morphed into Challenge in 1986, Ventura was moved to the A Show, Superstars, which had been renamed from WWF Championship Wrestling, and joined their announcers Vince McMahon and Bruno Sammartino to form a three-man team. Sammartino eventually left that team, making it just McMahon and Ventura. Bobby Heenan replaced Ventura as the Canadian tapings became WWF Wrestling Challenge. In 1995, McMahon chose to run the shows in Toronto without any involvement from the Tunnies. The final show at the Gardens was held on September 17, 1995. Some performers included Whipper Billy Watson, The Sheik, Ric Flair, Gene Kiniski, Dara Singh, Bruno Sammartino, Angelo Mosca, Dewey Robertson, Sweet Daddy Siki, Tiger Jeet Singh, Johnny Valentine, and Terrible Ted. The Toronto version of the NWA British Empire Heavyweight Championship was a major singles title in the city's NWA affiliate Maple Leaf Wrestling from 1941 until 1967, when the title was abandoned. The first holder of the title was Earl McCready in June 1941, when the New Zealand version of the title was recognized in Toronto. The last champion was Whipper Billy Watson until the title was retired in 1967. The NWA Canadian Heavyweight Championship was the top singles title in Maple Leaf Wrestling from 1978 until 1984, when it was abandoned after the Toronto promotion partnered with the World Wrestling Federation. The title was reinstated as a present-day NWA board-controlled version of the NWA Canadian Heavyweight title. Previous versions also existed in Calgary, Halifax, and Vancouver. The first champion was Dino Bravo when on December 17, 1978, he defeated Gene Kiniski in Toronto. The title was briefly vacated in July 1994 when Maple Leaf Wrestling was sold to the World Wrestling Federation. The title was brought back on October 24, 1998, when Easy Rider defeated Paul Atlas at the NWA 50th Anniversary Show in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. The NWA Canadian Television Championship was a secondary singles title from 1982 to 1984, when the title was abandoned after the promotion left the NWA to join the World Wrestling Federation. The old Canadian TV title belt was later used as the physical belt for the heavyweight championship of the now defunct Apocalypse Wrestling Federation in Toronto. The first title holder was Jay Youngblood, when on June 27, 1982, he defeated the Destroyer in a tournament final. The NWA Canadian Open Tag Team Championship was the top tag team professional wrestling championship in the Canadian promotion from 1952 through 1961. The title was then replaced with the Toronto version of the NWA International Tag Team Championship. The first champions were Pat Flanagan and Whipper Billy Watson, when on August 28, 1952, they won a tournament when they defeated Hans Herman and Lord Athol Leighton. The last champions were Leo DiPaolo and Billy Red Lyons, when on January 26, 1961, the title was replaced with the Toronto version, NWA International Tag Team Championship. The NWA Toronto United States Heavyweight Championship was the version of the NWA United States Heavyweight Championship that was defended in Frank Tiny's Toronto-based Maple Leaf Wrestling. It existed from 1962 until 1973. A different version of the title was brought into the territory by the Sheik in 1974 and defended until 1977. After that, Maple Leaf Wrestling recognized the Mid-Atlantic version of the title from May 1978 until July 1984, when Jack Tunney allied himself with the WWF. The first person to hold the title was Johnny Valentine, when on September 22, 1962, he arrived in Toronto and was simply billed as a champion on arrival. The title was vacated when the reigning champion, the Sheik, left the area in 1977 and took the belt with him. From that point on, the Mid-Atlantic version was recognized in Toronto until 1984. That was the untold story of Maple Leaf Wrestling. Pacific Northwest Wrestling, also known as Big Time Wrestling and Portland Wrestling, are the common names used to refer to several different professional wrestling companies, both past and present, based in Portland, Oregon. The first company, that would later become Portland Wrestling, was founded by Herb Owen in 1925. It was the Northwest Territory of the National Wrestling Alliance from the Alliance's inception in 1948 until 1992. The area was brought to its prime by Herb's son, Don Owen, and this version of Pacific Northwest Wrestling saw many of the top names in the business come through on a regular basis. The Pacific Northwest was considered one of the main pro wrestling territories from the 1960s to the 1980s. Portland Wrestling was forced to close its doors in July 1992. The closure came as a result of a slowdown in the wrestling business during the early 1990s, a declaration of bankruptcy by Portland Wrestling's main television sponsor, and a negative fallout from a shift in regulatory emphasis by the Oregon Athletic Commission. The telecast, which originated on Portland station KPTV, ended in December 1991, were replaced on KPTV by syndicated WWF programming. Portland Wrestling's referee Sandy Barr purchased the company from the Owen family in 1992 and continued the tradition of professional wrestling in the Pacific Northwest under the name Championship Wrestling USA. A new wrestling promotion emerged in 2000 calling itself Portland Wrestling and claiming to be a restart of the original Pacific Northwest / Portland Wrestling. It stressed a title lineage to the old NWA PNW championships, but unlike the Don Owen promotion, the new incarnation of Portland Wrestling was not an NWA member. Due to legal problems the company's owner encountered, the promotion was forced to close down in 2007, and the owner sold his ownership rights to former announcer Don Koss. Koss, in conjunction with Roddy Piper, one of Owen's biggest latter-day stars and Portland area resident, launched a new promotion in 2012, centered on a television program entitled Portland Wrestling Uncut. This program also originated on KPTV, though it would later move to another Portland television station. It was 1920. While the 18th Amendment to the Constitution was introduced, which outlawed the production and consumption of alcohol, more commonly known as Prohibition, the flu and pneumonia spread worldwide, killing many thousands. George Pauley, the human fly, was arrested on the 30th floor of the Woolworth Building in New York while trying to climb up the outside. The teabag was invented by Joseph Krieger, and former world middleweight and world lightweight heavyweight wrestling champion Ted Thigh came to Portland with plans to promote both boxing and wrestling. Ted Thigh had a long, successful career in professional wrestling and later turned promoter. The Seattle State Athletic Commission investigated professional wrestling in March 1931, and Thai's business activities and the legitimacy of the business were hot topics. On March 27th, the Seattle Post-Inquirer reported that Charlie Hansen spoke with a commission member and explained that he used to work for Thai. Hansen said that he had some insider information that wrestling in the area was not on the square. The commission member invited Hansen to appear later. However, during the hearing, a phone call came in to Thai from Hansen, and Thai had reportedly told him not to speak to anyone until he spoke to him first. At the time, however, the commission members had no idea who Thai was talking to, but Thai admitted that it was in fact Hansen when pressed on the issue. Ironically, Hansen was then unavailable to be reached by the commission for comment. Thai told the commission that his Coast Athletic Club took 25% of the earnings for wrestlers who appeared for it, which was confirmed by Musty Musgrave previously. Also, that wrestling in the area was under the control of Billy Sandow and Ed Strangler Lewis. There were charges that matches were fixed, and Thai denied that he'd participated in any such situations. Thai was said to have tried to get Bill Beth to lay down in his match with Koloff, but that Beth would not go along because he was not in the main event. One of Thai's main accusers was a referee named Abe Kuby. On April 3, 1931, the commission determined that charges against Thai hadn't been proven in any way, shape, or form. Thai then hired Herb Owen as his assistant. While Thai was on a trip home in Australia, Owen had the ownership of the company put in his name. Due to rules in effect within the state of Oregon at that time, Owen now had sole rights to sponsor all boxing and wrestling within the state. Herb Owen started out promoting boxing matches, but soon began promoting wrestling matches as well, focusing on lightweights. During his time, sons Don and Elton Owen began helping their father in the family business, helping set up cards, and even stepping into the ring on occasion to box or wrestle. During the early years, Herb brought in boxer Jack Dempsey. According to Barry Owen, Don's son, Dempsey even refereed some wrestling matches for Owen. And unknown to many at the time, George Wagner worked for Owen early in his career. While in PNW, Wagner developed the character for which he would become famous, Gorgeous George. Wagner is reported to have married his first wife in the ring before a match in Eugene, Oregon. In 1942, following his death, Herb's son Don took over the company. In 1944, Don Owen promoted several cards with women wrestlers, until female wrestling was outlawed in Oregon until 1975. The National Wrestling Alliance was formed in 1948 with Don Owen as one of the founding members. This started the beginning of what became known as NWA Pacific Northwest. On July 10, 1953, Don Owen started what was the first regular professional wrestling program on television. Pacific Northwest Wrestling aired a weekly 60-minute live program originally called Heidelberg Wrestling, named for its sponsor, Heidelberg Brewing Company of Tacoma, Washington. The show was initially broadcast on KPTV, but moved to rival KOIN-TV in 1955. Along with the move came the show's new name, Portland Wrestling. The 1950s were a golden era for Portland wrestling, seeing wrestlers such as Ed Francis, Gory Guerrero, and Tony Bourne come into the territory. During this time, Harry Elliott, a former Oregon State University wrestling champion and later the school's wrestling coach, began working for Don Owen as a referee and putting on spot shows in the territory. In 1958, Elliott obtained a contract with CBS Television to broadcast Seattle-based wrestling matches throughout all of Washington and parts of Alaska, British Columbia, California, Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Utah, and Wyoming. Elliott promoted these matches as well as spot matches throughout Washington, Idaho, and northeastern Oregon, while Don Owen continued to handle the bookings. After the opening of the Portland Memorial Coliseum in 1961, Don Owen occasionally promoted wrestling cards at the venue, drawing good crowds. In 1966, Harry Elliott and Don Owen promoted and booked one of the biggest matches ever in Seattle, selling out the Seattle Center Coliseum with 15,500 fans to see Lou Thez beat Gene Kiniski. In 1967, Portland Wrestling returned to KPTV. That year, management changed within CBS Television, and PNW's regionally broadcast wrestling show was dropped, which subsequently led to Harry Elliott's retirement in 1968. Frank Bonema, an on-air personality in KPTV's sports department, took over the announcing duties at the time, serving as the voice of Portland Wrestling until shortly before his untimely death on October 5, 1982, at age 49. Despite losing its regionally broadcast television program in 1967, Portland wrestling was still doing well. In 1968, Owen bought and renovated a bowling alley in North Portland, which became the Portland Sports Arena and the new home of Portland Wrestling. The 1970s continued to be good to Portland wrestling, with the addition of such superstars as Buddy Rose, Ed Wiskowski, Roddy Piper, Jesse Ventura, Lonnie Main, Jimmy Snuka, and Stan Stasiak. Dutch Savage bought into Don Owen Sports and began promoting PNW cards in the state of Washington. The Owens promotion faced opposition from several outlaw promotions throughout the 1970s, but remained strong. For several years during the 1970s and 1980s, PNW's Portland Wrestling program was syndicated in an edited 60-minute version known as Big Time Wrestling, and was shown on stations throughout the Pacific Northwest. Between 1976 and 1985, it was rumored Playboy Buddy Rose had become famous for drawing more money than any other wrestler in the history of Portland wrestling. In 1982 and 1983, Rose wrestled in the WWF, but on his days off he returned to the Northwest and worked one-night stands for Don Owen. Rose was credited for sold-out venues on both the East and West Coast. In 1978, Rose was a United States champion for Roy Shire Productions in the San Francisco Bay Area. As a team, he and Ed Wiskowski became NWA World Tag Team Champions, defending the title in matches up and down the West Coast for Don Owens, Roy Shire, and Los Angeles promoter Mike LaBelle. Wrestling on television became a hot commodity during the 1980s. In 1982, Elton Owen, who had continued working in the family business as his brother Don's right-hand man, retired. Elton died a short time later. Don's son Barry Owen began promoting shows in Washington. He would then take over promoting the weekly Friday shows in Eugene, as well as spot shows, eventually promoting most of the shows which had previously been promoted by Elton. Frank Bonema was admitted to the hospital on September 25, 1982 after suffering a heart attack. Bonema would not return to his Portland wrestling hosting duties, dying 10 days later. On October 9th, veteran announcer Don Koss, who had filled in as a host during this time, officially took over the announcing duties. Koss had previously announced televised wrestling matches in Salem, Oregon over the defunct station KVDO. Wrestlers such as Portland natives Billy Jack Haynes, Roddy Piper, King Parsons, Matt Bourne, Gentleman Chris Adams, Rip Oliver, Buddy Rose, David Schultz, and many others competed regularly. Owen had a working relationship with Jack Atkinson's world-class promotion in Dallas, which produced several talent exchanges, the most famous of which was when Adams and Parsons were sent to World Class in 1983. Both wrestlers became two of the most famous non-Von Erich wrestlers in the promotion's history and became Texas mainstays throughout the rest of their respective careers. On May 21, 1985, in honor of the Owen family's 60 years of promoting in the PNW, a supercard called 60th Anniversary Wrestling Extravaganza was held at the Portland Memorial Coliseum. The show featured representatives from the AWA, NWA, and WWF, including the world champions of both the NWA and AWA, and the world tag team champions of the AWA, all defending their titles. The PNW accomplished something the WWF had yet to achieve at the time: a sold-out Coliseum. Barry Owen claimed that this event had the highest attendance ever for a sporting event at that Coliseum. On January 21, 1986, Portland Wrestling held a follow-up to the supercard called Super Extravaganza, also at the Portland Memorial Coliseum. The card was limited to NWA talent and was not as large and successful as the first supercard. The PNW took a number of hits in the late 1980s. Changes to a centralized Oregon Boxing and Wrestling Commission began to affect the industry through new rules and fines levied at wrestlers and promoters. Additionally, the expansion of the WWF and WCW into national promotions with nationwide television deals ran most local or regional wrestling concerns out of business. This left few territories for younger wrestlers to develop their skills early in their careers, thus leaving very green talent for the non-national promotions. By 1987, Don Owen was the only remaining member of the original NWA group. In 1987, Len Denton, working for Don Owen, became the first booker for PNW, while still developing who would become stars of the future such as Art Barr, Scotty the Body, C.W. Bergstrom, Steve Dahl, and Rex King. Scotty, recognized as a good talker, was eventually used as Koss's wisecrack-making broadcast partner. Without new talent and other reasons mostly lacking good sponsors, business continued to slide into the 1990s. In 1991, Pacific Northwest Wrestling's main television sponsor declared bankruptcy. Despite remaining the highest-rated, locally produced show aired in the Portland television market, Portland Wrestling was canceled in December 1991 after 38 continuous years as a weekly program. When the show was canceled, it was the longest-running non-news show on television and the third longest overall behind Meet the Press and the CBS Evening News. It is still one of the top 20 longest-running shows in television. Don Owen continued to run wrestling shows throughout Oregon and Washington until April 30th, 1992, when he retired and sold the entire company, minus the sports arena, to Portland Wrestling's referee and future promoter, Sandy Barr. The Portland Sports Arena, as well as a former supermarket building next door, which was used by Barr for the flea market he ran, were eventually acquired by a local church. Sandy Barr continued promoting wrestling in the Pacific Northwest under the company names of Championship Wrestling USA and IGA Wrestling. Barr created new titles for the promotion and abandoned the previous ones. As Barr faced challenges when dealing with the Oregon State Athletic Commission similar to what Owen faced, he decided to move the promotion across the Columbia River to Vancouver, Washington. Barr purchased late-night airtime on local television station KOIN for a couple years, but was never given a stable time slot. Barr would continue to run weekly shows until shortly before his death on June 2, 2007. In 1996, Matt Bourne became booker for CW USA, and crowds began to rise. Sandy Barr abruptly closed Championship Wrestling USA in 1997. The remaining weeks of television that had been purchased on KOIN were filled with programs from 1993. Matt Bourne joined up with Ivan Caffery, who owned a local radio station, and created the new Portland Wrestling. They ran shows at the Aladdin Theater in Portland and later a flea market near Portland Meadows. Their biggest success came in November 1997 when former University of Oregon football player Josh Wilcox made his pro debut in front of a crowd of over 700 fans. The physical belt that was used as the NWA Pacific Northwest title was used at various times by its owner Len Denton before being sold on eBay in 2006. The last title claimant was part-time pro wrestler Matt Farmer, who defended the title at local Lucha Libre shows. In late 2000, wrestling returned to Portland with the opening of Portland Wrestling. This new promotion claimed that its heavyweight title and tag team title lineage were the same as the previous titles operated by Don Owen Sports. However, this Portland Wrestling was not an NWA member, nor was it directly linked in any way to the original Portland Wrestling. The new Portland Wrestling initially aired on Portland's WBTV network affiliate KWB-TV. Frank Culbertson Jr., an advertising representative for the station, served first as ringside announcer and later as executive producer. KWBP changed hands in December 2002, and the new owners dropped virtually all local programming from its lineup due to a decline in fan base. This development occurred at the same time Portland Wrestling was having major difficulties with the Portland state government, in particular the Athletic Commission and the Attorney General's office. On May 10, 2007, Culbertson, who was still running the operations of the promotion, was arraigned on charges for aggravated theft for allegedly embezzling well over $10,000 from Portland-based Broadway Cab Company, where he had been working in the accounting department as a controller. He was sentenced to 30 days in jail, 5 years probation, and was required to repay the cab company $48,000 in restitution. The event came to a surprise as Don Koss, who in light of Culbertson's criminal charges has expressed uncertainty on the future of Portland wrestling. On October 22, 2012, it was announced that KPTV and KPDX would be reviving Portland Wrestling under the name Portland Wrestling Uncut. Under the direction of WWE Hall of Famer and PNW legend Rowdy Roddy Piper. The new series debuted on October 27th on KPTV following Game 3 of the 2012 World Series. Portland Wrestling rights owner Don Koss has also returned to announce the matches along with special guests. The wrestling matches were taped at KPTV's Beaverton Studios. 2 months later, on December 29th, Portland Wrestling Uncut moved to KPTV's sister station, KPDX, retaining the Saturday night time slot for the program that was held when it was revived on KPTV. Portland Wrestling Uncut was promoted by Pete Schweitzer, owner of Schweitzer Entertainment Group. Portland Wrestling Uncut went on a brief hiatus due to a damaged ring. Portland Wrestling Uncut was scheduled to return to KPDX in July or August of 2014 after taking a step back to regroup when an investment capital deal fell through. Despite efforts to resume Portland Wrestling Uncut, the program eventually faded away and was replaced by West Coast Wrestling Connection on KPDX. There was no word as to whether or not Portland Wrestling Uncut will return to production or if it ever will. Sadly, on July 31st, 2015, WWE Hall of Famer Roddy Piper died in his sleep at the age of 61. Vince McMahon was quoted in saying Roddy Piper was one of the most entertaining, controversial, and bombastic performers ever in the WWE, beloved by millions of fans around the world. Film director John Carpenter said he was a great wrestler, a masterful entertainer, and a good friend. He was married to his wife Kitty since 1982 and had 4 children. That was the untold story of Pacific Northwest Wrestling. The International Wrestling Federation, also known as Killer Kowalski's All-Stars, was a professional wrestling promotion that held events in the northeastern United States from 1979 to 1996, when it was run by Killer Kowalski. The promotion was based in Reading, Massachusetts, with offices in Burlington, Vermont. It operated in conjunction with Kowalski's famed wrestling school in Malden, Massachusetts. It was 1977 in Massachusetts. While the Boston Bruins were swept in 4 games straight by the defending Stanley Cup champions, the Montreal Canadiens, Ram Jam's controversial cover of Black Betty topped the U.S. charts for 18 weeks. The Dover Demon was reportedly sighted in the town of Dover, Massachusetts, and Killer Kowalski formed the Killer Kowalski Institute for Professional Wrestling in Malden, Massachusetts. The International Wrestling Federation was formed in 1979 by Killer Kowalski 2 years after he started his wrestling school. According to former student John Callahan, Kowalski decided to form his own group after an argument with Angelo Savoldi at the Boston Garden. The first championship titles were introduced in 1982, with Kowalski and the Executioners being billed as the first IWF heavyweight and tag team champions. That same year, the IWF began airing a Sunday morning show, Bedlam from Boston, on WXNE-TV Channel 25. During this period, Kowalski partnered with Dominic DiNucci and Bruno Sammartino's International Wrestling Group based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Kowalski initially promoted shows in the greater Boston area, but eventually toured throughout the northeastern United States. IWF event tours also included high school gyms and fairs in cities throughout New England. Some of the promotion's regular towns included Andover, Bellingham, Grafton, Middleborough, Norwood, Waltham, and Westford, Massachusetts. Kowalski was able to promote IWF shows via his weekly column, Killer's Corner, for the Boston Sunday Herald. The IWF relocated to Burlington, Vermont in the early 1990s, but returned to the Boston area in November 2001. The IWF featured many former Worldwide Wrestling Federation stars during its early years, including Dominic DiNucci, Larry Zbyszko, the Haiti Kid, and the Valiant Brothers. Bill Curry was the main heel manager before his death. Larry Zbyszko's infamous WWF feud with Bruno Sammartino spilled over into the IWF as he battled his former mentor's real-life son, Bruno Sammartino Jr., in late 1982. Kowalski continued bringing in talent from the World Wrestling Federation when Vince McMahon Jr. took over his father's promotion in the 1980s. The promotion showcased a number of wrestlers who were regulars in the Northeast wrestling scene and was the birthplace of Paul Levesque, Perry Saturn, and China. Paul Levesque, who graduated from Kowalski's school at the top of his class, made his IWF debut in March 1992, defeating Tony Roy. 2 months later, he won the organization's heavyweight title from Mad Dog Richard. Saturn, billed as the Iron Horseman, won the IWF North American and Light Heavyweight Championship during the early 1990s. He also won the IWF Tag Team Championship with Paul Levesque. Saturn met his future tag team partner, John Cronus, while working for the IWF and helped enroll him in Kowalski's wrestling school. China won the IWF Ladies Championship from the Violent Flame in the mid-1990s. Ron Reese and the Renegade, as Lord of the Jungle, found success in World Championship Wrestling. Kowalski had a strong relationship with both Vince McMahon Sr. and his son Vince McMahon Jr. His students regularly appeared on World Wrestling Federation television as preliminary wrestlers during the 1980s and 1990s. His best-known students, Triple H, China, and Perry Saturn, had prominent roles in the company during the Attitude Era. The IWF later featured former WWF stars Demolition Axe, King Kong Bundy, Hercules, the Honky Tonk Man, the Mountie, Jake the Snake Roberts, Jimmy Snuka, and Nikolai Volkov. In December 1992, following his controversial departure from the WWF, the Ultimate Warrior appeared under his old ring name Dingo Warrior and wrestled Hercules at an IWF event. The current WWF stars such as Adam Bomb, Bob Backlund, Doink the Clown, King Kong Bundy, and Hakushi occasionally appeared at IWF events in the mid-1990s. The IWF stopped holding regular shows after 1996, though Kowalski continued promoting under the Killer Kowalski's All-Stars banner for a few more years. In November 2001, the IWF took part in Headlocks for Humanity, an American Red Cross benefit show for victims of the September 11th attacks, with Slick Wagner Brown and Cue Ball representing the promotion. One of the IWF's last shows was held in Sutton, New Hampshire on November 2nd, 2002. Finally, in 2003, health issues forced Kowalski to withdraw from both promoting and the wrestling school. Following his death in 2008, the Kowalski estate auctioned off the IWF correspondence and other wrestling memorabilia from his career. That was the untold story of the International Wrestling Federation. Smoky Mountain Wrestling was a professional wrestling promotion that held events in the Appalachian area of the United States from October 1991 to December 1995, when it was run by Jim Cornette. The promotion was based in Knoxville, Tennessee, with offices in Morristown. Episodes are available on the WWE Network. It was 1991. As a taxi driver by the name of Rodney King became internationally known after a tape was released of him being beaten on March 3rd by the Los Angeles police, the release of Nirvana's Nevermind signified the start of the grunge era that would dominate the music scene up into the mid-1990s. The Pittsburgh Penguins beat the Minnesota North Stars in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Finals, and Jim Cornette formed Smoky Mountain Wrestling in October 1991 upon leaving World Championship Wrestling with Stan Lane, Tim Horner, and Sandy Scott. The promotion was backed financially by music producer Rick Rubin. The first events and TV time, Brian Lee won the championship in a tournament held at a volunteer slam on May 22, 1992 in Knoxville, Tennessee. The first Smoky Mountain Tag Team Champions were crowned in a tournament final on April 23, 1992, in Harrogate, Tennessee, when the Heavenly Bodies defeated the Fantastics. Jim Cornette had initially envisioned a territory reaching from Kentucky into as far as South Carolina and Georgia, though they did eventually run events over that large of a region, including a few shows in the Cobb County Civic Center in Marietta, Georgia. The promotion's biggest towns included Knoxville and Johnson City, Tennessee. SMW event tours also included high school gyms and fairs in cities throughout Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, and North Carolina. In 1993, Smoky Mountain Wrestling signed deals with World Championship Wrestling and the World Wrestling Federation to showcase their wrestlers on the larger company shows. This led to the Rock and Roll Express wrestling the Heavenly Bodies at Super Bowl III in February, and the Heavenly Bodies then faced the Steiner Brothers for the WWF Tag Team Championship at SummerSlam 1993, and then defeating the Rock and Roll Express at Survivor Series 1993 for the SMW Tag Team Championship. The promotion featured a number of wrestlers who were regulars in the southeastern wrestling scene, and was the birthplace of the Heavenly Bodies, Stan Lane and Tom Pritchard, and later Tom Pritchard and Jimmy Del Rey. The Heavenly Bodies, managed by Jim Cornette, were featured heavily throughout the years as they worked storyline feuds with the Rock and Roll Express, the Fantastics, and the Armstrong family. SMW also featured a number of young wrestlers who had not yet made their mark on the national stage, including Bob Holly, New Jack, Al Snow, Glenn Jacobs, Balls Mahoney, Chris Jericho, Lance Storm, Chris Candido, Tammy Lynn Sitch, Brian James, and D'Lo Brown. But ultimately, like most independents, was not financially successful. Cornette eventually signed a working agreement with the World Wrestling Federation to trade talent, manage, and serve as an on-air talent for the company. Brian Hildebrand was a Smoky Mountain mainstay, occupying such roles as head of merchandise, referee, and sound director. Jim Cornette, a traditionalist, catered to fans that Mick Foley described as old-time fans who still believed in good guys and bad guys, and to whom cheating was still reason to get upset. Bob Caudle, who was a play-by-play announcer on the TV program, would also proclaim at the beginning of each show that Smoky Mountain Wrestling was professional wrestling the way it used to be and the way you like it. This was a sharp contrast to ECW, in which anti-heroes increasingly took precedence over clear-cut heroes and villains. Smoky Mountain was, however, the birthplace of the controversial Gangstas gimmick, where black wrestlers New Jack and Mustafa would cut promos about activist Medgar Evers while also using fried chicken and watermelon as props. The promotion had a brief association with the National Wrestling Alliance, whose flagship promotion, Eastern Championship Wrestling, had split away in August 1994, leaving the NWA with no World Heavyweight Champion. A 10-man tournament was held in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, in November, featuring many SMW wrestlers. Their participants were Tracy Smothers, Devon Storm, Eddie Gilbert, Johnny Gunn, Chris Candido, Al Snow, Dirty White Boy, Jerry Lawler, Lou Perez, and Osamu Nishimura. The winner was Chris Candido, who defended his title mostly at SMW events. In February 1995, however, Candido lost the belt to Ultimate Fighting Championship winner Dan Severn, who, as a freelancer, decided to become a traveling world champion, depriving SMW of a basis for World Heavyweight Championship matches. However, in April 1995, the Rock and Roll Express won the NWA World Tag Team Championship for the 5th time, giving SMW a handful of World Tag Team Championship matches. Al Snow debuted at the beginning of 1995 at SMW. A tragic event then partnered him up with the Giant Unabomb, when his original partner Eddie Gilbert, with whom he had just launched a feud against the Rock and Roll Express, had died of a drug overdose. Snow took Gilbert's place. The roles of the team were clear. Snow was the mouth, Unabomb the muscle. Their first attempt at Morton and Gibson was Sunday Bloody Sunday 2. Snow and Unabomb still failed against the Rock and Roll Express, but Snow's big mouth made sure that the Express was so irritated that they could not stay with the match. In upset that she left him a note in Braille. Snow got Morton a joke for his jokes by knocking him down with a miner's glove, causing the team's next match at Bluegrass Brawl 3 to be scheduled as a coal miner's glove on a pole match. Snow was beaten by Morton with the glove KO, but fell in pin position on the previously knocked out Gibson. The heel duo won and crowned themselves the league's new tag team champions. However, Snow did not have enough. The following week, he made formal funeral arrangements for Morton's career in the style of a sleazy television preacher. Symbolically, he threw Morton's headband in a wooden coffin. Morton's career was far from dead. As punishment, Snow had been put in a scaffold match with Morton, a match that can only be won by knocking his opponent off a several-meter-high platform. Snow was ready to finally break Morton's neck in the match, but in the end it was Morton who got his revenge for the many humiliations and pushed Snow down. But that was not over, because Snow was a bad loser and attacked Morton after the match, ensured that fans' hatred for Snow and Unabomber remained undiminished. Ultimately, however, it should be noted it was not the Express that dethroned the pair as champions, but the Thugs, Tony Anthony and Tracy Smothers. Off the title screen, however, the feud between Snow and Unabomber and the Express went even further. There was a series of gimmick matches, steel cage matches, and street fights, all of which went to the Rock and Roll Express. In the fall of 1994, legendary horseman Ole Anderson was featured in the weekly TV show of Smoky Mountain Wrestling with an announcement in Family Matters. Ole said that his son Bryant had signed up with SMW and would debut there soon. The young Bryant was already known by this time from WCW, where he was fired by Eric Bischoff. At SMW, Bryant now had bigger plans. Bryant debuted in October with his dad by his side with the same look that he had in the 70s. Bryant quickly made his first sense of achievement as he won the television title against Scott Studd, who later became Scotty Riggs. The defense of the belt presented Bryant bigger challenges because 2 weeks later he would face the former SMW heavyweight champion Tracy Smothers. But Bryant managed to surprise and defend the belt clearly and fairly against his experienced challenger. Smothers wanted to pay him respect with a handshake, but Bryant did not. It turned out that Bryant and Smothers had a history. The two had already met when Bryant was a college wrestler at the University of Tennessee. Smothers stopped by every now and then to help with the training, and Bryant accused Smothers of having tackled him hard. Bryant wanted payback in SMW. As a result, there were a number of other matches of the two in the series like Thanksgiving Thunder, and a young Anderson won them over. Bryant wanted to demonstrate even more clearly that he had outgrown Smothers. He therefore called him to a submission exhibition in which the two would compete for who would force an opponent to tap faster. After Anderson had forced James Atkins to the tap, Smothers tried the same with the figure-4 leg lock against Anthony Michaels. But when he got Michaels under control, Anderson attacked him, injuring his shoulder. That was a setup for a series of I Quit matches of the two brawlers at Christmas Chaos. Smothers managed to beat the young freshman and put him in his place. It was a culmination of the feud, which continued on house shows until January 1995, but no longer developed decisively. Shortly thereafter, Brian Anderson left SMW and wrestling as a whole. Although he proved his talent in the matches against Smothers, he simply quit the business. Whether it was Kentucky, Tennessee, Virginia, or North Carolina, none of the U.S. states where Smoky Mountain Wrestling operated was a stronghold of gangster culture. When you say iced tea, most of the SMW audience was thinking of a soft drink. Ice Cube was something you put in it, and NWA was nothing else than the National Wrestling Alliance. For that reason, this was a brilliant idea. Jim Cornette took the risk in 1994 with the creation of the Gangstas, New Jack and Mustafa Saeed. With the Gangstas, Cornette made a bomb that contained a highly explosive mixture of almost all elements of the race question. The Gangstas brought together bits and pieces of ghetto culture, the Nation of Islam, and a perverted interpretation of the civil rights movement. The best way to illustrate this was Oracle Rambles and his ability to turn his listeners into a furious mob in just a few words, especially those in the southern states with their well-known racial tension. New Jack and Mustafa debuted in July 1994 and needed a promo from New Jack to become one of the most hated men in the league. New Jack began with references to O.J. Simpson, Luis Farrakhan, and Snoop Doggy Dogg. In response to the Gangstas, several broadcasters from the SMW syndication switched off, and eventually the civil rights movement, NAACP, demonstrated against SMW because it saw no positivity in the gimmick. The Gangstas then announced on Night of Legends they were aiming for the Rock and Roll Express. They cost Ricky Morton and Robert Gibson their match against Brian Lee and Chris Candido, and thus the titles. The Express then regained the belt on the next TV taping, and the way for the altercation with the Gangstas was free. It was followed by a series of matches. Jim Cornette brought ex-WWE enhancement talent Johnny Canine, who was repackaged as Bruiser Bedlam in 1994, as an enforcer in his perpetual feud against Bob Armstrong and his sons. Bedlam, who put his strength to the test with various strongman tricks, got into trouble over time with SMW heavyweight champion Dirty White Boy. After initially defeating White Boy in a non-title match and attacking him the following week during a match with Killer Kyle, Bedlam then asked for a tag team match with Kyle against White Boy and Tracy Smothers. He pinned White Boy after interference by Jim Cornette, who used his tennis racket against White Boy. White Boy wanted revenge and threatened to beat Cornette with his belt for the interference. Cornette and Bedlam, however, came and ambushed White Boy again, but it was Cornette who beat the champion with his racket and ran for his life when White Boy then came to. White Boy then defended his title at the Big Apple Brawl for the first time against Bedlam, and retained the title after Bedlam was disqualified. That same evening, they also faced each other in a Rage in a Cage 8-man tag team match that White Boy's team won. The same week, SMW faced another confrontation after Cornette provoked White Boy with insults against him and his wife Kimberly. That followed by a fight between White Boy and Bedlam, in which Bedlam knocked his adversary out accidentally. In the next match between White Boy and Bedlam, a belt was then incorporated in a strap match that White Boy won by disqualification. The culmination of the feud was Ron Wright's comeback to the ring at the Thanksgiving Thunder event series to challenge Cornette and Bedlam with White Boy and his partner. White Boy and Wright won all the duels which ended this feud. The Thrill Seekers was Chris Jericho and Lance Storm, and for many fans was a dream couple. The Thrill Seekers made their debut with SMW in February 1994, and their first match hinted that the two young men had been particularly impressed by the female fans. Storm and Jericho quickly won the hearts of all the fans, but one heart they could not win, SMW mastermind Jim Cornette. While the Thrill Seekers were given a cake by the group of fans during an SMW TV taping in July, Cornette interrupted and told Storm and Jericho that the two made him sick by appealing to the audience. The Seekers listened for a while, then looked at the cake and Cornette got it in the face. A humiliation for which Cornette was to take bitter revenge on the same evening. An amateur filmed head first into a car trunk. The Seekers quickly guessed who was behind the mask. Tom Pritchard and Jimmy Del Rey, the Heavenly Bodies. The Heavenly Bodies had lost a Loser Leave Town match a few months earlier against the Rock and Roll Express and had to stay away. The Thrill Seekers sat down after the attack, but a successful ban was lifted for one night and they were allowed to compete against the Heavenly Bodies at the Night of Legends. It was a match that did not go well for the Thrill Seekers because Jericho broke his arm the day of the fight before the match. Nonetheless, he started with a sling. The injury had bad consequences because a combination of blood-thinning effects because of the drugs he took, the match became a battleground. Witnesses to the match described Jericho's blood loss similar to the massacre of Bill Alfonso in the ECW or even the mass transit incident. In short, it was not a sight for the faint-hearted. Nonetheless, Jericho fought his way to the bloody mishap, taking his team to a more dramatic-looking victory by eventually pinning Del Rey. The day after, Fire on a Mountain was supposed to have a rematch. Jericho was wisely left out. Storm teamed up with Tracy Smothers to defeat the Bodies once again. The fight at the Night of Legends was to be the last match of Jericho at SMW. Smoky Mountain held a variety of professional wrestling tournaments between 1992 and 1995 that were competed for by wrestlers that were part of the roster. The SMW Tag Team Championship Tournament was a tournament to crown the first ever SMW Tag Team Champions. It was held between March 12th and April 23rd, 1992, with the finals occurring at Volunteer Slam. The SMW Heavyweight Championship Tournament was also a tournament to crown the first ever SMW Heavyweight Champion. It was held between April 9th and May 22nd, 1992, with the finals also occurring at Volunteer Slam. The King of Kentucky was a one-night single elimination tournament held in Hazard, Kentucky on June 24th, 1993. The NWA World Heavyweight Championship Tournament was a one-night single elimination tournament held in Cherry Hill, New Jersey on November 19, 1994 to decide a new NWA World Heavyweight. The Carolina Cup Tag Team Tournament was a one-night single elimination tournament held at the Grady Cole Center on August 13, 1995. After SMW closed, Brad Armstrong declared himself SMW champion and defended the SMW Heavyweight Championship in the United States Wrestling Association. He eventually lost the belt to Jerry the King Lawler on December 30th, 1995. Though the promotion was highly thought of, it struggled to get a profitable television deal and operated through a wrestling recession that would not end until 1997. After years of operating in red ink, Jim Cornette shut the promotion down in December 1995 to work full-time with the WWF. The last SMW show was held on November 26, 1995 in Cookeville, Tennessee, and featured the entire SMW roster attacking Jim Cornette, who was then pinned by referee Mark Curtis. Several SMW wrestlers would soon obtain work in the WWF, including Tracy Smothers, the Dirty White Boy, and Boo Bradley. The SMW video library is now owned by WWE. Both Curtis Comes Home and the 2005 sequel show, held in memory of SMW head referee Mark Curtis, are both considered unofficial reunion shows. That was the untold story of Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Houston Wrestling is a now defunct professional wrestling promotion that ran from the mid-1920s through 1987. Originally run by the Segal family, it reached its highest point of popularity during its run under Paul Bosch. It was 1915 in Houston, Texas, as a Galveston hurricane hit the Texas coast with winds up to 135 miles per hour. Charlie Chaplin's film The Tramp was released. On August the 31st, Jimmy Lavender of the Chicago Cubs pitched a no-hitter against the New York Giants. The 1 millionth Ford car rolled off the assembly line at the River Rouge plant in Detroit, Michigan. Einstein's theory of general relativity was formulated, and Houston's wrestling legend began, with shows being held at irregular intervals until 1923. Inspired by this, promoter Julius Segal started Houston City Auditorium. Following the creation of this historic building, wrestlers like Young Gotch, Toots Mondt, Alexander the Great, Ellis Becerra, Dan O'Connor, Wildcat Ewing, and Ed the Strangler Lewis began showing up in Houston on a regular basis to perform in weekly Friday night shows. In 1929, Segal left to promote shows in New Orleans and Shreveport, Louisiana, leaving the promotion to his brother, Morris Segal. Morris was not well versed in the wrestling business, but guided the promotion through strong business sense and surrounding himself with people capable of running wrestling shows without his help. During this time, a wrestler from Brooklyn, New York named Paul Bosch was on the wrestling scene, who would ultimately be one of Morris Segal's main men. In 1947, Bosch was in a serious car accident that forced him to retire from performing. Segal hired him as a backstage aide and radio announcer. In May 1942, Julius Segal died of a heart attack at 47 years old. He was one of the first promoters to intertwine his company with local charities and known to stage benefit matches to aid needy children. As television became popular in Houston around 1949, Bosch became Houston Wrestling's first television commentator. After several years of jumping channels, Houston Wrestling ended up on local channel 39, at which point it became a national phenomenon for over 30 years. Morris Segal died on December 26, 1966. In early 1967, Bosch bought the Gulf Athletic Club from Segal's widow, realizing that he was ultimately in the best position to carry on the Houston wrestling legacy. Paul Bosch noted that he had been training for this position for over 2 decades without even realizing it, and was ready to practice his own ideas and run the company himself. Under his control, Houston Wrestling expanded its legacy, becoming one of the most popular promotions in the nation, rivaling even Dallas's popular world-class championship wrestling promotion. Wrestlers such as Billy Red Lyons and Gary Hart acknowledged Houston Wrestling as one of the best in the nation, and also praised Bosch as an honest man and a great promoter who almost always drew sellouts for his cards. Bosch spent 21 years promoting in Houston, affiliating himself with Southwest Sports, World Class Championship Wrestling, Southwest Championship Wrestling, Mid-South Wrestling, the Universal Wrestling Federation, and the World Wrestling Federation, all in an attempt to bring the best wrestlers and best wrestling to the Houston area. In 1974, on the 4th of July, Houston Wrestling returned to the Sam Houston Coliseum, featuring one of many 2-ring battle royals, featuring the likes of Grizzly Smith, superstar Billy Graham, Jose Lothario, Steve Strong, and John Tolos, where the winner Al Madril claimed a $16,000 purse. Also on the card, Mad Dog Vachon faced Terry Funk for the Brass Knucks Championship in the main event. Some of the biggest feuds in Houston wrestling history include Johnny Valentine and Wahoo McDaniel, Fritz Bonerick and Duke Kiyomuka, and the Fantastics and the Sheepherders. In the advent of national promotions in the 1980s, Houston Wrestling began to fall by the wayside, as various partner promotions such as Mid-South and the Universal Wrestling Federation began affiliating themselves with the National Wrestling Alliance. Paul Bosch opted instead to work with Vince McMahon and the World Wrestling Federation. On April 11, 1987, he shocked fans by opening the program, announcing Houston Wrestling and the WWF were working together, and on Friday, May the 15th, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat would be defending his newly won Intercontinental Championship in a return match against Randy Macho Man Savage at the Sam Houston Coliseum under the Houston Wrestling banner. Unlike other promotions, Houston Wrestling did not have its own world champion or any other titles. Instead, Paul Bosch used the booking office titles that he was co-promoting with at the time. He also used the AWA title in main events with Bockwinkel on a regular basis in the late 70s and early 1980s. After a 4-month partnership with Vince McMahon and the WWF, Paul Bosch retired from promoting. The WWF hosted his retirement show on Friday, August 28, 1987, in Houston, Bosch's territory, at the Sam Houston Coliseum. Dozens of guests were in attendance to honor the legendary businessman and wrestling pioneer. Among the dignitaries at the show were Lou Thez, Vern Gagne, Bruno Sammartino, Fabulous Moolah, Terry Funk, Andre the Giant, Vince McMahon, Boris Malenko, Mil Mascaras, Hulk Hogan, Jack Tunney, Pat Patterson, Billy Lyons, Gene Kiniski, Stu Hart, Jose Lothario, Ernie Ladd, and many others, with a sellout crowd of 12,000 fans witnessing Hulk Hogan successfully defend the WWF Championship against the one-man gang, effectively ending Houston wrestling. During the show, then Vice Presidents George H.W. Bush honored Bosch via telegram. Paul Bosch died 2 years later. He was known to treat the wrestlers who worked for him very well, and his payoffs were among the best in the business. While most promoters around that time were paying top guys no more than 15% of the gate, Bosch's payouts were rumored to exceed 30%. Houston Wrestling maintained a very fluid roster due to its reliance on other promotions to provide talent for its shows. Notable wrestlers included Wahoo McDaniel, Fritz Von Erich, Hacksaw Duggan, Dick Murdoch, Johnny Valentine, Nick Bockwinkel, the Midnight Express, the Rock and Roll Express, Shawn Michaels, the Blade Runners, Superstar Billy Graham, Andre the Giant, Bob Backlund, and Bruno Sammartino. That was the untold story of Houston wrestling. The Universal Wrestling Federation was owner Bill Watts' attempt at taking his Mid-South wrestling promotion to a national level in 1986. The attempt failed, and in 1987, Watts sold the organization to Jim Crockett Promotions, and it became part of what would later be known as World Championship Wrestling. The promotion had started out as an NWA territory known as NWA Tri-State. Founded by former territory wrestler Leroy McGurk in the early 1950s, Tri-State promoted in Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi, the same area that Mid-South Wrestling ran before attempting to go national. In 1990, Herb Abrams started an unrelated wrestling promotion with the same name. It was 1979. For the first time in history, a woman was elected Prime Minister in the United Kingdom. As technology became smaller, Sony released the Sony Walkman costing $200 each. The average cost of a new house was $58,000. Michael Jackson dropped his breakthrough album, Off the Wall. Superman the movie hit the big screen. Pontiac Firebird released its 10th year anniversary edition. And Bill Watts bought out the Tri-State Wrestling Circuit from Leroy McGurk and renamed the circuit Mid-South Wrestling Association. One of his first acts as owner was to withdraw from the National Wrestling Alliance. Though Mid-South Wrestling would still remain loosely aligned with the organization and continue to have the NWA World Champion defend his title on MSW shows. Mid-South Wrestling began adding shows in Arkansas to its circuit. In 1982, the promotion grew to include Oklahoma when McGurk shut down his Oklahoma-based promotion. He also formed an alliance with Houston promoter Paul Bosch to feature Mid-South talent on cards at the Sam Houston Coliseum, one of the largest cities in America and one of the most fabled arenas in professional wrestling. Instead of cartoonish characters and interviews, Mid-South Wrestling focused on energetic matches and characters whose personas blurred the lines between good and evil and a physical style and episodic format. The promotion ran shows in a mix of small venues and gigantic arenas. In 1980, a card pitting a blinded Junkyard Dog against Freebird Michael Hayes in the main event drew nearly 30,000 fans. In 1984, Watts came out of retirement to team with a masked Junkyard Dog using the name Stagger Lee to face the Midnight Express to cap an angle in which the Express and his manager Jim Cornette beat Watts on TV. The latter card also featured a showdown between Magnum TA and Mr. Wrestling 2, which drew 22,000 fans. In the mid to late 1980s, MSW began to expand nationally. In 1985, Ted Turner invited Bill Watts to air his Mid-South Wrestling program on Superstation TBS as an alternative to the World Wrestling Federation programming that ran on Saturday nights. Ted Turner was angered by Vince McMahon and the WWF because McMahon reportedly promised Turner a studio-produced program, but instead he presented just 2 hours of highlights from other WWF programming. Mid-South Wrestling quickly became the highest-rated program on TBS, and Watts positioned himself to take over the 2-hour Saturday block occupied by the WWF. His luck ran out when former Georgia promoter Jim Barnett helped broker a deal that allowed NWA promoter Jim Crockett Jr. to buy the slot from McMahon and become the exclusive wrestling promotion for TBS. The deal forced the elimination of the Mid-South Wrestling program from the TBS schedule. In March 1986, Mid-South Wrestling went national and was relaunched as the Universal Wrestling Federation, so it was not stigmatized as a Southern group. From that point, many newcomers joined the federation, as did former WCCW co-promoter Ken Mantell. However, despite the federation's success, it could not compete against Jim Crockett Promotions and the WWF. In addition, the WWF also reached the pinnacle of its success through WrestleMania 3. Bill Watts was also harmed when the oil-based Oklahoma economy went into a severe recession in the fall of 1986, affecting all businesses and cutting down on fans able to pay to see the shows. Watts would end up selling the UWF to Crockett on April 9, 1987, and many of the Federation's top names went on to either the NWA, WWF, or WCCW. Unlike other NWA promotions Jim Crockett purchased, the UWF did not immediately end. It was kept alive until December 1987. Despite promises at the time, Crockett buried the UWF, letting its various titles die out, and with the prime exceptions of Sting, the Fabulous Freebirds, Shane Douglas, Rick Steiner, and for a while Eddie Gilbert and Steve Williams, few of its various stars made headway into Crockett's promotion. Crockett's circuit was sold to Ted Turner and eventually became World Championship Wrestling. In the early 1990s, Bill Watts found himself as WCW president. WWE acquired most of the Mid-South UWF archive for its WWE Libraries collection in 2012. The exception to this is Mid-South UWF matches that were filmed for Houston Wrestling, the wrestling program produced by Houston wrestling promoter Paul Bosch for local independent station KHTV, and whose archive is now owned by Bosch's estate. Select episodes of Mid-South are available for viewing on the WWE Network. The Battle of New Orleans was a long-playing brawl between Eddie Gilbert, Terry Taylor, Chris Adams, and Sting, which spilled out into the concession area. Beer kegs, chairs, tables, popcorn machine, and anything the four wrestlers could get their hands on were used in the brawl, which lasted nearly 15 minutes. Sting and Gilbert often fought outside the ring when Rick Steiner came in and pile-drove Shane Douglas. With Taylor on top, referee Randy Anderson made the pinfall. Later, Adams came out and told Anderson what had happened, which prompted Gilbert and Taylor to gang up on Adams. Sting came in to even the sides, and that resulted in an all-out brawl outside the ring. Eddie Gilbert was the mastermind of this famous angle and received huge praise from fellow promoters and wrestlers. Adams was engaged in a storyline involving Iceman King Parsons and Terry Taylor, which evolved out of the UWF Tag Team Championship Tournament in February 1987. Originally, Adams and Iceman were one of the 8 teams participating, and Taylor was teamed with Sam Houston. In a semifinals match, Adams and Iceman wrestled against Dr. Death Steve Williams and Ted DiBiase until Skandor Akbar Devastation Inc. charged the ring to attack Williams and DiBiase. The match ended when Williams and DiBiase were counted out. Adams, who was helping Williams and DiBiase fight off Akbar and his army, wanted the match to continue, but Iceman Parsons wanted the win. After a lengthy argument, Adams and Parsons split, and Chris chose Savannah Jack as his new tag team partner. Iceman sucker punched Savannah and injured him, thus Adams had to choose another tag team partner. He chose Terry Taylor, whose team lost a semi-final match to Rick Steiner and Sting. Taylor and Adams eventually won the UWF tag team titles and held the belts for 2 months. Meanwhile, Adams and Parsons engaged in a lengthy feud, which lasted for more than a decade, with Parsons frequently referring to Adams as a jailbird, a reference to Adams serving time in jail on an assault conviction. Taylor and Adams, who dominated the UWF tag team scene, lost a match to Steiner and Sting when Taylor kicked Adams' foot off the rope as he was being pinned by Sting. A face-to-face bout between Adams and Taylor marked Taylor's heel turn as he pile-drove Adams on the floor. The Taylor-Adams war proved to be one of the most violent feuds in the UWF, with an equal intensity to the feud Adams had with the Von Erichsen World Class. The feud did have a short interruption when Taylor was injured in an automobile accident, but picked up again by the summer and carried over to world class by 1988. Taylor and Adams promoted a famous angle in August which involved a press conference where Taylor spoke about a situation with Adams and then left. Chris later took questions, which prompted Taylor to attack Adams with a chair. The following week, Adams conducted an interview vowing revenge against both Taylor and Eddie Gilbert. Other famous UWF angles included promoter Bill Watts being attacked and having a USSR flag dropped on him by Eddie Gilbert. Missy Hyatt cold-cocking John Tatum after joining forces with Gilbert. Skandor Akbar throwing a fireball at Hacksaw Jim Duggan and blinding him temporarily, and the Freebirds breaking Steve Williams' arm. Williams recruited Oklahoma Sooners Barry Switzer into training and getting back into the ring. It paid off on July 11, 1987, when Dr. Death defeated Big Bubba Rogers to win the UWF Heavyweight Championship. The Freebirds became faces around that time as they began feuding with Skandor Akbar's army as well as the Angel of Death. A preliminary wrestler, Mike Boyette, wrestled in the UWF and is believed to be one of the very few wrestlers to have never won a match. Video editors for the show even put together a music video of his various losses in the ring, set to the Little River Band song Lonesome Loser. Gorgeous Gary Young also competed in the UWF, claiming that he was a rookie, when he actually had 5 years' experience under his belt. Young's claim prompted Jim Ross to begin referring to him as a 5-time Rookie of the Year. As the UWF's merge with the NWA was taking place, Terry Taylor, who held the UWF Television Championship, began an angle with the NWA Television Champion Nikita Koloff. Taylor stole the NWA TV title during an NWA show, but Koloff reclaimed it prior to their official in-ring encounter. They met at Starrcade 87, and Nikita unified the two titles as the final leg of the NWA-UWF merger was finished. Williams would ding Eddie Gilbert, Rick Steiner, Missy Hyatt, announcer Jim Ross, Brad Armstrong, and the aforementioned Taylor became permanent NWA members. The Freebirds Savannah Jack, Iceman King Parsons, matchmaker Frank Dusick, and promoter Ken Mantell joined the new Wild West Wrestling promotion, which later merged into World Class. Chris Adams, who stayed with the NWA after the merger with the UWF, left due to a money dispute and returned to World Class in November 1987. Ted DiBiase, Big Bubba Rogers, One Man Gang, and Sam Houston joined the WWF after its fall, joining fellow UWF alumni Hacksaw Jim Duggan, who had been signed by the WWF in February 1987. The Sheepherders, who originally joined the NWA after the merger, left in mid-1988 to join the WWF, where they were renamed the Bushwhackers. Terry Taylor also departed the NWA and UWF and competed in World Class for a few months before joining the WWF in the middle of 1988 as the Red Rooster. Boyd Pierce, Riser Bowden, Joel Watts, and Jim Ross are the most famous announcers identified with the Mid-South UWF territory. By the time the UWF began, Ross was the main announcer, with Bill Watts and later Michael Hayes assisting him. Ross was known for getting overexcited during the match, and in 1986, Jim Ross received the unofficial I Can Scream the Loudest During a Match award from Pro Wrestling Illustrated. That was the untold story of UWF Mid-South Wrestling. International Championship Wrestling was an independent professional wrestling promotion based in Lexington,